I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you. I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for Mama Dukes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you will be close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦！
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？啊，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the
'em. I know we're gonna make it. We just play the waiting game. I know that we were born for this. I know that we are stronger. We just gotta believe in something. You just gotta believe in us. I know that we were born for this. I've got to keep fighting. It's time to show 'em how it's done. Yeah, this is the glow up. Strike hard up like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on, this is our time, and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the secret place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. just divine. I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it.
I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, just expect me to blow. I've tasted the lows, I've tasted the highs. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind.
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, with no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
See it on your face. be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I know we're gonna make it. We just play the waiting game. I know that we were born for this. I know that we are stronger. We just gotta believe in something. You just gotta believe in us. I know that we were born for this. I've got to keep fighting. It's time to show 'em how it's done. Yeah, this is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
三杯鸡？
啊！现在好想吃哦。
少年嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼！
这真是记忆中的美味啊！
重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try, never find someone fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try, never find another me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage here of the PCS playoffs, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live, and our new sponsor, TTL Noodles, which has some new flavors available: the Taiwan Wine Special Dish, the Sichuan Spicy Boiled Beef Noodles. They're both just launched, and they do have a range of other flavors, both Chinese and traditionally Western, which can be found on the TTL official website. Now, I'm your host, of course, Vestian. Alongside me, it is Shock.
We are here for the DCG CFO playoff match, and now it is just PCS teams remaining. Yesterday it was Chiefs, unfortunately eliminated, so both the LCO teams are now gone. And when you're looking at these two teams, I think both of these are ones that you would normally expect them to be making a deeper run in the playoffs. And so for one of their runs to end here, it's kind of surprising, I think you'd think.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the most surprising part is that neither of them really seem like they're good enough to be making a deep run, which is unfortunately why we obviously see them here. Now, DCG, obviously, they won their first game in the playoffs, which was up against the Chiefs, and I don't think they were that tested, although they did show struggles. I mean, they lost the first game of the series, and I think that leads me to believe that perhaps we might even see CFO winning, because they looked very solid. They were up against Bliss, and honestly, you expect them to take that pretty easily, but they have looked very solid, at least in their game against Frank and now against Bliss. So maybe they're trying to sort of turn it around from their second half of the round robin. But it still does kind of feel like either of these teams at any given moment can just throw the game for themselves. And I think that's what makes this series, out of all of them, the most questionable.
Yeah, I think so. It is really difficult to predict this, as we'll take a look at the playoffs brackets. About 2 matches yesterday and the day before was Team Bliss taking on CFO, and of course Chiefs falling down 1-3 to Frank. Importantly, they did get a win for themselves, but like you said, it doesn't feel like either team has really been tested, and it's hard to say what kind of form they're in, because CFO, obviously, later half of the split, really took a nosedive. They went from such a strong start to a fairly mediocre finish. But
mediocre?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I sort of agree with you that it might even be that CFO are favored going into this, because I think that CFO did have higher highs in this split, like all throughout. And I think they've also had the games that they have been winning in the series that they pick up, it's been cleaner overall. Whereas I feel like DCG, it's very rare that DCG have a clean game. And I think that worries me going to a best of 5, because in a best of 1, you know, you can just win a game here or there, right? But in the best of 5, to actually get 3 games over the line, you are going to have to be consistent. And while I will say that CFO aren't exactly the pillars of consistency either, I just don't have a lot of faith, I guess, in DCG.
Yeah, and I think one thing that also gives maybe an advantage to CFO is we really haven't had to see a whole lot out of them. They did just take a clean win over Bliss in 3 fairly easy games, whereas DCG, they've had 2 series already, once against the Chiefs, and they got tested there and lost a game, and then obviously against PSG, where they lost all 3 games, and it never really seemed like they had a chance in that series. And so maybe CFO has had that chance to sort of go over that series, find out what worked so well up against DCG, and then now maybe can implement it into their game strategy, because it feels like PSG, as you'd probably suspect, just targeted Mission, and as soon as Mission was behind, you never really felt like they had a way in the game. And I think CFO certainly have the pieces to be able to do that, because traditionally, at least for me, when I think of CFO, and especially when they were in their sort of former glory and doing well, it was really Gemini and Jimmy who worked really well together to punish mid and then spread that lead across the map. Noticeably, they dive bot quite a lot once they are able to free Jimmy up from his lane. And so I think CFO maybe have almost the perfect sort of pieces to counter up DCG. Now, importantly, during the summer split, they do have a 1-to-1 head-to-head. So it's not like either of them are particularly favored. It just does feel like, especially in a best of 5, if you are able to target out Mission and make him have a hard time, this DCG lineup doesn't really seem to have that X factor like we talked about in their last series.
I think I agree. I also think that it is a bit easier in this current meta to target a strong mid lane as opposed to a strong ADC. You kind of look at the teams that want to, say, target away Betty's champion pool, and the problem is there just are so many viable hyper carries. Whereas I think if you look at Mission's pool, he doesn't have the same depth that some of those other players have. So while Mission, he more than does his job by, I think, absorbing all the bans and all the pressure that comes out, a lot of the time it's still not enough for DCG to get over the line. I will say that up against PSG, I think it was, Hana had some really good performances. Yeah. So maybe he can be a difference maker in this series, because I don't think that Gemini has been stellar this split. Not that he's been bad, but he's been just there.
He's no Junjia, at least in the summer. And I completely agree. I think the standout performer from DCG in that PSG series truly was Hana. And while he was just on the Maokai, I think the plays he made on the Maokai were more than you'd really ever ask for your Maokai player to pull out. And the fact they still weren't able to get it across the line does feel bad. But it is noticeably that PSG are significantly stronger in the current form than CFO are. And I think if he is able to play to the same level as he did in the last series, they probably feel pretty good. Stat comparison here between the top laners. Mostly similar champion pool, but noticeably Hanabi has not picked out the Rumble, and Rest has a couple of times. It seems like he's very comfortable and, in fact, likes picking that champion up. So, I mean, so far in the playoffs, I'm pretty sure Rumble has almost been banned every single game. I actually don't remember a game where it was left open and not taken away. So, I think that could be a real staple here of our pick bans as we look towards this series. It feels like maybe you don't even have to ban it against Hanabi if you are CFO. Like, you can just leave it open and pick it for your red side. But, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, the stats here, fairly similar, all things considered.
I think the Rumble pick, I think it has gotten through a few times. I think it mainly gets through when you can't really get AD from mid, because I think sometimes, you know, if you pick up the likes of a Maokai early and there's no Jace or Tristana available, it is pretty hard to fit in a Rumble. So there are ways, I guess, to manage the Rumble pick if you're DCG, even if you have no intention of picking it. And I think as well, I would like to see CFO just ban away the Maokai, because I think that Hana had such good performances on it, and it also does, you know, of course, deny any AP that goes over to their team. Into the pick and ban now, and Tristana's that first ban. Do you think we'll see a Zia ban against Mission first 3? It is.
Don't even have to ask me. Got banned before you'd finished, and
yep.
I think we are going to see 0 more games of Azir from Mission, because his 2 he's played so far were exceedingly dominating. Now, DCG banning Nico, LeBlanc, and Xayah. I mean, the Nico, LeBlanc is staple of their pick bans, noticeably. They left open once, lost to the Chiefs in that game. And now, it is just 3 mid laners taken away from Mission, the Tristana, the Azir, and the Jace. So, I almost feel like Mission's just going to default to an Orianna here. It is Criscata who will get his hands there onto the Kai'Sa. See if that's a difference maker. He has noticeably played a bit better on the Kai'Sa and has had more of a carry factor. Maybe just a staple of the champion, but is going to get his hands on it here, as I said. On the other side, though, Aatrox the cover hover. Obviously, Hanabi playing a lot of Aatrox. It will, however, be that Maokai locked in, followed by the Rel for Chelsea.
Some big power picks coming out already. And I wonder now, what is Hana going to go for? Because I might even prefer the Poppy over the Sedge answer, just because it feels like it pairs a lot better with Mission's champion pool. So if they go the Sedge, what I'm a bit worried about is that Kai'Sa will be forced into going AD, just because it's pretty unlikely that Mission will pick up any AD of his own. And I think it's... AD Kai'Sa is fine, but it doesn't get the full potential out of the champion. They are going to lock this in. Will they take Renekton alongside it? I think is the question.
You feel like they will. Hanabi has played a lot of Renekton.
It is the obvious choice, I think.
Certainly.
Alternatively, you could pick up a support, I guess, knowing that the Rel is going bot lane.
I think it makes a lot of sense to just pick Renekton. There is ultimately, as we've said so many times, going to be something open. Orca, one of the Blitzcrank players over in the PCS, as is Chelsea. But obviously Chelsea will be on the Rel. But it is definitely an option that Orca can look to pick a Blitzcrank, because he is known to be picking that champion. And then there's just the Nautilus, the Leona, the Rakan, all those things we often talk about that are still left open. And you can't ban all of those engaged supports, so we'll definitely get one. Now, current hover being the Yone, and I don't hate it currently, but you haven't seen the enemy team's mid lane pick, and it could come through as something like a Syndra.
I wonder if that's just into Aatrox.
Oh, will Rest pick the Yone? I don't think so, personally. Maybe it can punish enough early game that it finds value. I guess it's a flex for now.
We will see. And Hanabi, of all top laners, feels like he's got the highest priority on Aatrox, which is interesting. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of it with the Sejuani. Feels like the Renekton is better. But at the same time, it feels like when Aatrox does get ahead, it's a pretty insane champ. Alistar is that ban coming out, of course, to protect the Rel. Makes a lot of sense. And what will be responses? ADCs could be the place to target. They ban the Jack, so okay, they do just think it's going to be the Yone going mid, which it very well might. And I wonder what Mission would play into that, because I think that if you do play in a mobile mages game, it will be hard. Maybe the Talia could be something you look at.
Yeah. It does feel like Oriana not really possible here. I mean, does he have something spicy, maybe, coming out?
He doesn't strike me as a
No.
an off-meta player.
His builds are.
That's true.
But his champion picks generally stick to the meta. Although you could argue that Oriana is not much of a meta champion. But I mean, what would you go for? Like, you might want an AD matchup, but then, you know, allow your Kai'Sa to go AP.
Yeah, I feel like they could have gone Jax or Renekton mid, but they banned them both away.
Yeah.
So I won't see those.
Is there ever an Aurelia from Mission?
I don't know if he's ever played it. Who knows?
I don't think it does too poorly into Yone. Not that great, admittedly.
I think it does well in a Yone. I'm just not sure about the rest of the comp. But Zeri could be our common response here. And we see a lot into the Kai'Sa. It gives a lot of carry potential. Ooh, they locked the Varus instead. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think I've been a pretty adamant Varus hater. Now, there is a fair amount of damage that can come through from the Yone. And maybe if they can get some more from, you know, top or mid, whichever gets picked, it could work out. But I've yet to see evidence that Varus in the PCS is a good pick.
Unless you're Wako.
Even then, I think we might as well just pick something else. Rakan is the lock-in, so Mission. What we pick here, I think that Talia does make a lot of sense. Alternatively, I mean, Silas with Sedge. Ori. So, Ori does do well with Rakan and with Kai'Sa, but I feel like any immobile mage up against Rel, Maokai, Yone is not very easy to play. So, whichever mage Mission goes for, he's really got his work cut out for him. He has to try survive.
I guess Syndra has the most safety out of most of them.
Interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen Mission play this in a while.
Will it be the Shadow Flame tech?
Could be.
I think it might be.
It is actually really good on Syndra. I think even better on Syndra than Oriana, just because you don't really need access to mana or anything if you don't want it. Gwen could be our top lane answer here into the Aatrox.
Arjun noticeably played this, and it looked extremely good.
Yeah, we'll see how much value he gets this time, because I do think Hanabi took some pretty bad trades, and I'm sure he'll be much better at the matchup this time around. I do think the DCG draft is a bit odd, and not necessarily bad, just very different from what we've seen. Obviously, we don't see a lot of Aatrox from the other teams. We haven't seen Aatrox paired with Sedge, I don't think. And also, I feel like Syndra pick into Yone is pretty weird. A lot of the time, people pick Yone into Syndra, so some very different things here from DCG, and I think it has potential for them, sure. On the other side, CFO, for the most part, I like their comp. I am a big question mark on the Varus, but again, maybe Shun can make it work.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see as well what runes he takes, if he is going to go that poke Varus, if he is going to be AP. I don't think he can really be AP, just because Yone does about 30% magic damage. You also then have a Gwen as well as a Maokai. So it should be AD, and it's not likely to be on hit. No. So most likely will be this Lethality Varus, which really hasn't found all that much success.
I do think it's a decent game for Lethality Varus if he does choose to go it, because you can poke out the Syndra, which is really, really nice. And I also think you do have a fair amount of DPS on your team just from that Gwen and the Yone. So you're not relied upon, I guess, to deal with the tanks. Maybe you can get away with going the lethality. It always feels like you would just rather be a different AD carry so you can have some sort of late game insurance. But if he goes it, I can at least understand what the thought process is. And the main reason that Varus, especially the poke Varus, is picked is for that incredible early game. You win out early, you gain control of all the objectives, and then you force your opponents to come check into you. And we haven't really seen Varus have a lead in the early game so far. But I think if there is a bot lane that can do it, it probably is CFOs. Chelsea and Shun have done very well in the laning phase, and I also think DCG's bot lane have been relatively lackluster in lane. So there could be a window there. It will be the Hail of Blades. So that still leaves it a bit open-ended, I think, because you sometimes see poke with Hail of Blades. Obviously, if you see the Comet, it's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, it can be either AP or poke, but it will not be the 80 on hit, because you do take lethal tempo with that one. And now, noticeably, the difference between Rest and Arju when they played this matchup is that Arju actually took Ignite Teleport, whereas Rest has opted for Teleport and Flash. So he won't have as much early pressure as Arju did, which should feel pretty good for Hanabi, because even in that game where Hanabi fell down an incredible amount of CS, I think it was like 40 CS, he was down 3 kills, he still ended up coming back into that game and just completely one-shotting Wako a couple of times in those team fights with that empowered Q. And so I think if you're Hanabi in this game, you do have to feel better. I also think that in current form, Rest hasn't looked as dominating as RJ does typically in lane as well. So you should just have an easier time to lane up in that early stage naturally, even if it was the same summoners coming through.
I think so.
Was DCG having a mic issue? So I'm sure we'll get back very shortly. But I mean, I'm excited. I truly feel like this maybe... I think we touched on it yesterday, but this series kind of feels like whatever team doesn't want to lose is the team that's going to win. And I know that sounds obvious, but it's really like both of these teams quite often find themselves ahead and then throw. And I think in this series, we're probably going to see it a couple of times, I almost guarantee, because it's just... That's just what they do for some reason. It's like they get ahead. And honestly, the team comps we see here are extremely brawl-heavy team comps. They're like, you've got the Yone with the Maokai, and they're just going to want to fight. Obviously, the lethality Varus as well. On the other side, Syndra does pretty well at finding little skirmishes once she has her items on, alongside Sejuani and, of course, Aatrox. So I feel like there might be some battling going on, and with that means throws do tend to come through every now and then.
For sure, these are two teams that definitely like to fight. Take a look at the runes. I would almost expect Shadow Flame tech from Mission this game. Because it looks like he will be mostly solo AP. Depends on Cascada builds.
Oh!
Big fight.
Yeah, Orca finding a double grand entrance, and Chelsea's getting very, very low. The Varus has a nice slow, though, so he is able to stop the follow-through. But Chelsea noticeably lacking a lot of health here.
Yeah,
in fact, both potions already popped.
Really not the way you'd want to be starting your lane as the Varus once again. And I feel like I just always see this, of Varus somehow losing the lane. Maybe this game is...
Top lane already looks like it's going better.
I think so. Hanabi obviously must have respected level 1 a little bit more.
Oh,
but
as I say
level 2
that.
is ticked, and Hanabi is about to lose all his health again.
No, I've seen this one before.
How does it keep happening to him? I don't know.
Maybe he's not counting minions, I'm not sure. Well, going through all the lanes, Mission... I mean, there's just 3 winning... Well, 2 winning lanes, I guess. Rest winning top, but... Again, this doesn't feel good when you are the Varus. You kind of like to be able to get that push and then chip away at health bars while they're under tower and can't really respond with trades.
Yep.
And, wow, Mission finding a very nice trade for himself. There is Second Wind as well as a Doran's Shield available for Jimmian, so a bit of that health will come back to him, but noticeably is going to have to be absent for Hana's invade.
Is he going to find him? Spots him out briefly on the ward. There are no camps left available here. Jimmian taking a lot of damage. This is just Mission's early game setup really being put to use. This must be the annoying part about versing Mission. He just always builds entirely for this early game. If he can weather the storm, he can have more impact after, but Jimmian, he's very low and is being denied a lot of creeps.
Yeah, this is very problematic. Mission pretty low on mana though, so maybe we'll be forced to teleport back to lane as well. Jimmian though, he really shouldn't be able to buy anything, and that is a problem.
He can get boots. I wonder if he'll go for... Oh, he's going to go buy magic resist. So one thing about the Yone is that it's very, very rare that you build Merc Treads just because the Berserker Greaves are so valuable on the champ. So a lot of the time, if you need tenacity, you just grab it through Resolve. And yeah, he refunds the MR and just buys the boots, which I think is the better choice because I don't think there's anything early you can build that has MR. And I think the boots do go a long way, just having the movement speed to dodge out the Syndra abilities.
Now, I think one thing that was shared online is that recently in solo queue, Maple's been playing a lot of Yone, and he does go like whatever he needs in resistance for the boots, but he gets a Rage Knife, and he later sells it. He never upgrades it into a Gwinsu's. But the ability, the attack speed that you get from that item makes up for missing boots, because it goes from, I think, 20% to 40% if you can stack it up, and so the cooldown on your Q gets very, very low from that item alone. I don't know if we'll see it here. Maybe Jimmian paying attention to what Maple does in solo queue, but Engage comes out bottom here. Orca getting pretty low, does have to flash away. Ignite used, it is flash followed there. It will be first blood picked up by Gemini on the Maokai as the chase continues on as Cascada's very low. He gets knocked back and Chelsea confirms that one. He's going to go down though. It's a reply for Hana on the Sejuani, but still a 2-for-1 there in favor of CFO's bottom lane.
And something you should be very, very happy with, I think, as CFO. You've now denied a lot of creeps onto Cascada and also got both of some, so the potential to revisit in the future.
Oh, how annoying is that?
Doesn't look too fun. Now, both mids have gone for their resets. Mission has a chapter, so we'll be ready to pressure. We'll need to be careful around 6, but Gemini not having the flash will make things a tad easier. There's magic resist here for Hanabi, but yet this looks a lot closer than that previous Aatrox versus Gwen we saw. And you've got to remember that that game, Hanabi ended up having some pretty good teamfight impact, despite falling that far behind. So starting this game even looks very good. CFO, they're very proactive here. Find that initial engage onto Orca, who just explodes. So much damage coming through so fast. Flashed on by Gemini. And they take him out. Decide they're not done. Going to look for Cascada as well. And I think they could have given the kill for Shun here, but honestly, they were just trying to make sure that he died no matter what. Took out Cascada, was traded back, but still, all that CS being crashed onto the tower feels really good. And Shun, he will be going lethality. He's got the tear in the Dirk.
Yeah. Good point out there as Mission continues to chip away in the mid lane at Jemian's health. Something we probably will see for the entirety of the lane phase. Oh, double dagger. Are we going to see it?
Could be.
To be fair, that
it does build
just builds into absolutely everything Yon builds. But, you know, I'm still excited.
Okay.
Maybe.
Need to watch Jemian's flank here. A TP from Rest. And I think as soon as DCG see this, they're going to try leave. There was no matching TP on Hanabi, so that top TP advantage does confirm that first dragon going over the side of CFO. Nice pickup there for them.
I think they kind of have to as well, because the fact that they have this Varus means they are on a timer, just by nature of the champion. And so it does feel a little bad that you had to commit your teleport there to mid, because Rest would have lost a couple of minions top, but ultimately the fact that he can not attend the dragon fight, just show presence there, and then still get to top feels alright.
Oh, Orca.
Yeah, Orca getting very low. The Halo Blades paying the dividends, but the piercing arrow there will not find its mark. Nature's Grass coming out. Won't be able to land there onto the bot side, but certainly lands onto Hana up here as he does use his Arctic Assault to escape from any danger. Wave crashing. Orca's still very low, and it is Gemini who's sticking around here in the area.
And no Nature's Grasp though, and Hana is here, but they're not that healthy.
Yeah, CFO
they
have
might try dive
huge
3v3.
Health advantage. This does feel very, very difficult. Orca missing that grand entrance though. Gemini twisted advance into the tower. It's Shun who picks up the first kill. They're now looking onto Hana, and there's no kill trade as Chelsea narrowly avoids that damage coming through. And oh, it is going to be that Glacial Prison, but Shun turns around and picks himself up a second kill. Mission in the area, does have flash available to himself and that ult, but does get caught there by the Chains of Corruption and is just going to have to back out. So proactive play there by CFO confirms that Shun picks up 2 kills.
I'm really surprised Mission didn't try flash over the ult there and get aggressive. Now, stuck in the river versus Jimmy, and not a place he would want to be, and he might have to flash out here. He's got support on the way, so he's going to be okay. But yeah, I think Mission almost certainly would have killed Shun if he flashed forward or, you know, to the side of the Varus ult. Decided not to, though.
Might have just been trading flash for flash, and then
I don't think its flash was up, was it? I think it just came up. Or
maybe
it was up. I don't know.
Maybe we'll probably see a replay and we'll tell. But I guess if you're Mission and you lose your flash, even if you get the kill, you do feel a lot more vulnerable, and it might actually just not be worth it.
That is true.
Who knows? Mission probably felt like it wasn't worth expending that. We'll take a look at this though, because it feels like so much damage comes through immediately as soon as Orca misses this grand entrance.
Yeah, I mean, that was super well played by Gemini, just to space that out. And feels like at this point, you know, CFO have already got what they've wanted, but they decide they're going to go for even more. And it looks a little risky, but Shun has the cleanse. Cleanse out of that, takes out Hana, nice and easy. They're able to walk away.
And he did have flash during that, but back to live. Hana being looked at, Nature's Grass coming through, Chelsea in the area. Orca is as well. And it was a steal on the Herald there picked up as the fight continues. Orca and Mission both getting very low to Jemian. Mission does manage to get away, but now Chelsea kind of left alone. Does get the remount, has a little bit of movement speed, but it looks like Hanabi, Hana, and Orca all chasing him down. Grand entrance will miss. Good sidestep by Chelsea. It's taking them very, very long to get this kill. And despite everything committed, it is Hana who picks up another kill for himself. Probably wanted that to go over to your Aatrox, but important nonetheless to pick up some gold.
Yeah, I think all things considered, still a big win for CFO, getting themselves the Herald. And of course, getting Mission's flash is big. Mission is, you know, despite finding that big lead early, he's felt the need to save bot lane or to go down there and try pressure, and it's actually meant that Jimmy's now the one ahead. He got that plate over mid. CS is relatively even. And with no flash again on the Syndra, there's a big window to punish. Looks like it will just be the Luden's rush, so not going to be Shattered Flame.
And how do you feel about the Ludens this game? Because it feels like...
I think it's okay this game.
I still feel like you are mostly going to be hitting on this Maokai, who's going tank. And even the Yone, who will probably inevitably pick up a Wit's End.
Yeah, now it's Shiv Kai'Sa, actually. So it is AP Kai'Sa. So probably should be a Leandries in that case.
We already discussed this, though. That guy doesn't have Leandries in his shop.
No. Mission does pretty much do the same build every game. And it is good versus squishies, to be fair.
If he can find Shun...
Yeah, if he can find them.
It feels like Jimmy will become too tanky for it to matter, though. Does Yone still build, like, Death's Dance as well? He does, right?
Or big fight in the bot side. Yeah, he can still build the Death's Dance if he wants. Looks like this will be something like Bork Kraken. Raptor Cramp is just taken away, and they might be able to kill Mission here if they Nature's Grasp over the wall while he doesn't have Flash, but I guess without confirmation on the Sejuani, it can be difficult to pull the trigger.
Oh my... Rish Broxing.
He's doing well. Now Shun, he's got that Ghost Blade, so he is really, really strong here. Oh, actually finds Orca, gonna trade a little bit of damage onto him. But I think this is the first time I've felt like Varus is at a pretty comfortable lead. Even if he didn't get it purely 2v2, he does have it. And that's so, so important because Varus, unlike most of the other poke champs, doesn't really have competitive DPS in fights. It really is just purely a poke champ. And he has a lead to make it work.
Your really only team fight contribution is landing a Chain of Corruption and popping an enchanted piercing arrow on it. Cascada being looked at is going to commit that flash. It was the Magnet Storm used by Shao C, and he loses half of his HP. But Cascada might have to back away from his tower, as we saw there. Gemini in the area, and he has no support.
Yeah. To just go for this engage, but it was flashed out by Shun. Really nice. And a lot of the time, I think you see that just being a guaranteed kill onto the ADC, but the nice flash when he was out. Looking to repunish, though, Shun has no flash.
Yeah, there's going to be that Killer Instinct committed, and Hana picking himself up a third kill. This Boar Rider is getting hungry and picking up everything for the squad. As Fate Sealed going to be used there to escape the what was an attempted gank by Hanabi's Aatrox. And now Gemini being looked at. Are they going to be able to confirm that permafrost? Doesn't look like that will be the case. And I think this is kind of bad for DCG, as they are finding trades, but every single piece of that kill gold is just going onto your tank Sejuani. And honestly, this is a very hard game for a Sejuani because yes, the Varus isn't really going to be a threat to you. The Yone and the Gwen are going to absolutely annihilate you if they get the chance to auto-attack and use their abilities on you.
Mission being looked at now does not have the flash, and I think he might be
flash
gone.
is so close to being up, and he doesn't even have the stun. Is just going to be CC'd up. He does manage to get away as all the support comes through. Hanabi and the rest of the squad roll out, and that is without the World Ender used. Hanabi picking himself up a kill. Rest now stunned up, permafrost, and all the CC that comes through from Syndra landing onto him, getting him fairly low. And it is actually DCG, the benefactors of that skirmish in the mid side.
So crucial the Mission didn't die there without having flash, because you feel like that's an almost guaranteed window. But they didn't have the damage, and it was nice peel from Orca. Now there is still no Ludens here for Mission.
There's no flash on Shun, but...
Yeah, has the cleanse. Mission does not have ult, so not going to be able to take him out. I think looking a lot towards this third dragon, because this is very reminiscent of CFO in the past, where they would just stack up the dragons so early with a comp that was able to fight, and then on that third dragon, when your opponent's forced to contest, you just end up wiping the floor with them. And I could see that happening here to DCG, because it looks like for that dragon only 2.5 minutes away, I don't think we'll see 2 items on the Kai'Sa, and we might not even see the Mythic on Mission if he doesn't get it in time. Whereas it feels like CFO, they've already hit all the spikes thereafter.
Yep, you're in full build now.
Pretty much.
Now, Shock, I want to ask you, because you're a bit of a Syndra connoisseur, at what sort of timings are you expecting to get those? Let's say the ult upgrade. I think that's maybe the most important one, followed by that AP increase.
Honestly, it's just so dependent on the game, because you're getting, you know, obviously the 5 stacks every time you level up. But you're also getting stacks just every time you hit your opponent. So I'm assuming, or every time you hit 2 abilities, I'm assuming that Mission has quite a few, because laning against the Yone, it does make it a lot easier just to keep getting those sets of stacks. And I would be pretty surprised if he would have ult anywhere near this time. You know, I think you're normally looking at, for sure, post 20 minutes.
Okay.
Normally, you do get that kind of 2 charges on the Q at around level 7 or so. And I think that if he has the slow by now, I'd still be a little surprised. We'll have to check in on him, because something that happens a lot in competitive is you can end up with a really long period of not hitting your opponent, especially in mid-game, where you really stall out on the stacks and you can only get them from leveling up and from the cannons. So we'll just have to check in, honestly, and see how many he's got. But it is very important.
Yeah, it feels like that's really why Syndra can be so powerful, right? Because you get that execute. It's like having an Elder Dragon on your ult almost. And then, of course, the ability power increase. You really want to be hitting that at around the same time as you pick up your key item like a Death Cap or something, because then you just explode in your AP numbers and the amount of damage output you have. And so we'll see, I guess, as time goes on, how many stacks he's at and what sort of time we're looking at for him to be picking up the fully completed upgrades. Do you think, like, obviously we haven't seen a lot of Victors outside of Adiogs, but do you feel like it's kind of similar to the times you get your fully upgraded Syndra as the time you get the fully upgraded Hex Core? Let's say, you know, perfectly normal game. If a Victor's in this game, let's say.
I'd say for Victor, you normally get it faster, actually, just because, again, in competitive, you can always still have access to the creeps. Yeah, but obviously Syndra, like right now, for example, is just 1v0 in bot lane and can't get any stacks, which is a little bit troublesome. She can keep leveling up, of course. But CFO, they will start this. Their mission doesn't have TP, so it's most likely just going to be a trade on the bot side. I hope to see Hana look for a dive, maybe on bot lane, especially because Rest does not have TP. So Jimmy's going to have to walk away. This is nice gold being picked up by DCG ahead of the 3rd drag. It's only a minute away, so I really do want to be as strong as possible for this, because it really feels like it's up to Hanabi and maybe Mission to carry this next fight. Feels like Cruscata is just not going to be as strong as Jun by any means.
What about the 3-in-1 Sejuani? You don't think the 3-in-1 Sejuani is going to eat them?
You know, the 3-1 Sej, it's really tanky when it gets some armor, but
I don't think even that's the case this game, because Gwen will just shred
up against
you.
Gwen and Yone, it's like 2 champs that can deal with it really well. It's really just you can get tanky to absorb the poke.
Yeah.
And maybe that keeps it off your team. But yeah.
Yeah, and I guess if you can get access as the Sedge onto the Varus, then it really sets up your team for success, because taking out the Varus, while it doesn't have the best team fight DPS, it does mean that constant threat of those piercing arrows is eliminated, and it does feel pretty good. Obviously the gold, and he is just sitting gold oftentimes if any CC lands onto him, especially if that cleanse is down, he does tend to just be taken out. Obviously there is pretty long range engage that can come through from both Mission and Hana. I think Hanabi too, if he gets that reset, is a real big thing. And oftentimes this Varus can just serve as a reset for a champion like Aatrox.
Maybe. I think with the poke, you can play pretty long range.
Yeah.
It's up to Hanabi to try find some sort of flank on him, because I do think if the Aatrox finds him, he's not long for this world. But accessing someone with such long range is not particularly easy. And I wonder who will have control around this dragon, because there was just a lot of tempo invested into that Herald by CFO. And that maybe suggests that you won't have the control. But, you know, CFO, they have all the cards. They can just Herald top and then force DCG to respond. They can Herald mid even and just run it down there. So it's a really tough spot for DCG to be in. I always feel like if you're having to contest 3rd dragon this early, you better have made a nice gold advantage for yourselves, and I don't think they have that. I can't remember what the gold's at, but I think it's
they're 1k gold down.
Yeah, not really where you'd want to be.
Admittedly, Mission about to pick up a tower, so that'll close a little bit.
Yeah, see if he gets to spend it or not. I think this game could be why we see a lot of Varus priority, just because this kind of Varus game is the sort of Varus you're expecting from scrims, where you get a big lead early, you stack up 2 dragons, and then you just poke them out before there's any lifesteal. And that looks really, really strong. Now, so often on stage, the games don't play out like that.
Yeah, I think credit to Gemini, who really was the catalyst for allowing that to happen. It did not come through in that isolated 2v2. It really was Gemini here on the Maokai, who was pushing the issue, looking for dives, and that was really what set them up for success. Obviously, the initial gank found 2 kills, and then not long after came for the dive and got another 2 kills. And so that's where we see the 4 kills coming through from the side of CFO. Now, importantly, the most recent skirmishes have gone the way of DCG. And so there certainly is some power going back into their core, and it is going to speed up the time Mission needs to get to that 2 items, which is almost certainly going to be Shadow Flame because he doesn't build anything else.
True.
And so it is important. Also, Hanabi picking himself up a kill means that he is a little bit more accelerated on this Aatrox. And I mean, if anyone's played solo queue against Aatrox, all it really takes is for this guy to get 1 kill in a team fight and he just takes over completely. Especially before, you mentioned the lifesteal coming through, but against the Aatrox, it's really heal cut. If you don't have the heal cut coming through, he does just heal back to full HP basically after 1 kill.
I think that is a bonus as well of taking Ignite in the top lane as the Gwen, because it's not very easy for anyone to itemize healing reduction just because it's relatively expensive for what it provides, so you don't often see people pick it up. But just having the Ignite, you know you're going to have it up for every dragon fight, and even if it is only used for the healing reduction, it's pretty substantial.
Yeah. I think importantly, Maokai certainly can. I think out of every champion on their team, Maokai probably is the best at applying it because he just so constantly hits multiple members, and he can just opt into a Morellonomicon later on. It is definitely an angle. I don't think you'd want it to be Thornmail, and no. I know that Maokai is building tanky, but it doesn't feel like he's going to apply all that much needed sort of, you know, anti-heal, especially because Kai'Sa's not going to build any. There is none that can come through from Syndra. It really is only going to be this Aatrox, as well as Radiant Virtue.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you just build it on Gwen, you know, buy that 800 gold Oblivion Orb and just sit on that, because you're the one who's going to be dealing with Aatrox most of the game.
You could also go that, I don't remember the name of the item, but that CDR one, and you could just place the Executioners. Yeah, I believe so. And you can just put the Executioners on Shun, because it does feel like Shun's items aren't as important, especially after he gets to, I guess, 3. Well, it's kind of the Jace items, you know, you get the Yomus or your Mythic, and then you do go whichever way you want afterwards, obviously Mirror Mana, and then most usually it's going to be Shiralda's. And then I guess you can just sit on an Executioner's then as well, but we'll see. After 3 items, it feels like Varus is kind of no longer really where you're looking for to be the carry.
I mean, admittedly, Poke Varus, I think, if it finds access to squishies, does a lot of damage all game long. Yeah. It's just the problem is, you know, once you end up being the one who has to deal with the Aatrox and the Sejuani, it can be really difficult, and you can just be run over very easily.
I think to that point as well, he's never really going to be able to find poke onto Kai'Sa, just because Kai'Sa's poke is actually longer range than his, and Kai'Sa should most of the time have priority over that mid-wave through Static Shiv, at least not right now, but later on. Cascada, though, as we said, he is going to be looked at. Everything is used onto him, so many abilities, and he's taken out just 1 minute out from this Dragon Hana, not long for this world as well, as a double kill comes through immediately out of the pause there for Shun. Top side as well, ults traded, some very crucial cooldowns being taken out ahead of this Dragon, and towers going down as well.
Yeah, and it really was just only Jimmy who invested the flash. So Cascada, he's still going to be very vulnerable in the next fight. And Mission, is he being looked at? Looks like Chelsea won't be able to catch up in time.
Yeah, Chelsea did use flash as well, so that's another big
that is pretty important, yeah. Mission doesn't have TP, though, for 40 more seconds, so he's not going to be back on the map for Dragon. I guess this one's just being given over. Cascada was forced down there into the waiting arms of Jimmy, and I think he could have flashed the ult if he was thinking about it, but probably just came as a surprise, honestly. Then it's a big pickup for CFO. More gold onto the Varus. Ahead of the 3rd drag, which should just be theirs pretty comfortably. We'll see, though, as DCG, they're back on the map, but still missing big spikes.
Oh my.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Hanabi is going to have to recall. Does have teleport available for him, but Rest is going to have priority over this top lane. Oh no.
Oh no. Do we do that?
Oh my god. Is it going to be a trade? Rest?
Oh, he's out.
He's out.
And that's, again, very unfortunate timing. It's now 4v4 around the drag. Rest, his TP's not quite up, but I think DCG might just have to give this one. But how bad does it feel to give this one over? And the Hextech Soul as well.
Yeah. Hextech Soul, probably the strongest soul. In fact, not even probably. This soul is ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks like Hana's going to try play for the steal, but it's not easy.
Uh-oh, he's gone in a little bit too early. Admittedly, he's tanking up quite well. Still hasn't been taken out. The Dragon does reset, but it's going to cost him his flash, as the Dragon will be picked up here by the side of CFO, securing their third, and now it's just 5-minute timer really on the game until we're going to have to see what you have to suspect will be a game-deciding team fight.
For sure, Cruscati's looking at top, has the flash, but Rest might be able to take him out here. Does miss the ult. So we'll just be able to farm this up. Now, DCG, of course, they have those 5 more minutes to scale up, but how good a return to form would it be for CFO to have a, you know, a 23-minute Dragon Soul?
It's going to be an even Shroud. On
Yeah, so we do see that in solo queue sometimes. Interesting pickup, and it is actually the healing cut that does come through for Rest. I kind of hope that he just sits on the Oblivion Orb and doesn't upgrade it. Now, admittedly, Morella is not as bad an upgrade as it was before, but it still feels like the gold is probably better invested into something, you know, like the Nashers or the Zhonyas. Even a Banshee this game, I mean, there is so much magic damage that comes through, and it seems like you're handling Aatrox pretty well anyway.
I'm definitely inclined to agree. I am glad that Cruscata went the AP build in many ways. It's just a shame how the game went. Well, I feel like you can't play this game as an AD Kai'Sa. There's no way you can play this game as an AD Kai'Sa. You never get to hit the Gwen. And if you're ever in range of Maokai, you are just going to get taken out pretty much immediately.
I guess, but we have one AD Aatrox. That's what we're sitting with right now.
Yeah, but that's a lot of AD that comes through from that champ.
I don't know. I think it's easier to CC him up. Jimmy and being looked at, though.
Yeah, we'll have Fate
Stun
sealed.
connects.
Does connect with that stun and going to be taken out. Mission not picking up that one. It will be Hanabi, and I think that's better. Again, solo AD.
Needs as much gold as he can get.
Mission, though, he won't be happy. That guy loves to get himself some kills.
Yeah. Looks like he is working towards that Shadow Flame. And
who's surprised?
If he can flash ult Shun, that would be your best case scenario. But there's going to be a lot of magic resist on pretty much everyone else. So really has to pick his target correctly in these fights. And it's not easy, I think, to reach Shun. Maybe if you can follow up on someone else, it could be good. Can there be a trade on the top side? I don't think so. Hanabi, he should be pretty safe to clear this one up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he went down before. It was pretty greedy of him to stick around, especially knowing that there was going to be a dragon coming up. Got ahead of himself. Loses his flash, loses his life. Gold over to this Gwen. And honestly, it feels like if you are DCG, Gwen's almost the last person you want to be ahead. Because truly will just shred through your front line. Noticeably, your front line having your only AD champ.
2 minutes away now on a Dragon. The DCG are going to be forced to contest. And that does give CFO a lot of options. You know, not often can you do a 20-minute Baron with an AD or with a poke Varus, but I think with the comp you have, that you do have enough DPS. Yeah. If you want to try trade the Baron for the Dragon, it would be pretty favorable for them. Alternatively, I think they are pretty happy to just take that 5v5 in the Drag. They should win it. But maybe Hanabi will have something to say about that, because he is really, really strong. And there's virtually no armor to deal with all the lethality that can come out, so can't get much stronger.
Oh, needlework.
No stun.
Yeah, no stun, and Rest does miss the first needlework, which might just mean his demise. Cruscata, Killer Instinct, and Void Seeker to last hit that one. It was Hanabi who expends his teleport to get up here. And Rest did maybe DCG look for this Baron, but it does feel a little bit too dangerous. Nature's Grasp noticeably missing, though.
Mission no TP. I think he's going to be too low for this. Hana, he's just going to have to walk out. And Hanabi using TP. Oh, Cruscata.
Oh, Cruscata. He's very far up, and so much CC comes down. It's the second time this game. He's going to be taken away. Gold claimed by Jimmy. And just such greedy play from Cruscata has cost DCG pretty heavily twice now.
Yeah, CFO, they can start this up. They have everyone around. Rest has TP as well. And there's a lot of cooldowns missing from the side of DCG. No Syndra or Sedge ults. It's up to Hanabi to 1v9 this fight.
Yeah, is it going to be an engage? Fate Sealed used, but doesn't connect onto anyone as this Baron is disengaged from. Mission continuing to poke away here at the side. And Yone using pretty much all of his abilities. They do manage to stop this Baron.
That's pretty good. The fact they managed to survive that engage, and now it feels like they have the first move to that Dragon. I still don't think it's guaranteed theirs, though. I'm pretty sure CFO will want to path out and...
Hanabi no flat teleport, and he is still in the top side. Gonna recall now, but will be very, very late now.
Yeah, I'm surprised he stayed so long. It feels like this 4th dragon is so important that you were here. And obviously Rest, I mean, he's around.
Yeah, I mean, there are the Hex Gates.
That's true.
So I guess that is a saving grace.
Maybe he had item off that too, because he does have the Edge and Eye now. Hana got that, so gonna have vision over this area. But a lot of respect has to be paid here by the DCG carries. Neither of them have any flashes, and while flashes are missing from CFO, it's still not very easy to position.
There's no Fate sealed for about 10 more seconds, so there is an opportunity, but Orca's getting so low, and this Rakan is about 1 shot from just being dead now. Is going to get a little bit of health back from queuing that dragon.
No mid-pro either, and Orca's base cancelled. It's looking harder and harder to contest this. I think DCG, they need a miracle.
Orca, though, going through this Hex Gate, is he going to just be turned on? He's actually just running away now. Jimmy and looking for him, going to use a lot of abilities. Fate sealed as well. Is going to be able to take out this Rakan, but a lot used. And we're seeing Chelsea get targeted. Hana, though, is going to be responded on, and he's getting very, very low. Hanabi still has that World Ender. Criscata Killer Instinct to try and escape from Rest, but Rest still manages to get the kill. Reset comes through here for Aatrox, but not before there are too many dead. It's 4 alive for CFO. This will be the Dragon Soul 24 minutes in, after which likely can look for this Baron, and CFO firmly in control of this one.
Yeah, the Hextech Soul feels so good there. Hanabi, is he going to chase? I don't think he'll be able to. And take a look at Jimmy's build. He knows what's up. He knows all this magic damage is coming out as long as he can avoid Hana. 5-0 on the Varus as well, so there's just so much damage that comes through from pretty much every member of CFO at this point.
So many mistakes before objectives that are coming through from DCG here. It's a
From
troubling
Criscata
sign.
specifically. You know, he's been dying a lot.
I think Orca as well, trying to trade with Jimmy.
Yeah, here, I understand why he went for this. It feels like the damage has already been done, though.
Yeah,
You know,
I meant the
losing
trade
this much
before
health.
this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just losing so much health there on the side, and allows him to be picked up super easily. They almost managed to trade back on Chelsea, but were unable. And I think Hanabi didn't even get the reset. I think he just altered. So I suppose he was just going to play for the fight after this. Yeah, just use the ult, but then decided he was going to leave.
I almost... Well, oftentimes we criticize when it happens, but this was a fight where maybe it did just need to be mission ulting Chelsea to confirm that kill, as we see another fight breaking out here. Gemini getting very low, will be taken out. It is going to be that unstoppable force used by Syndra to be able to secure that one this time, but Hana's going to be answered back on, and as is Criscata. Hanabi getting very low here to Jimmy, and on the own, Fate Seal going to be used, but not going to be able to catch back up to this Aatrox, and you're seeing the Hextech Soul really at work here with how much these Slovs are being an absolute pain in the neck as CFO begin their Baron.
Should just be gone. I don't see any way that DCG can walk up to this. They are TPing, so clearly they have something to say about it, but I don't think they can fight this.
No ult.
Yeah, no ult on Syndra or Aatrox. I don't know what they're expecting to happen, but they feel desperate. They're going to try.
Yeah, Hanabi, you might not be long for this world. He does get hit there. Mission does arrive and does still not have that ultimate, but they are looking for this fight afterwards. It is the quickness used by Orca, and he's going to find his mark onto Shun, who uses the cleanse, but noticeably cannot cleanse a knock-up. Mission, though, getting so low as Jimmy and hunts him down. On the backside, though, it's Hanabi, who picks up his first kill. He's not altered, though, so there cannot be a reset come through. But Criscata gets the kill with that Void Seeker, and now Jimmy and Permafrost will not land, but Orca comes over the wall, and there's so much lockdown. Jimmy does go down. Rest is pretty strong, has his needlework going. Hana and Gemini will trade flashes, and there isn't anything more to come, so only the 2 Barons left alive as 3 kills are found there by DCG.
DCG, they did a good job to try and make that difficult for the side of CFO. It feels like CFO could have just traded over one of their members and just had everyone else get out. Instead, though, they decide to stick around. They try and min-max the fight, and they were punished pretty heavily there by the Aatrox.
Kaiser as well picked up that shutdown onto Shun.
Yeah,
a lot of gold.
I think after this, the CFO, I'm pretty sure you can just walk out once the Syndra stun is used. I think at this point, Syndra stun used, Rakan used, you can probably just back out over the wall for the majority and just let Chelsea die. I guess they wanted to get the Varus out. Varus could have probably walked down at some point as well, but either way, they did just commit to the fight. And while they eventually killed Hanabi, it was not without cost, as a lot of damage was traded over already. And I think nice there by Orca to get in. He managed to survive as well.
Yeah, that's crazy that he got out. He almost died by using that double activation as well, but does manage to survive. It is going to be now the 2 Barons still left alive, but noticeably there is pretty much no gold plus on this Baron power play. So well done, really, to turn that around. Gwinsu's now picked up on the Kai'Sa, is certainly a threat, and there's a Void Staff coming through for mission 2. So some crucial items. I guess noticeably, though, Hanabi has 4 kills, but really not that strong. Kind of lackluster, and Rest does finish the Morellonomicon, which feels a little bad. I think he'd be significantly stronger had he have opted for either the Zhonyas, the Cosmic Drive, or the Nashes.
Yeah, you would think that. Elder's only 1 minute and 40 away. We're going to have a 30-minute Elder Dragon here, which is pretty insane. It's going to be one of the earliest ones we've seen.
Yeah.
And Gemini goes for the Bramble.
Shun's picked himself up and more of Malmortis too now. So there is going to be 2 of those coming through, and Abyssal Mask as well here on your Maokai. So a lot of magic resist. Hanabi's got his work cut out for him to provide that damage, really, that DCG need. He's a level down on Rest, who has managed to get to level 16. I think by now Syndra should have her fully upgraded.
I would think so. Yeah, there's been a lot of fighting recently. Lots of opportunities to get stacks. Maybe now, having a look.
Gemini look here, getting looked at. Permafrost does land, and the ult follows, and there is follow-up from mission 2. Not a small amount of damage, really, now that's coming through from the Syndra, but Jimmy's found himself a flank. He's got onto Orca, taking a bit of damage away as Rest going forward and chunking out Hana on the Sejuani. Needlework used, though. That's a big cooldown. They will not have access to Airborne, and Hanabi's looking. He hasn't popped the ult just yet. Is he going to be able to pop it? It looks like he's stunned up for too long, and he pops it as Rest picks up a double kill, followed by a triple kill. It is going to be answered back, though, as Orca picks up Shall See, but the ace does come through. Only this Rel going down, and question marks around the Aatrox ult, but no question marks around how CFO have used this variant. They're going to take out the game in 30 minutes, almost certainly.
They will, and I really liked how CFO played this game. While they did end up giving over a few too many kills, I think other than that, they really did play towards their game plan, and they end up picking up game number 1 here. Some things I weren't as big a fan of, though. I think on the side of DCG, I'm not really a fan of how the draft went. I don't think Sedge with Aatrox really gets the power of Sedge. Also don't think Sedge with Syndra is particularly good, because I think Merc Trades is already pretty much a guaranteed pickup against Syndra, and obviously it's very good against the Sedge too. And then on top of that, the AP Kai'Sa. I mean, it feels like the AP Kai'Sa is so much better, but it just all these things combined, I feel like makes a draft not really worth it. Now, of course you can criticize the Kai'Sa build, perhaps, right, for not adapting, but like you said, it's really difficult to play without it. And I think even with it, Cryscata had a really, really poor game. He was caught constantly, and whether that's just because the comp's too difficult for him or just because, you know, he had a bad game, I think it's hard to say, but ultimately, DCG are just going to have to fix these things if they're going to want to be competitive.
Yeah, I think how DCG were playing around just before every objective, and not only Cryscata, but obviously he noticed we got called out twice before big fights were going to happen, and he lost both his sums both times and still died. But then also just, it feels like this Aatrox is not working for DCG. No. It really, like, even in that last fight, you saw the fight was going out, Hanabi used a lot of abilities and never popped his ult until he died.
Yeah, it's super weird.
And it was like, what's the point then? Like, it's kind of like Renekton, right? Where this champ is heavily empowered when you do pop that ultimate. He doesn't pop it, he just goes down. And I think now you can no longer really look to blind pick this Aatrox, because it feels like Hanabi, maybe the champion, but maybe it's Hanabi, is not comfortable against the Gwen, because yes, the early went a lot better this time. You saw as the game progressed, I mean, he got solo killed up on the top side before a dragon again. Yeah. And then it really just snowballed on from there, where Rest had complete control over the side lane that he was in. Hanabi never was able to match, and then it translated to team fights as well, where Rest's impact in those team fights, I mean, you saw at the end, triple kill versus just dying. Really, really, so much difference when you go look at the Gwen into the Aatrox.
I think so, and I think you could still pick the Aatrox. You know, maybe if you have something else around it, or maybe if you're using it as a counter pick, but it feels like there was the most obvious Renekton pick of all time there, where you have a Sedge and you can just go the Renekton, and everything looks really good. And For some reason, they decide not to prioritize it. They really do love the Aatrox, and I think it hasn't worked out. You highlight in the last fight him not using the ult. I believe it did happen in another fight as well. The last fight was just a disaster, I think, for DCG.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you saw, but Cruscata dived in for the, I don't know, the second time and just got immediately CC'd up and died. So it was really weird performance, I think, from DCG. I don't want to say it's completely unexpected, but you still want to see more from them because I think that, you know, CFO, they're a good team for sure, but DCG should be able to take games off them.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It does kind of feel to me now that we're in these playoffs that teams have just worked out against DCG. If Mission's not on something that can survive and can carry, they really don't have a hope in the game. And it truly, watching these games and watching how they've played, it does feel like that. Because even against the Chiefs, the game they lost was where Mission was a bit uncomfortable. Like the Orianna game he had in that game was not easy to play in, and they just punished it quite well. And against the Syndra here, he did pretty much as much as he could, even surviving.
Yeah,
some
I
occasions,
think he did play pretty well.
Well, some occasions where he perhaps shouldn't have survived, he did. He offloaded a lot of damage. I'm sure we'll see when the damage graphs come out. I actually don't know who would have done the most on his team, but it felt like when he could do damage, he was doing about as much as possible, and it just wasn't enough. And that's kind of the nature of being one of these control mages in the current meta, because you can't really play them that well against a Maokai.
No, it's hard.
And like, even against the Gwen avoids so much of your damage. You can never press R on her if she has her Twilight Shroud up, because it just eats it. And so, I don't know, it feels like every team now has just realized, well, DCG are a mission or bust team, and if you get him off of something that can carry, it's pretty much done.
Yeah, and I don't think they make it that easy for him either, right, this side of DCG, because I think if you do have someone who's just really good on mages and wants to just destroy his lane, he's got the same build that he's going to go for every game, just make him the solo AP, you know, just to build a bunch of AD around him, and at least he'll offload a ton of damage, and maybe you can get a win that way. And it feels like DCG, they don't even recognize their own strengths, and it feels like every other team has that read on them of how to shut them down. You know, give over the AP Kai'Sa, it's fine, because if Mission doesn't play any other AD champs, you know, with the Jace and the Tristana band, it does just feel really easy to build around, making the game super tough for him. And this was a bot lane fight
the
where,
original.
Yeah, a lot of damage was traded early and sets up for a dive that can come through, which was pretty nice. And this, again, first time I think I've really seen the power of Varus. Obviously, we've seen Varus win before, but this strikes me as what Varus should be getting all the time. You know, consistent leads on the bot side, looking for dives, looking for early dragons, and for some reason, we just haven't seen it until now. But Shun, he had a really good game. I don't know if he was like 7-0 or something, but it was pretty nice. And we'll take a look at this dive. Nice by Gemini. And I think that was really crucial. You know, this dive should be hard if Maokai has to commit first. I almost think that ECD should have just let CFO come to them. I mean, maybe scared about just getting poked out by Varus, but I think the wave will die before Varus can poke you all down. Instead, they overforced. And yeah, with the... See, I don't know. This replay says that Varus flashes down, so I don't know if it was actually up or down. But if it was down, I think he should have flashed for it, but maybe just needed that flash up. And Cruscata, this was one of many, many times when he was just caught out. And it's pretty unacceptable, honestly, because I think there's one thing about random deaths, right? But deaths around a minute before the drag or before the Baron are just...
multiple times.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. It's like they're the most crucial and they're the most obvious. Like they're looking for you right now. This was another big one where I think Orchid could have just tried to disengage from this.
away.
Yeah, but instead he tries to go back in, and it's just even more damage that comes through, right? So I'm not too sure. Just, yeah, I don't know. DCG, they don't feel very on the same page this game, and teamfight execution, especially from bot lane, I think, and maybe the Aatrox just wasn't clean. Now, there were some shining lights, right? I think Mission played well, and I think Hana, again, on the Sejuani, did pretty good job.
Yeah, he pretty much found everything that they got early stages of the game. And then, like, while they did get dove there at the bottom side, I think he had to be there to try and help them survive, because maybe they misplay, maybe CFO misplay, and you're able to turn that around. So I think it's the right call to be there. Maybe he stayed around too long where he lost so much health against Gemini in the tri-bush. But I mean, this fight here, again, Hanabi using his ult after it's already finished to get away. Really doesn't feel like the way you want to be picking and playing Aatrox. And again, it was Mission who did the most damage on his team, but certainly a lot less than that of Shun on that Varus. And I think, as you touched on, probably the best Varus performance we've seen. I'm pretty sure he'll get the MVP for the game. And I mean, looking forward to next game, what do you really expect for a draft? Like talking about the full ADs and then just Mission on AP.
Yeah.
because of Hana's champion pool, it feels like for that to happen, he's pretty much limited to being on Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, it was us,
which is
right?
fine, yeah. And then like you could just do Renekton Poppy. It means your top side's a bit weaker, but then have a control mage mid, some random, I mean, Xayah, Zeri, you choose your poison there down bot, even AD Kai'Sa if you want it to be that. And then just have mission on that AP, right? And that feels like you've got yourself the foundations of a solid team comp here. You've got the guy that can carry on isolated damage that can't really be built against. And so, yeah, I guess that does feel like the piece of the puzzle, but it hasn't been put together. It kind of feels reminiscent of Frank, how they can't
Yeah,
realize.
I think that's the big thing. Now, MVP does end up going over to rest. I think he did have a pretty good performance there in the top lane, but as you were just saying, I think DCG don't realize what needs to happen almost. And I guess, you know, can we really say we know?
It's easy for us to say watching the game,
I'm
but
sure
scrims
and stuff is going to be very different. But it really does seem like every time they find success on stage, it's off mission being, you know, a big solo carry performance. And I think when you look at games like this, the priority on stuff like the Aatrox and the Kai'Sa and the Sedge, of course, are just not making things as easy for them. And I don't know, it's really weird. You talk about what I expect to see. What I want to see from DCG is not what I expect to see at all.
True.
I almost expect to see just a stubborn run back almost of a very similar comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to have to wait until next game to find out what we'll see from DCG as they look towards picking up their first win in the series. It was CFO, however, that picked up game number 1. We're going to go to a short break, but once we're back, game number 2 will be on the cards.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
三杯鸡？
现在好想吃哦。
少年嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！
重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you, I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all
feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you.
Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. Shit, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop. Nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop. Nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was too high, pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see it, what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone make you feel. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire.
We are back now and we're ready for game number 2 here between DCG and CFO, of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and our sponsor, TTL brand Ramen. Now, Shock, going ahead of this game, I mean, after that last one, what are we thinking? Because it does, we sort of touched on the draft and how you probably want to, unless the Jace Tristan is open and you can give Mission that Jace, I think in particular, it does kind of feel like you are now just trying to get as much AD on the other roles and solo AP that man.
I think that would be the best way to go. I think if Mission can just be allowed to play out a really good laning phase and get ahead, I think that could be the path to victory. I also might wonder if this is another team that could potentially prefer red side, just because you can get that red side last pick on mid lane, and also the first pick Kai'Sa, I don't think it's as valuable for DCG as the other teams, because I don't think Cascada is the same level of 1v9 machine that some of the other AD carries are. And of course, you know, the AP doesn't synergize very well with Mission's pool. So it could be something they experiment with. It won't be for now, as they are choosing the blue side again. And honestly, it is to be expected. I think blue side, at least on paper, the strongest side. And there's certainly ways to still make what DCG are good at work on the blue side. It's not like the side holds them back. But at the same time, I really do want them to lean into their strengths, because I'm not sure if they just don't recognize it or if they just have some attachment to wanting to play like everyone else. Because I think, you know, as you get more and more, you know, closer to the end of the year, it's more and more difficult to, I guess, you don't really have the time to learn new styles or learn new meta champs. You have to play what works for you right now. And I think teams like Beyond and like Frank, you know, you see them finding success on that. And I don't think there's any reason why DCG can't be one of those teams, but I really hope they realize before they run out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the side of CFO, I mean, we're heading into draft phase now, of course. Do you expect much the same from last game? I mean, so far from picking bans, of course, it looks the same. Probably will be the Jace coming out now. And Sejuani's actually the ban from DCG. So they're making this Maokai more of a threat. And maybe Jace is going to have to be left up if CFO recognize that they don't want to give over the Maokai with no real trade of their own. Now, admittedly, Gemini, a very good Vi player, and it's something they could look towards perhaps. But I think this does throw a bit of a spanner in the works, because if you do ban the Jace and they take the Maokai, that feels pretty bad. Alternatively, you ban the Maokai, they take the Jace, also feels pretty bad. It will be the Maokai ban. So Jace left on the table. And yeah. I do suspect here that DCG will pick it up.
I'm not sure. I think I like the Jace over the Kai'Sa. The only thing I'd have with it is, will there be AP that can come from other roles? Because Kai'Sa, you would expect, will go the way of CFO. I don't think Cascada... Does he play Ziggs? I can't remember.
Yeah, he has played a Ziggs game.
Well then, yeah, I think it's good. I like the first pick Jace, and I think it does play more into what DCG want. So we'll see now what our responses will be.
Cascada was also the one that played the AP cog bottom.
Oh, was it? Okay.
And it was into Kai'Sa. But we'll see.
I wouldn't hate it. So you would expect Kai'Sa to be the pickup here. And I think that the Maokai and Sedge being banned does probably favor Gemini. As you said, he's able to play some of those other ones, but also feels like Hana's best performances have been on those 2 tank junglers. So Rel is picked up. Kai'Sa can be picked up along with it. A lot of power already. Now DCG, do you think you just take the Poppy? Because I wonder, what would Hana play if it got banned second phase? It feels like you might run out of jungle picks. The Rel obviously is off the table.
I think he might look for an Ivern. He's played Ivern before.
I'd be down for
that.
that.
I think you need AP.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ivern is a way to do it.
Obviously, Hanabi maybe has, you know, a back pocket Renekton that not Renekton, Rumble that we are yet to see. And this would be a game to use it. Obviously, you don't have that Rel. It is hovered. Will likely be locked in, I have to suspect, just with how much AD's already coming through here. It always feels like you're forced to lock it in.
Especially if you can't get AP from your other roles. I am still a little worried for Hana's champion pool moving down to the 4-5. It looks like this should get locked in. No, they do go over to the Poppy. So I think they think the same, that if Hana gets this banned out, it's going to be really difficult for him to function. But now I think it's pretty easy for CFO to...
I think they could just lock Rumble.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
It's really good with the Rel, of course.
I don't think you have to lock Ari here. Obviously, Ari does good into Jason. Maybe that's what they're worried about. But Jimmy notably does play Talia, which should be fine. Does play Annie, does play Ari. So he shouldn't really be able to be banned out here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have such high priority on it. I guess maybe they just want a mid laner that can go forward, because it feels like the only good mids at doing that right now are Ari and LeBlanc.
And Annie.
Yeah, I guess you give it to Annie too. Has Jimmy played that? I don't think he's played it this split.
He definitely played it last split. I believe he has played it.
But yeah, you'd think he'd still be good on it. But either way, they do prioritize that Ari. And now second phase bans. Feels like you can probably send one ban towards Rakan. They ban away the Rumble instead.
What if it's Jace top? Because I'm not even kidding. At this stage, it almost feels like you're nearly forced to. Because what AP can come out? Rumble's banned. There's Kennen, but you don't want to blind pick Kennen because there's so much that can be answered into it. The Aurelia strikes me as an immediate takeaway because you already have AP coming through from your side.
Yeah.
And it's an extremely easy lane for Aurelia.
You can still blind Gragas.
Yeah? Yeah, it could blind Gragas, but it could just get banned here.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think Gragas should be the ban, and then you can leave Kennen open and answer it with an Aurelia. Honestly, you can answer with Aurelia, Fiora, Jax, any of those type of champions that build mercs, jump on you, and make your life hard. Notably, Aurelia the best out of all of those, just because how well she sticks to the Kennen, but...
It's tough as well, because if you blind pick something, like the Gwen, you're just going to end up meeting Jax. They ban away the Rakan instead.
Okay,
so there
Gragas
is the Gragas available. Do you think there's any chance CFO take it? I would guess not. They are very heavy on the AP.
Yeah, I feel like they're forced on, on the other side to pick AD here.
You would think so.
I mean, maybe Shouldn't is going to go for AD Kai'Sa.
Possibly. And then maybe AP is actually good, because solo AP Ari isn't the best.
Yeah, but I do feel like AD Kai'Sa is bad, because you want to have AP against the Xayah and the Jace.
Well, we'll see. Lots of decisions to make here. Nocturne and Vi, second phase bans. Kind of interesting, those got banned away. I mean, they are, I guess, the only other good junglers left, but given that you had a Xayah, often you don't see them banned. I guess it does make Mission's job a lot easier, though. And Nautilus, this would confirm the Rel going into the jungle. Or I suppose doesn't confirm it, but you'd think so. We've only seen a couple Nord jungles.
Yeah, I think we only saw one, right? Wasn't it just Godtone?
Might have been just Godtone. There's the lock-in, so most likely will just be that Nord support. They will have the top last pick.
What if it's Poppy top and they look for Fiddlesticks here? Or Lilia? I mean, honestly...
Yeah, they could Lilia.
What can you pick top?
I think you just go Gragas.
Yeah, I guess. I guess you're kind of forced to, but Gragas doesn't offer all that much AP.
Depends
with
what build
Everfrost
you go. Yeah, I think this could be a Leandry's game or something. Just try and apply it to as many people as possible. Well, I am liking what DCG are putting forward a lot more than Game 1, and I also think it is much better to be heavy on AD than heavy on AP just in general, because Cyrildas and LDR, I feel like, are much better items than Void stuff. And also, armor generally comes in later than Magic Resist does. So you're definitely not as punished for having a very heavy AD team. As long as you're not full AD into a Poppy or a Malphite or something.
That's right. So, we do get Eliona. It is also worth mentioning as well. When you're full AD, you kind of just get to, lock the plated steel caps. But as long as you have some CC, like the Leona that we see in this game, it does probably force out at least one set of Merc Treads somewhere, just so you're not going to be locked down. And Gwen, currently the Hover, does have an absolutely fine matchup again into this Gragas. And I think CFO have done a drafting masterclass here.
Yeah, but I think that will mean it's AD Kai'Sa.
I agree. It will be the AD
Yeah.
Kai'Sa, which makes her job harder than perhaps it should be. But the side lane will constantly be winning. There's no way that you can win against the Gwen here with this team comp. And again, Hana's going to have a really hard time dealing with the Gwen.
Yeah.
And I also think the amount of priority that was put here into the jungle bans just to have this Rel be the jungler means that DCG's sort of last half of the draft was perhaps wasted.
Yep. And I think that for CFO, while they probably do walk away with a draft win, I do think this draft is much closer than game one, and I think DCG have something that fits them a lot better. So hoping that they will fight back in this one.
Yeah. I'm definitely inclined to agree. But we'll see. I'm a bit concerned about top because Gragas is your solo AP and should have a really tough time against the Gwen. And in fact, for a lot of the game, Gwen is going to be holding this Gragas in a side lane just because of how much damage Gwen can do to these structures if left alone. And so it does feel like the likes of the Rel and the Nautilus, as long as they get some armor on their itemization, they should feel pretty unkillable.
We'll see. Guess depends just who gets fed. If you see a Jace getting us thrilled as early, it's not going to be too much of an issue. I'm a little interested to see how the Jace Ahri matchup goes this time, because I think when we saw it, I think it was yesterday, we saw the fight, you remember, where it was Dirk versus Chapter, and I think it was Pretenders Jace just had so much more impact in the fight, but I don't think that's always how it should go. I think Ahri can actually get priority in the 1v1, especially if she does go for some stronger laning runes, like the Aerie. We'll see if it gets picked up here. No, we'll be electrocuted again. And a level 1 actually coming out of CFO here.
Oh my goodness, it's my solo queue games. Just charge on in, boys, straight to the red buff.
They can sneak in here.
Sounds like they have.
Krishana should be fine, though. He'll see it in time.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to walk
They're pinging
up.
on the bush. They know. I'm just going to walk away, but they weren't able to trade any wards in that topside jungle. So pretty even, all things considered. It is phase rush on Hanabi and Hana and Mission, actually.
Wow.
Is this a level 1 invade, or are they just taking the ward? Just getting a ward, looks like.
They didn't even put one down. They just... Oh, they did. They put one on red.
Where's Gemini? He's going to start Raptors, I guess? Yeah.
Okay, both junglers will be starting Raptors here. Headed opposite directions of the map, you must feel. And we'll see how the top goes, level 1. Maybe even this time Gragas might be favored. I don't think we'll be seeing any 0Q Gragases this game.
Probably not.
I think you need to be able to proc phase rush, obviously, and Q helps with that significantly, as well as the slow can be extremely valuable against Gwen.
Yeah, even just a Q to farm, I think, can be good versus Gwen. Don't want to have to walk up against her. And I'm curious which build he will go for, because I think it actually is a pretty good Leandry's game if he does want to. There's a lot of health stacking that comes through from CFO.
Definitely inclined to agree. We'll see. I think it'll just be Everfrost. Not because it's better, but because everyone does it. And so if you don't do it, you're not conforming.
Admittedly, I think the Everfrost might be safer in the 1v1. Or just to have another option, I guess, to keep Gwen off you. But I don't think you're going to win the series by playing it safe.
I also don't think you have to worry too much because you have phase rush. That shouldn't really be your concern. I think if you're ever dying in the 1v1, regardless of your items, because you have phase rush, you have just significantly misplayed. How much do you think, from your time as being a pro, how much do you think people just build what everyone else does so they don't get flamed for like being
all the
unique?
time?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's pretty rare that people innovate. And a lot of stuff that is kind of seen as troll at first until it catches on. Gemini starting up the red. He has the mid and bot priority. And they probably do win a skirmish here as well.
Hano is going to know that this is being looked at.
Yep, they decide to give it up. Nice pick up there by Gemini. I think that, kind of a tangent, but I think that little invade there, that's something that the LCO teams especially, I think, miss, where it feels like PCS teams, when they have Pro in the lanes, you really feel that in terms of, you know, vision put down, buffs taken away, dives and stuff like that. Whereas those LCO teams, I mean, they haven't had the time, really, to play in an aggressive region and develop those same things. But pretty much every PCS team is very, very good at that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure with their time over here, we'll see improvements gradually over time. And I mean, honestly, between last time they were here and this time, we already did see improvements, which is
for sure
always a positive thing. Is Mission getting chunked out here in the lane, something we often do see, but I certainly think that Jimmy's doing a good job at maintaining himself this lead in mid.
Yeah, it is a tough matchup early for the Jace. Sometimes you see the Doran Shield even started. Now, Mission's itemization, it's a little interesting. He goes for the tier boots. So a lot of the time you see tier longsword just to make sure you will always have the Dirk on your second base. But now, I think that's a lot less likely, and that's a big window of power that he could be missing. Resti's doing a good job of denying creeps up here. Will crash to Hanabi eventually, but has the CS lead. Unless Hanabi can clear all that, and even then, not sure if it would be in his favor.
Yeah, it does seem like Hanabi's really struggling against this Gwen pick.
To be expected, though.
Yeah, I think just in general, though, not just this game. Obviously, Gwen is pretty strong early, but I think some of the leads Gwens are finding are a bit more than perhaps you'd expect. Rest certainly is a very dominant top lane player. Sort of fell off his prior success from the end of summer, but at least from spring in the beginning, he was very dominating in that top lane. Kind of compare him to the likes of Driver, right? Where you pretty much always expect him to win his lane, and when it was Driver against Rest, it was one of the most exciting top lanes to watch.
Now, will we see CFO just try and stack up the Dragons nice and early like last time? I think they could, because currently they do have that mid and bot priority. No pings on it just yet. Mission went for another reset, grabs himself a longsword this time, so we'll be deploying back. And currently, DCG are the ones with control over the river. Lots of pings on the bot side from Gemini, though. Looks like he's going to be going into one of these bushes, maybe. Isn't spotted out here. Will he start the dragon? He does have the prior. He's going to try to take away a bit. Ooh, Rest. It's a little chunked. Rest CS is really high, by the way. He's got like 58, I think, if he gets this wave at 6 minutes.
Look at his Gwen win rate. 14-4 in his PCS career. It's a lot of winning.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, I think, when you're picking the Gwen, it is as a counter pick, right? So naturally, you're picking it in good games for it. And I think I can't remember many games in the PCS where Gwen has looked bad. I think it is a pretty... I'm not even sure if it's underrated. I mean, people do think it's good, but I think it's potentially even stronger than people realize now.
I think it's just you can't pick it blind because like you just get answered by Jax and never are able to do anything. But this dragon being looked at.
TP from Hanabi.
Yeah, it is coming in.
Matched by Rest.
Yep, both TPs, and they're already going to be this dragon picked up. Mission shouldn't have his items, but we can't see it. It is going to be a charm and a lot of CC there piled all into Orca, who does flash away, but Jimmy is chasing. This is first blood, but it's picked up by the side of DCG. Goes over there to that Leona with the igniters. Rest is in the middle of everyone, has that needlework running, but actually it's just run out with his last usage. Will be going down. Hanabi picking up that one. On the other side of the fight, Jimmy securing himself a second kill. All things said and done, CFO pick up the dragon, but it's 3-2 in favor of DCG.
Feels like overall, pretty even result. But I think important is where the gold goes. And I think, well, we'll take a look at the replay first. I'm a little surprised CFO didn't just try and back out of this. I was, you know, because they got the dragon. They don't really need to fight, especially because you're not really expecting your team to be stronger in this fight. I guess thought that they could burst or something. But you see here, it looks pretty one-sided. And it's Rest coming in with the damage that makes it somewhat close. And Jimmy as well managed to pick up those 2 kills on the back end. It is nice. And I think Ahri is one of those champs that if it doesn't get kills, it often ends up as a CC bot. But if it gets ahead, it can be really hard to deal with just because of the mobility. We'll have to see which build he ends up going for.
I hope it's Leandri's, but it never is.
I think it should be a pretty good Leandri's game if he wants one.
Sorry, that would not be conforming.
No. And top side, Hanabi getting a kill as well does even up this top matchup for him, which I think is big. It'll delay until Gwen can really start making headway. It feels like Gragas is one of the harder champs to take towers from, but even just getting the priority against him, it can be really annoying if he can't get to those team fights. Herald, a big deal for both these teams.
Yeah, they're looking
No
onto
flash.
Hanabi though. Does have the explosive cast, but the Magnastorm keeps him locked up. They're looking now onto Rest, and he has just been CC'd for all eternity. Knocked up and claimed. Kraskada getting himself on the board there with his first kill. Huge CC chain as well. 10 seconds worth of CC and Rest taken out.
Really nice there from side of DCG, and I'm glad that this time that they have a bit of an easier team fight to play out. You know, before we're very immobile. At least now there are some tools to deal with that. The Xayah ult being one of them. Base Q does go into outer space. Herald is still available, and there were cooldowns used, but not many big ones. So I think this still could be 4 from either team. Looks like CFO are going to be the ones to start it up. Rest is just pathing straight here, and Hanabi is bot with no TP. So I think the CFO will just grab this one up. Rest probably realizes that. Can start walking over to bot now that this is secured. So where will this get used? Currently, for CFO, they've only got one play, and it's in top side. Now, they might just place it top immediately, given that they've brought their bot lane up here. And that would be nice gold onto their Kai'Sa. Ana pushes Gemini out of this jungle.
Hanabi equaling out that CS now from
Yeah.
all the time Rest has spent both dead and assisting his team. But I'm sure, especially once Rest gets that first item online, the Riftmaker, it really does become an impossible task facing up against Gwen.
Hanabi's working on that Everfrost. Unless we're going to see Crown Gragas. The only thing worse. Everfrost Gragas is still good.
Yeah.
Just comes down to optimization. As we said, it's not necessary, I guess, but it would be nice for him to have a Leandries. Jimmy also will be going for that Everfrost as well. Got himself the Dragon Ball.
Dirk picked up as well as Merc Tread's formation, so he's going to have a better time at surviving any form of CC, as well as now his damage is fairly significant. Still nothing overbearing though.
No, not for the time being. Second drag's only 50 seconds away, and I wonder if Shun will reset back to bot side. He's completed the Kraken. Yeah, he is pathing out bot, so looks like CFO definitely want to continue the dragon stacking.
They've got the better timing too, because currently Kraskada still pushing out that top wave.
Yeah.
Will finally do it now and recall, but will almost certainly be late now to this dragon.
Is he just going to walk all the way down?
Yeah, and Hanabi's now walking top. He does complete his Everfrost, which is a big spike. But if a fight were to happen immediately, it feels like he is just going to have to teleport straight away. Rest doesn't have teleport. And so honestly, it feels like CFO could bait this dragon to be started off with, get the Hanabi teleport out, and then look for a lot of gold onto Gwen. Certainly an avenue I think that would benefit CFO. I think you should just be giving this one over.
That would be, I think, the best possible outcome. Kraskada hasn't spent all his gold, so he must be sitting on a lot as well. So definitely potential for CFO to play with DCG a bit, just try to soft commit to it, and allow Rest to continue to do more topside, especially with that Herald. They can just put Herald towards top, which might be Gemini's plan. And this makes it pretty hard for DCG to start up the Dragon. At the same time, they don't really have a good trade. I mean, it is just the drag, but it's going to be a lot of gold for CFO. And surely DCG realize now, the Hanabi, he's in trouble.
Explosive cast lands onto Rest, but Twilight Shroud does keep him alive from that barrel roll. And now Hanabi being looked at, it is going to be Gemini tanking up the tower. Magnastorm comes through, Jimmy is here. That's another kill onto the Zari. And with Herald tanking up the tower, it's also those plates. It's trade on the bot side there for that Ocean Dragon on the side of DCG, but certainly gold going in favor now of CFO.
Plate does get picked up in mid by Mission, so at least managed to get something, but I think you'd be pretty happy with that trade as CFO. Morgo going into the Ahri as well. I'm not sure. Jimmy's really good at the Ahri, and he is, well, even with the Everfrost, he is going to deal quite a lot of damage this game. I do wonder how much value it is actually going to find, though, because there are Merc Treads coming through already, and Xayah with Cleanse and ult isn't going to be the easiest target. So honestly, it just feels like Jimmy, and he's going to have to work hard to use this goal, put it to good effect.
Yep, absolutely. Now Shun, obviously, as we said before, has the Kraken, so will be that AD Kai'Sa. You could tell that from the lethal tempo and the runes, but more confirmation on that, as you really don't need any more AP with the Gwen and the Ahri, especially Ahri being 3-0. Picks up that Everfrost as well for herself. Noticeably, though, has the boots as well as an Amp Tome for whichever second item she opts for. Quite often the Horizon focus.
Well, I think we will see a lot of farming here for the next few minutes. There's a lot of flashes up, so it's hard for anyone to make a play, especially if you have to commit your own flash and then it'll be down for Dragon. But maybe there can be something looked at, you know, maybe some support flashes traded out. As Gemini, he's on his way bot. Lots of pings on the bot too.
There's still no Riftmaker, so for now, Hanabi should be okay up on this top side, but will quickly get out of hand, I think, as items come through for the Gwen. And I wonder if Gwen's just going to be something very notable now in the playoffs, because RJ made it look very good, and now Rest picking it twice in a row and having a fairly good time for himself. Needlework coming out as Hanabi's getting very, very low. Another one, and it is just another solo kill. 2 games in a row now. Rest picking up that 1-for-1, or 1v1, I guess.
Even without the Riftmaker as well.
Yeah.
And if that's a sign of things to come, they're not looking good for Hanabi. It feels like Hanabi has just been underperforming. I mean, he's been getting solo killed by Gwens left and right. It is a hard champ to play against, I'll give him that.
Definitely one of the harder even champs to play against. And this should be first tower, picked up by Rest on the Gwen as well, which is a huge amount of gold. Riftmaker will be completed, and we'll see what Rest opts to go for second in this game. He doesn't have to go the Morello this time, and I kind of expect, because of the fact that Hanabi is sole AP, you just go for that second item Nashes and keep him in the side lane. Oh,
I think really questionable for Hanabi. I mean, you look at the ult, and that's kind of the obvious thing, but I think in this matchup especially, and a lot of Gragas matchups, you are trading heavily around Phase Rush. So if you go forward, use Phase Rush, use Everfrost, and then continue to play aggressive, it's kind of, what are you expecting to happen? Oof, that's a lot of damage coming in from Mission. He's got that first item now. Certainly dealing. Oh, they're actually looking at Jimian.
Does dodge out, gets slowed but not stunned by the Solar Flare. And they're actually looking now onto this Rift Herald. Is going to be teleport available here for Jimian, but there is none from either top laner, so obviously Rest being in the area and is pretty strong means that this isn't a certainty, but CFO might not choose to fight. They're headed there. Rest, as well as Chelsea, actually finding a hook here onto Cascada, forces out that cleanse. Shun and Jimian here on the backside onto Hanabi, who does phase rush away. It's already 1 kill. Cascada picking up that one. Orca dodging out all these abilities from Jimian, but Shun confirming the kill onto Hanabi. Flash forward, Zenith Blade lands, but there's no one else to follow up as Rest comes over the wall and claims himself a kill. It's traded back though as Mission goes untargetable. Rest though is an absolute menace in this fight. Flash out from Jimian, and the dodge on the shock blast means that no one else will go down. Cascada is very, very low. There's one more charge here on the Spirit Rush, but at least for now, all it is a 2 for 4 in favor of CFO.
It was a long fight, but Rest came out absolutely huge. They find engage on the Cascada, but there was no follow-up. Still got cooldowns out of them, though. Had to cleanse as well as use the ult. And so much damage done by Hanabi. It was looking pretty good here for the side of DCG, but there's not many cooldowns remaining, and I think an overextension from Orca ended up costing them. They have to invest everything to go forward.
We didn't have mana for Q.
Yeah, you can see going into the waiting arms of Rest, who gets himself even more gold. And remember that this is a Gwen that I think started 0-2 and is now insanely far ahead.
Menacing. Coaching staff very happy. I would be too if I was them.
Oh.
And fights again. Non-stop battles. As
Chelsea.
it is. Yeah, Chelsea getting taken out. Cascada claiming that one. Rest also using the Needlework as Orca's very low. Jimian dodging out of everything. Hana flashing forward. Does hit Jimian back into his team, but with no steadfast presence available, Spirit Rush will get Jimian out to safety. Now Dragon is alive. There's no ult for this Ahri. There's also no ult on Gwen, so maybe with the priority DCG have, are just going to be able to pick this one up. It would be their second. Not all that important, all things considered, and there's a Rift Herald that could perhaps be looked at here if DCG were to choose to.
They're better than nothing, though. They grab this. And I think very important, actually, that they got another drag before Cascada even had his 2 items. Same with the Jace as well. Those are 2 really big spikes that will come in for DCG. So the fact that it was just a pick, but that they won a fight without those items, it's pretty big. Still, though, they're going to need to win more because I think there is a timer on this game just from how strong Rest is going to become. They don't really have great tools at dealing with him. Gwen's just one of those champs that is inherently pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah, definitely agree. Which is why she's so good as a counter pick, right? She is pretty much dealt with in the isolated 1v1, sorry. If you are able to counter pick her, she does struggle in a lot of her counter matchups. But as soon as she gets to be the counter pick and you just get a free lane for yourself and free side lanes, really becomes so difficult because you can't land any far range CC. Just gonna go invulnerable and untargetable. Even the poke from Jace won't be able to land because of the same reason. And then obviously Gragas can't fight her, does not have the amount of damage to get past that drain tanking. As it looks like Rest will be going for the Cosmic Drive this game.
Okay, wants that movement speed. Cooldowns can be pretty valuable as well, and he's got a cloth armor, so most likely will go towards the Zhonya's after that. And this Herald, I think it probably will just get used mid at some point. It's hard to break this tower. But Cascada, he's having a much better game for himself, and I think if he can get that Navori, he should have a very good chance at carrying some of these team fights. Has to deal with the CFO solo laners, though.
Recalling now, so I think he'll have that Navori, which seemingly is considerably faster than that of Shun's, which could be the item spike you need to take a fight. Now, Baron is online, and both teams will do this very, very quickly, particularly if Rest is able to be there for CFO. And obviously, Cascada at 2 items will be able to take down this objective in a rapid fashion. But I don't think that is going to be that simple. I don't think CFO are going to want to fight for the Baron, at least for now. We'll see what... Okay, so Shun does actually have the Navori.
Yeah, must have a lot of gold for himself.
I guess those assists paying dividends.
Looks like Hanabi's working on Cosmic as well.
Yeah, that does make sense, but I still think that no matter what he builds, he's going to really struggle in the side lane particularly. He should, I mean, it's hard to say because Gragas can have a lot of effectiveness in these team fights, but so can Gwen. It's really about how what angle Gwen finds to get into the fight and how you play around her. Obviously, Gragas has an easier time to play the team fights than the Gwen, I feel, a lot of the times. A lot of it comes down to how you use that Twilight Shroud and not getting caught out.
Orca trying to get aggressive here, and it's actually DCG that are putting the pressure on, even though they don't have the Herald. And we'll see if they'll answer back. They have priority on both their side lanes right now, so they can collapse mid.
They're looking, yeah, Mission's getting stunned up, knocked up, and a massive ultimate from Hana hits back those 2 tanky members of DCG, but it is ultimately going to be Shun who picks up the first kill there onto Mission. Hana not long for this world as well, as now it's just the 3 members of both Cascada, Orca, and then Hanabi, who are still alive, but it's 5 strong still for CFO. Baron can't come through just for now because Shun did go down to about 1 HP, having a recall, but teleport coming through from Jimmy, and they are going to look for this Baron. Hanabi trying to throw out these barrels to deter them, but there's going to be a lot of damage coming through even without this AD carry present, as Chelsea's still looking for a flank. We have Orca coming in, Hex flashes over the wall, and CFO aren't so sure about this. It is pretty dangerous. They're actually just looking onto Orca, who does not have flash available. And Shun is finding the damage. Is he going to be able to hit this last amount? And Orca does stay alive. And with that, the Baron does not go down. Recalls are going to come through. And DCG have held on just that bit longer.
They do. And we get a replay of this. I think Mission might have done a little bit of trolling here. He manages to survive. Another engage comes out from Chelsea, but Mission's Guardian Angel, Hana, saves him here, keeps them all off him. But he flashed onto Shun here, didn't have range for him for so long, and just ended up dying. I think could have just walked away, and honestly would have won this fight or just disengaged it. Instead, I mean, he knows he messed up, went a bit too far. Fortunately, they didn't lose the Baron for it. Now the hook goes wide, Hana taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that armor, I mean, the shield shred or whatever it's called, the shield break on Ralq is a very sort of underappreciated sort of ability. I think that's some of what makes her so powerful.
It's easy to forget about as well.
It's not something you often think about because I mean, for other champions to get access to something like that, you've got the Renekton who has to empower his W and Blitzcrank who has to use his ult. For Rel, you just Q someone and it takes off their shield. With Poppy, she gets quite an effective shield. It's very, very important in her kit. Steadfast Presence used, flash away, but it is going to be this dredge line. Depth charge connecting all on to Hana's. Needlework might just find the damage. In fact, it's eventually Shun, but he's shut down. Mission picking that one up for himself, and there is a pretty decent Magnet Storm, but Mission will confirm his double kill as there's not all that much damage coming through, at least for now. It is going to be another one. Cryscata picking up a double kill for himself as well, so both of these carries having a very good time there in that team fight, and everything used onto Hana, who then got away and survived for so long, meant that these AD carries and mid lane duos just got to really had it everything they wanted, and now it's DCG, in fact, who are looking towards the Baron.
Wolf, and look at the 80 carry damage difference in that fight. I think Shun, he got that kill, but had dashed into danger and was taken out by Mission straight after. And Cryscata, after that very poor performance in game 1, he's really hitting back in game number 2.
He certainly is. Very, very impressive work on the Xayah. For now, from Cryscata. Still, though, game is very far from over as they do pick up the Baron. We'll take a look at what happened. It really was just the starting onto Hana.
Yeah, so they go on to Hana, and I think they could have killed him. Jimmy did miss the cooldowns here onto someone who was airborne. He just slightly too late. But look at Shun. Dashes in and gets Leona ulted and taken out immediately. And now Cryscata alive with nothing left for him. Another really good Gragasol, actually, from Hanabi. Despite his issues in the laning phase, had a very good team fight. And I think it goes to show, you know, when DCG do have something that more plays towards their strengths, when they can have, you know, Mission play aggressive and a comp as well that just functions much better in the 5v5. They are finding success.
Wow. We're getting Void Staff third here on Ari up against that more. I mean, you kind of like it, right? Because if you kill this Xayah, you feel a lot better. But it does weaken the overall damage output that Ari will have in this game.
I guess just recognizing that Cryscata is such a big factor right now. And
then also Mission's
Jace,
building. Just trying to keep ahead of the curve of the map state.
Mission. He's pretty strong now, obviously, as that Thrill does, so can just look to poke. They're going to break one already. Rest is trying to recall on bot side. Hanabi wasn't able to find him. So CFO, they might try play for an engage here.
This is the inhib going down. Are they able to get out? It looks like they should be able to. Jimmy might look to cut them off. And in fact, he is coming up here. Teleport available here for Hanabi.
Yeah, they're going to
Dredge line looks, but it's onto Orca, not the target you perhaps want, but they're turning their attention now towards this. Gragas flash forward, Xenoblade lands. It's onto Jimmy in the follow-up there from the Solar Flare, but no one else can do damage. Needlework coming through in a massive Magnet Storm. Shun comes in. That's 1,000 gold picked up off of Cryscata, and Jimmy is getting reset after reset. Hanabi trying to find rest, but the healing is too much, and CFO pick up that team fight win 4-2, and it's not done yet. They're looking for Hana, who will manage to get himself away due to that ultimate, but it's a massive win and so much gold onto CFO.
That was a huge pickup, and also they managed to defuse the remainder of this Baron. Didn't have long on it, and they have lost their top inhibs, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows, but you're very happy with that fight win. Get a replay of it, and I think so much of this was from Orca trying to find Jimmy, and it's not easy to engage onto an Ari, and ended up being way too far up. You'll see here, he connects the flash, but he's too far in, and it's really hard to follow up, and now they funnel all into this choke, allow all that AoE from Gwen, from Ari, and of course that Magnet Storm to come through. I think Shun there got that 1k onto Cryscata. That's going to be absolutely massive. And you thought maybe that Hanabi could clean up at the end, but just doesn't have enough damage. So it still feels like this game, the gold after all this is relatively close. The Dragons are even. It is that inhib that's open in the top side, but I think so many items now coming through for CFO.
And Dragon and Baron spawn at the same time. They're looking on Orca though. Charm lands, there is a stun. Everfrost as well, and Orca is just stuck here. Magnet Storm keeps him there as well. And this is a very, very dead Leona. Rest taking that one for himself now on a killing spree. Ultimately, though, shouldn't be too much found off of this. It is just more gold. Also, no summoners were used in that play, and so everything should be mostly up, maybe barring the flash on Mission from last fight, ahead of this Baron spawn. Now, it is only 20 seconds difference between Baron and Dragon, so there certainly is enough time if you start Dragon on spawn to pick it up and go towards the Baron, but also maybe it's too hard to do that and we will just see teams fighting over the Baron and leaving the Dragon to be.
Could be. I wouldn't even be surprised as well because CFO do have to deal with this top wave. Jimmy, he wants to clear this bot wave out, but is not able to. Yeah, a lot of damage comes through from Mission. Obviously, no armor to speak of for Jimmy.
I think all eyes really on these 280 carries ahead of the next fight. Should importantly picking up that shutdown and doing enough damage to ensure Cascada goes down in the last fight. But it has been the last 2 fights. He's ulted in and been killed pretty much immediately. It was just important he picked up that kill before dying last fight. Obviously, the fight before, he did like 100 damage. I think if he can find a nice ult, if Cascada can kite well, really, we are entering that stage of the game where we can just see a massive pop-off from either of these 80 carries. And it can just be sort of the game won there. I want to note, too, some of the longest and most entertaining games in the PCS have been either one of these 280 carries up against Wako. I mean, some of those late games, and they've lost both times, so now they get to go up against each other. Hanabi, though, might just be looked at here. Explosive cast comes out. Are they going to be able to follow up on it? He is slowed up there, and Rest does manage to get back into the play. He's going forward. Body slam lands. Rest is going to be grounded. There's so much damage coming from Mission, but it's dodged out by Rest, and Mission goes untargetable. Shun trying to find the damage. He goes in. He manages to trade one. Hana now, look at his shooting, fails his flash, and with that, your 80 carry now is dead, and Jimmy's going to have to run away. It's only 2 alive as 4 members of DCG are headed towards this base. Rest is going to have to heal up. Needlework almost up, and Jimmy, he hasn't died yet this game. He's played fantastically on the Ari, but he has so much to do here.
Yeah, they have to somehow defend this. Rest is doing his best to clear the way.
Needlework comes up, but he's stunned up, and he's going to get taken down. Cascada picking up that one, and Jimmy returning to his base. Respawns are coming through. It's Chelsea, it's Gemini, and Jimmy has just used his ultimate. It looks like they've done enough, as in fact they're continuing forward. Gemini is going to dismount there backwards. And at least for now, CFO remain to be alive. And in fact, respawns coming through means even this Baron might be able to be defended in him respawning too.
And what a crazy game here. Both teams, the only thing they know how to do is fight. And they just keep doing it now. This Baron, I don't think it can be looked at just yet. Gotta wait for DCG to get back on the map. Will they be found here? They will.
Cascada will be, but maybe it's Gemini that was found, as he's going to have to demount again, running backwards. Chelsea quite low still, and I'm not sure what CFO's play here is, but it feels like Jimmian is doing some heroics to keep his team in this game. We'll get a look at his score soon, but he is yet to die, despite the fact there has been 34 kills.
He has some Magi's as well. Oof, a lot of damage coming through there.
This Jake
CFO, they're being forced away from this Baron.
Yep.
Now, the top inhib has respawned, which is pretty big. But if DCG land any more poke, they could just start up the Baron. And in fact, they might do just that.
They have.
They're going to force
Chelsea
CFO to come to them.
Starting his recall channel, but certainly can't. Void Seeker gives vision, Magnet Storm, but it's grounded! Shun has gone in! He's being grounded, and Hanabi's looking for him! He's offloading as much damage as possible, but it's not enough! Rest goes invulnerable. He's trying to do the damage, and he's doing a lot, but it's not enough. Oh my God, so much is happening. None of it's particularly good coming out of CFO, but everything is fantastic from DCG. And importantly, there are no teleports available. They're trying to get into that base. Jimmian remains alive, is getting chased down by Hana though, as it looks like maybe DCG can look for an end. There are recall timers coming out. Jimmian will get over the wall. He's looking, but it's Hana. Will stop it. Jimmian might just be going down for the first time this game. He does stay alive. Inhib goes down. It is the support and the jungler left alive, but Hana stopping that base. It is going to be DCG after a thrilling 32 minutes of absolute catastrophes, picking up the win.
And this is what I expected from this series.
Yes.
Just a clown fiesta non-stop, and I am absolutely here for it. But let me just ask you, what is going on with these 280 carries and Kai'Sa? Because 2 games back to back, I have watched so many just suicidal Kai'Sa ults diving straight into the enemy team just to die immediately after. You've got to wonder, but I'm glad Chris Carter bounced back this game. I was a bit worried for him, after his performance in game 1, but looked damn good in game 2.
Yeah, I think that was a very impressive performance really out of Chris Carter. I think honestly, he was pretty much at the right position the whole time. He only went down once, and it also was a pretty big trade. It was ultimately that fight that was picked up by CFO, but ultimately, Chris Carter, massive rebound there. And I think the team comp, when they've drafted a multiple amount of damage, looks pretty good. I want to say, still question marks over Hanabi and his laning. He had pretty fantastic team fighting, and as an explosive cast, we're finding huge value. But I don't think you can afford to get that far behind the Gwen anymore. And maybe it's even something that you now look to ban, because it seems like Rest just has Hanabi's number when it comes to that top 1v1.
Could be. Yeah, I think it's a place you can afford to put a ban in second phase, because I think second phase bans, a lot of the time they are pretty misused, honestly. So maybe we'll see some better bans around there. But honestly, I think that just game of throws non-stop. I think there was a lot of times where either team could have had a relatively easy victory if they had played it well from then on out. And I really think it is just going to get more and more chaotic as the series goes on and teams get more desperate. And I think this very well could be our first PCS series in Split 2 that goes to Game 5, because it is just 2 teams that they very much struggle with closing out the game. And when you have 2 of those teams up against each other, you're just going to have non-stop fights all game long.
Yeah, absolutely. I think importantly in this one, I want to say that it certainly should be Chris Carter picking up MVP. I think you'll agree with me on that one, because him and Jimmian were the only 2 members of this game that looked like they were consistently playing like they should be in the game. Because, I mean, Shun had disaster fight after disaster fight, and Mission got caught out a couple times as well. Obviously, Hanabi up in the top lane 1v1, and Rest also falling down 0-2 at the start of the game. It really looked like Chris Carter played this from start to finish about as well as you could ever hope your AD carry to. And Jimmian, man, I feel so heartbroken for him, because that guy tried so hard to put his team on his back, but he was Ahri, and Ahri is more of a utility mage these days than a damage mage, and really just couldn't do the damage. It was really up to Rest and Shun to do it, and I think Rest was doing fine in the team fights. It really was just you were lacking an AD carry, because Shun was ulting in and dying immediately every single fight.
For sure, and I think they could have been comfortable just playing a front to back with how fed they were. Obviously, you're kind of expecting to ult forward and find something as Kai'Sa at some point, but you really do need to wait for quite a lot of cooldowns to be used. And I think, Hana, I think he also played really well here on the Poppy, and he was a big reason why Shun had so much difficulty in those fights. So credit to him on the Poppy, and I think it's good as well for him, because we don't, I guess, see him as a 2-trick, but he's so good on Maokai and Sedge that when you think of Hana, you're thinking of those 2 champs, and of course, they are going to get banned away from him a lot of the time. So the fact that he still has options that he can perform on is really good, and I am glad that they prioritized that, because they almost picked the top laner, I think it was.
Yeah, they were. What were they even hovering?
I can't remember. It was Rumble, I think.
It was Rumble, yeah.
But I'm glad they picked the Poppy, because I think if that had been banned, it would have been difficult for Hana to pick in the 4-5.
Yep, definitely. And I think he made it work, obviously, that last team fight, putting up a steadfast presence and catching Shun and that killer instinct. I mean, it's very hard to react to that. And half the time, it might have just been Shun using his ult at the wrong time. I'm not sure. We'd have to get a replay to really see exactly how that occurred. But it was ultimately him finding that ground. And then what can you do as the Kai'Sa when you've just used your ult, you're grounded, you can't even flash, and you've just got everyone around you. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Pretty disaster. And we'll take a look here. I don't know which fight this was. There were like 13,000 fights.
Yeah, this was the one they found Chris Carter nice and early, but there was no follow-up for it. And I think in this one, yeah, a lot of damage initially found by Hanabi. Things were looking good for DCG. There was an overextension from Orca that ended up costing them. Didn't have mana for that Q. And I'm not sure if Mission had the cooldowns ready just yet, because he didn't obviously QE until now, and then was forced to flash in to clean it up. Could have walked out. He had his phase rush, but he decides to commit back in, which I think was a mistake. Did not have a lot of cooldowns left available, and ultimately wasn't able to deal with Rest and Jimmy in there. The CFO solo laners who, for a lot of the game, put it on their back. And here was another fight. This time, I believe it was they found Hana, and they almost took him out. We'll see. They followed him over the wall here. Jimmy was here slightly too late. Almost got the charm. Did not quite get him. They could have taken out Hana. Because they didn't, that ult coming through means that this fight was going to be a lot closer. And Shun, he dives in to get that kill. Stunned up immediately by the ult and Q by Orca. And Mission just able to gobble him up straight after. So it's weird, because it feels like the only thing these teams want to do is team fight, but neither of them have the cleanest team fighting. So it just ends up, neither team really ends up with a huge edge after it, and they just keep going.
Look at the gold graph, man. What a roller coaster.
It really was.
Damage, though, it was Rest putting out the most. I think you saw that in those fights. He was really the only one that was doing damage, consistent damage in those fights, simply because Shun was dead for the vast majority of it. Jimmy and obviously having about as good of a game on that Ari as you could ever probably ask for. I mean, the fact he put out almost as much damage as the Jace as Ari is pretty incredible. And it feels pretty sad for him to have lost. I think there were many times where the rest of his team deserved it. But I think that was one of the most consistently good games of Ari we've seen. And for it to be a loss feels pretty bad. And I mean, as DCG, it feels pretty good because if you're able to go up against Jimmy and when he's playing so well and pick up the win, you feel pretty confident about the rest of the series.
It is Hana, actually, who gets the MVP, and I do respect him. I think while Chris Carter bounced back really nicely, it was Hana who just had so many good ults and made Shun's life so difficult. I guess Shun made his own life difficult, but yeah, it was really good on the Poppy, and Hana's been just consistently 1v9ing.
I think this is where he gets Shun, yeah. I'm sure this is. I want to see what happens between Shun ult and Hana.
Yeah, I guess CFO felt the need to go forward. Let's see.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. He tried to
You're
dive.
right next to Leona and Poppy now. Uh-oh.
Yep, taken out in rather short order here. And it's rough, because I think, especially getting the 1K as Kai'Sa, you're expecting to carry the game after that. And to just be misexecuting fights like that, it's not good enough, unfortunately.
Even that random flash. Like, he was no way near the wall, by the way, so he was never making that flash. Then
Little
the blast cone to finish off.
It happens sometimes.
It does.
It was just the cherry on top to an already crazy game, though.
I wonder if Jimmy could have backed. He was like finishing that minion wave there. As again, we saw this one just before. The steadfast presence, really annoying.
I
if
think
he doesn't
Hana
have,
should have died.
Yeah, maybe. I think if he doesn't use that steadfast presence too, the ult comes through immediately. He doesn't get over the wall and it becomes a whole lot easier. But he does get it off and...
Yeah, because of that, the fight ended up changing in a big way.
Yeah.
And as I was going to say before, I think Hana has been the best performing member of DCG throughout the playoffs so far, which is, I think, you wouldn't say he was not good in the regular season, but he was definitely, that impact he was having was a bit harder to see because you look towards Mission as the guy who's doing the damage. But Hana so often has been so good for his team.
Yeah, again, as you kind of touched on, it's not really Hana the guy that carries the team, but he's been so consistent and he's been finding so many opportunities for their side and then allowing Mission to be the carry. We'll see if they can keep it up, though, because we do now have a tied-up series, 1-1, DCG taking game number 2. Once we're back, we'll be getting into game number 3 here between DCG and CFO.
好想吃花雕鸡面呢，可是还在加班。阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
三杯鸡？
现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！
重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello everybody and welcome back here ahead of game number 3 between CFO and DCG. Of course, coverage brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live and our sponsor TTL brand Ramen. Now, ahead of this one thing we didn't really touch on in the post game that I think is valuable to say is that pretty much the whole season, Shun has been the most consistent member of CFO, and the fact that last game he felt like he was the one making the biggest missteps is, I think, cause for concern, because this guy, even when they were doing pretty poorly as a team, was remaining to be that consistent threat and doing well. And I think showing early jitters in the series might not be a good sign.
I can kind of agree with that, but I also think his Game 1 Varus performance was one of the best Varus performances we've ever seen in the PCS, so I'm not really ready to be worried about Shun's performance just yet. I think you get one pass at a bad game here, and, you know, the Kai'Sa, I think it's a while it's an incredibly strong champion on the patch, mainly it's the AP build, and it's incredibly easy to get wrong as well. You know, if you do go AD and you do dive in, right, you're going to get taken out at the wrong time a lot of the time. So I'm not too worried, but let's see. CFO, now they have the blue side here, and they're going to get their choice of first pick. I wonder if they're going to prioritize that Jace as well.
I think so. I
would expect to.
Jimmy has looked very good on the Jace, and I believe he still maintains a 100% win rate in the summer split because he didn't play it on their big losing streak, and he played it against Frank, I believe, and picked up the win. So I would suspect that they are going to take away that Jace if it is left open. I almost just suspect maybe it's just going to be banned. Tristana, Jace, they are actually banning it. Okay.
Tristana and Jace banned.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
Will be LeBlanc coming through from DCG next.
This means, though, that they can take away the Maokai if they want it.
Yeah?
Because previously they have been unwilling to give that to Hana. But obviously they can pick it up. Now, it's not as powerful, I think, with 80 champs off the board. That being said, Jimmy did play Yone earlier, so clearly they're willing to play something a little different, as there's the LeBlanc ban that we've seen.
Yeah, and will we see
forever.
Sejuani and Maokai banned next? I think that's the main question.
Yeah, I think that you almost might want to just leave them both up and take them Maokai, because it doesn't seem like DCG use Sedge to the same level as other teams. Because there's not as good pairings in the top lane with what Hanabi prioritizes, and Mission isn't willing to play, you know, any of those melee champs. Plus, again, Sedge drops the MR value, or increases the MR value, I guess, for the other team. So Maokai is the ban, yeah. And do we think it'll be mashed by Sedge here? Because CFO can take the Sedge and then pair it with the Yone again if they want it. Obviously, Kai'Sa is up too, so they have to make a choice.
And Rest has played more Renekton than any other champ, so there is a lot of strong pairings. It really is. Okay, Xayah.
That's interesting. I wonder, yeah, no, that's really interesting.
As would an Orianna first pick. I don't think this should happen.
I guess this is just trying to allow them to take Kai'Sa without the Xayah answer and forcing CFO to choose between, say, Sedge and Kai'Sa. But actually,
wow, I didn't even realize. Yeah, okay.
So they take it away.
Oh, there are concerns.
Okay, interesting, because Azir, I think, doesn't do that well into the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think this was just you had to. Because of how the bans went, you can't let Mission get Azir. It feels like if Mission gets Azir, that is WinCon #1 for DCG. And so now you've been forced pretty much to take it, and it can be answered by Sejuani and the Kai'Sa now. So DCG, at least early stage of this draft, I really like what they can do. But
I wonder,
can they put a AD mid laner with it? Because
yeah, I'm not sure they will be able to. They're going to take the Sedge. I almost feel like Poppy might be better, just because Poppy works really well with Azir. And again, it does do pretty well into what DCG have shown. And of course, they... will they go the Vi?
The Gemini Vi.
I think the Poppy is better. But
I like Gemini's Vi better. The nameplate's on. We can just take the Rao. But we haven't seen Gemini's Vi in a long time. And I think it is his best pick. And it has consistently looked like his best pick. But it looks like it might just be that Poppy. Could still be a flex, but almost certainly will be the Jungler.
Okay, so what do you take with it? I mean, the Rel is the power pick, but also maybe you want to take ADC into Kai'Sa before they get banned out. I guess Shun is one of the more comfortable ADCs at dropping and playing something weird, so just taking the Rel for the power pick, I think, is a good idea. That sets them up for a really strong 4-5. I mean, you can just have something even like a Rumble come in. I don't think Azir can be solo AP, but he doesn't have to be solo AP. Yeah. Especially not if you have a strong AD carry. So DCG, what do you look for now? I don't think it's super easy to pick because Mission, I mean, there are a lot of mages that do decent into Azir, but there's not many mages that do amazing into Azir. It looks like that Renekton with the Sedge could be picked up, and now they have the opportunity to ban away some of those tops.
And notably with this Renekton Sejuani pairing, you can actually opt into AP Kai'Sa a little bit easier because even though they had the Aatrox last time, it's a little bit harder, at least in the earlier stages of the game, for Aatrox to access as much damage, especially physical damage, as the Renekton does. Obviously, as well, I think Poppy much prefers to build armor than she does magic resist.
Sure, yeah. Zarya's that ban. So I guess it can be difficult, I think, to ban out tops as well, because you can put Poppy top versus Renekton in the worst case. Now, what will this be answered with? Because I think mid bans is an obvious place. There's a lot of... So they banned the Talia.
Makes sense. We saw this matchup before.
I like the Talia ban. I think it works well with the Renekton, obviously, and does decently into the Azir. Question now, I mean, do you ban the Ori or the Syndra, maybe? I think banning the...
Well, I almost wonder if this is allowing Mission to get Victor, because last split, every single game, Victor Azir was banned against Mission, because back then you could pick that Victor in the mid lane. And right now, I don't think there's all that much threat on a Victor. Obviously, Poppy does have some. Level 6 there is.
I don't know. There's a Poppy rel. I don't think it's that easy to play Victor, but at the same time, whatever Mission's going to play here is going to be a mobile. So I don't think Victor is really any worse than any of the other champs. So I would expect them just to pick up their mid laner here. Feels like Syndra Ori. Could go Ahri, but I wouldn't really like it for Mission. They lock in the Syndra. It does do very well against the Azir in the laning phase. Have to be careful at 6. But if you can manage to disengage from him, trying to ult you in, or just spacing correctly, I think it's a pretty good matchup.
Are we going to see Shun Varus round 2?
I'm down for it again. I think that they do have the DPS for it to work. I do think, though, that it's a bit harder against what's been shown so far. Vayne would be interesting, because I think, very good against Sedge Renekton, obviously. I do wonder about the Vayne versus Syndra. It feels pretty hard. Now, I guess there's a lot of threat onto Syndra, so it's not easy for her to access the Vayne. I think if CFO play out their comp well, it looks pretty disgusting. I mean, they have just the strongest backline and then 3 giant tanks in front of it.
Yeah, if this game somehow reaches 40 minutes, the amount of damage that Azir Vayne does is pretty ridiculous. Now, Zyra. Honestly, against what is showing, I don't hate it because it will pressure the Vayne a lot in the lane. And I think if Vayne isn't even, it's going to be very hard for her to play because it's probably going to be AD Kai'Sa this game just simply because there is so much AP.
Yeah.
But the Zyra means that even though it's the AP...
Wow.
Okay, it is. I think this was smart. I think seeing the Vayne and picking something like the Zyra makes lane very, very punishing for Shun. And admittedly, there is a lot of kill threat onto this Kai'Sa and the Zyra. If you are able to, similar to the mid lane really, if you're able to space correctly, it's pretty impossible for this Vayne to play the lane out.
Yeah. And Zyra's a champ that we haven't seen in a very long time, but it's extremely strong in lane. And the main reason you don't see Zyra played more is because it's a champ that is very prone to dying in a meta where you often need a tank to be face-checking bushes for you and starting off engages. But this game, I mean, I think of Zyra somewhat similarly to Brand, where you can die a lot and still put out a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world if you die in fights, as long as you're getting your cooldowns off, setting your plants up. And I do think it's a kind of underrated champ, honestly. I think there's sometimes, maybe when like blind pick Brahms and stuff are coming through, obviously it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
When like a Zyra counterpick could be good. And I think this game, it's going to be tough for the Zyra to survive, but if they play it really well, it could be good. I still feel like the CFO comp is just so solid and so standard that they should feel favored, I think. But DCG, if they were to play it perfectly, I think they would win because they do have the ability to snowball. It's just very hard to execute this comp.
Yeah, I would say I kind of agree. I don't think the CFO comp's that standard in the fact they have a Vayne. I think that changes the team composition a lot because Shun likely will go static Shiv, but you pretty much lose mid-prio, the mid-wave prio the whole game when you have a Vayne because it can't access the wave as easily as a Kai'Sa can, and obviously does not have the pushing power a Kai'Sa does. And so that's one thing that can be a concern. I also think, similar to sort of a lot of the tank champions in team fights, if Zyra gets all of her abilities off and dies, she pretty much has done her job anyway, so it doesn't even feel that bad to have died. Obviously, if you get more off, more rotations is better. Has the Guardian this game, so a little bit less lane pressure, but more survivability.
Has Nimbus and Scorch as the secondaries, though. So we'll at least have a little bit of poke, but the Nimbus is one that's a bit surprising. I guess maybe she just doesn't need mana for ban. I mean, I haven't played Zyra since
I don't think
Season
supports
5.
need it because of the
item.
support items, yeah.
Yeah.
You just get so much mana back from those support items.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, we'll be looking heavily towards the bot lane. And also in the mid lane as well, because this is a very difficult matchup for Jimmy and early. You basically have to rush out the Merc Treads, which again, good versus both Syndra, the Sedge, and the Renekton, maybe even the Zyra. It's just a really good item this game, but you do have to get them ASAP because the early lane is pretty difficult, especially up against Mission.
Definitely. And now top lane, we didn't really talk about it, but it is just going to be that Cassante versus Renekton, which we've seen so many times. Likely to be Cassante just going for that Bramble Vest, unfortunately. Oh.
I hope we just watch bot lane for a while.
Yeah. Oh,
first E-miss. That's a bad sign.
Maybe tunnel visioning on making sure the plant came up, but misses the ability itself.
Do we think there's any chance that Gemini does an early gank onto bot?
Oh,
because we've seen some poppies do some crazy stuff. Yeah, I think he might. He might just do red to bot.
Looks like he is on the way. Level 2.
They did ward it out, though.
Yeah,
and I think they'll have time to respond. Got a big creep wave as well.
And
they should be
level
fine.
2.
Yeah. Nice damage does come through here. Walker's going to go place a deeper ward, which again, I like. I think they're very aware of the possibility of this happening. Actually, he doesn't have a ward. He just placed a plant, I think, a sapling. Is that what they're called? What are they even called? Seedlings?
Seedlings, I think, yeah.
Place the seedling in the bush. They have Hana around for counter gank, so I think very clear what CFO want to do here.
Oh, they don't spot him out.
Oh, yeah, nice. There was a missing ping, though, so they're at least possibly aware. Now, maybe looking mid is Gemini.
Yeah, Mission's very far up, does use that stun as Gemini comes in. Phase Rush procced, and Mission very, very low. So while maybe Syndra favored in the 1v1 even, certainly isn't favored in the 2v1 and might have to just recall and commit that teleport very, very early on.
Yeah, we'll just go for that reset. And that's rough because you're expecting to be getting favorable vases versus the Azir, but I guess he just didn't have a ward on the river, and CFO's bot lane taking a lot of punishment under this tower, but importantly, are staying even in CS.
Thoughts on Syndra DMAT?
I think it's good versus Azir, because Azir, if you're rushing Merc Treads, has a lot of trouble dealing with the waves. So at some point, Azir gets long enough range that you can't really poke him anymore, but then you can just attack the wave instead. So I really like it. I'm not sure if he took it because of this matchup specifically, but I know there are some Syndras that do just take it versus Azir specifically.
Okay. Now, Hana in the waiting wings. It's Mission who is landing a lot, even landing that stun, but not willing to walk forward. Not sure on where Gemini could be, but huge amount of damage coming out there from this Syndra. Even going on a little bit of a hunt. But Jimmy has walked back there to his own jungle to make sure he is nice and safe.
See what Jimmy grabs here on his first base. Looks like it's going to be the magic resist. Feels like it's an obvious choice to go towards those mercs, but I wonder if the boots might have been better. You know, boots refillable. Because it feels like the movement speed is the difference maker against Syndra if you can just dodge the skill shots rather than tanking them up.
Nice dodge out by Orca there.
I wonder, Gemini, he might look mid again.
Oh, he's gonna... No, okay, he's looking for an invade. He's probably gonna pick himself up a romp if he continued on, but...
I think he will be found here.
Yeah, Hana might just spot him out.
Just barely.
Well, Hana wasn't spotted, though, as he did see him whilst in the bush. So they know now that this Poppy is not going to be on the map for at least 20 more seconds, and you're kind of seeing the damage down bot already. It's a 10 CS lead. Obviously, a little bit of that is in the stacked lane, but early on, CS favoring Cascada on this Kai'Sa. Oh, tumbles on into that Void Seeker, unfortunately.
Nice little trade. Now, what do you think Zyra will build? Because I think the normal build is to go Rylai's and then Liandry's. I know in the past, sometimes Zyra would do full Magic Pen builds. If you remember back when Haunting Guys gave 15 Magic Pen, she'd go Sork's Haunting Guys, and then I guess Rylai's after that. Can't quite remember, but I would expect Rylai's first item to come out.
I'm not sure. I've only ever really experienced Zyra recently in solo queue, and they all seem to go Liandry's first, but...
Okay. We'll see.
Who knows? Okay. Well, that means it's not going to be Liandry's first.
Yeah, it probably will be that Rylai. Jimmy,
with the runes, maybe she's not even looking for straight AP.
I think she will. I don't think you can
so
build
too.
Zyra any other way.
Yeah, I agree, but you never know. We've seen some topsy-turvy builds in the past.
Hana, he's going to walk into Gemini here.
I think he should be okay. Feels like Mission's got too much control over the lane.
Yeah. Jimmy has got those tier 2 boots now, though. So we'll be able to survive his 1v1 a lot better. That's an important turning point, I think, in the matchup of being bullied to now you can stabilize. Okay, on to bot lane now. Ward placed there by Cascada and pinged out as well. So now they have a lot of setup in this bot side. Actually, that's not a pink, that's a plant. But they do have a lot of setup around here, so they can continue to pressure. And they are starting to build up a small CS lead. Nothing to write home about just yet, but it will be substantial if they're allowed to continue pressuring. Looks like for now, they will use this bot prio in order to start up the Dragon. So a nice pickup for DCG. Admittedly, Mission, need to be careful. Takes a bit of damage, but it's fine.
This guy wanted to be more aggressive in lane, remember?
That's what he's doing. So they pick this up, and early enough that they can just cross over to the Herald if they so choose. And with the Renekton, you think it should just go their way anyway.
Definitely.
But importantly, CFO, they can trade onto bot side. It's very hard for a Kai'Sa Zyra to defend a dive. And if there's any chance for Gemini to just come down here and trade, I think they pretty much guarantee a kill onto Orca.
Hanabi having a much better time for himself in this matchup, as to be expected. Which could be a key for DCG going forward. We'll have to see how the game really pans out, of course. But Renekton, for the time being, seems like he's the most rich member of the Rift.
Yep. And Gemini, he's around bot, so definitely not going to be at Herald in any reasonable amount of time. There is a big wave stacked up here. Importantly, Shalcy is not here just yet, so maybe there is no potential for a dive. Nope, Shalcy pathing up, actually. But don't think there's any chance to contest this, so it looks like it will just be Herald with no trade, although they stay on the map, does Jimmy. So they want to fight this, I think, but this should be a landslide victory for DCG in my mind. I don't see how they can contest this Herald. They're going to try, though, and I think it is a mistake.
Yeah, looking to contest. Orca only level 5, as is Shalcy. Pretty important, especially, I think, for this Zyra. Level 6, a big spike. But Herald getting very low, and Glacial Prison should confirm they pick it up. In fact, it does.
They're looking for Shalcy as
they
well.
Are.
Someone
Permafrost.
needs to pick that up.
Yeah, was it taken by CFO?
No.
Okay, no, Hanabi's going to go gobble himself up that. And Hana looking for this blue, but should be pressured off it. Orca's still in the area, still level 5. Oh, they do. They managed to bully CFO and Gemini specifically out of his own jungle. Pick themselves up this blue. It will be a plate going over to Mission as well. Although Emperor's Divide comes out, he may just be getting punished. There's no more minions. Mission's looking for the trade, but the stun does not land, and Jimmy gets away with murder there.
Yep. I'm a little surprised that CFO decided to match DCG around that Herald, because it feels like you have a very easy dive onto bot side, and I really don't think there's any way you're going to win a Herald fight up against a Renekton and a Syndra. You know, you've got an Azir with Merc Treads and a Cassante with Bramble. How do you expect to win that Herald fight? I really think it would have been better if they had just traded on bot side. And Vestian, I've got some bad news. Mission once again is going for the Ludens against Poppy Cassante Rel.
Yeah, that's because he wants to one-shot the Cassante.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy, I'm telling you. He does not have Liandry's in his shop. There's no other way to explain this.
Yeah, especially when he's got a Zyra on his team as well. There's going to be a lot of magic resist, I would imagine, built. I mean, yeah, 3 Merc Treads already. And how he's sprinting down bot.
Percentage chance of Shadow Flame coming out second still.
Oh, I feel like it's disgustingly high. Oh, Hanabi takes a bit of damage. And Hanabi does need to be careful because he's the one with the Rift Herald. Does not have Dominus just yet. It's up very, very soon.
If Rest lands this, the Tofo strikes, maybe can look for an all-out. Would still be dangerous, of course, shredding so much health against a Renekton.
Some nice trades coming out there. And Hanabi, I think he probably should just herald his own lane at some point. I think it's going to be pretty hard to use it elsewhere.
We're kind of curious that they put so much priority into invading that blue that it didn't just give the herald to Hana, who could choose which lane to use it in. Especially considering Syndra's already picked herself up a plate. Would find huge value going into mid. Oh, okay.
Gemini found.
Yeah, Gemini will be fined. Not going to be locked up there, though, and manages with the phase rush to scoot on out. Very, very speedy Poppy indeed.
Now, there is potential for Hanabi to just path out mid and drop the Herald here, and I think that... Ooh, he was thinking about it, I think. Ultimately decides not to. He's a greedy boy, wants to take it back to the top side. Full Gore Drinker up against a full Thornmail now on top side. And Orca, he's got some magic resist, so I think that is going to be Mercs from him. But it feels like a weird Mercs game. I'm not sure that Mercs find any value, actually.
Very minimal amount.
Yeah. It feels really strange. I'm not sure why he's going for them. Maybe Sorks aren't as valuable this game, but surely then you can just go the CDR boots.
Also, there is no way this is going to be an AP Zyra anymore.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's a cloth armor too.
Yeah.
What is he building?
Let him cook.
I don't want to.
What could this be? I mean, obviously there's weird things like...
Yeah, well, it might just be he's building boots and something, but I really wonder why he has this, right? Like, I feel like if you are going to build like this, there are much better champions. So, I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. But I feel like this is a very good game, even, for a Leandri Zyra. There's a lot of damage that you will deal up against the beefy frontline that CFO have. And again, I don't think you're worried about dying. You can very easily die every fight as Zyra and still top damage.
Yeah. Which is, of course, the most important stat.
Yep. That's right. Now, a lot of members around mid. It's going to be difficult for Jimmy to engage on the mission with people waiting in the wings. Stun was used, though. Will now just walk away. And with that mid and bot priority, maybe they can look for something onto Shun, but Kriskata had walked up, so forfeit that bot prior for now. And DCG will have to be careful because it's Shun's turn to move. They find Mission.
Yeah, Mission being caught out here. He's just going to go down. Unfortunately, it will be Xiaosi who picks that one up with the Ignite, but still important getting Mission off the map as he makes his way towards one of the most horrendous Luden games you've ever seen.
I wonder how he got caught there. I think maybe just extended a bit too far into the jungle. It is difficult because Kriskata had come up, and I'm not sure if Kriskata did need to come up to force that mid-prio. Probably should have just stayed in bot. It's always going to be hard to prio against a Shiv at any stage, but maybe he could have forced him off.
Do you remember way back in the day? We'll get to find out. Hold up.
Okay.
I'll come back to that, but...
I see. So, admittedly, nice flank found there, and not much Mission can do in that situation. Feels like this happens to him very often. It is just part of the tax of playing in a mobile control mage.
Oh, the full Thornmail!
Yeah.
There are some disasters on the Rift. Now, as I was going to say, pretty unimportant, but do you remember way back when Zyra's passive was possibly an argument for one of the most useless passives in the game?
It was just like she
had like
someone.
A 200 damage skill shot.
Yeah. I remember that. What even is it now?
It's her plants, her seedlings spawning.
Oh, okay.
Because they never used to spawn. You had to place all of them.
Well, that's an upgrade.
I think it was an argument for one of the most useless passives in League of Legends. Because it's not like the COG one that scaled up. It just pretty much did a flat like 200 damage. It was like, wow. Awesome. Everything all considered though, back to the game of course. I think you can feel pretty happy as CFO, current state of things. I think Vayne being able to just scale up freely feels pretty good. Jimmy, though, being looked at, Kriskata might be able to pick this one up for himself. Emperor's Divide used, but it's Hana who's tanking up the tower. So Kriskata nice and safe. Able to collect himself a kill, and after last game, you have to feel pretty good about that.
For sure. Now, as you were saying, I think both teams are relatively happy with where they are. If you are the side of CFO, you're scaling up nicely on your mid and AD. And if you're the side of DCG, you've got those two dragons for yourself, so you can threaten that later in the game. Now, Herald is being looked at. Cruscata is bot, though. Nice damage.
Yeah.
That's the Ludens.
The problem is, right, is that you pretty much have to capitalize on this Dragon's Soul if you are the side of DCG, because Mission is building entirely to be a 2-item spike, and then he just falls off.
Well, we haven't seen him start to build Shadow Flame yet. Maybe he goes towards Void or Rabadon second, and then it's fixable.
I still think... I mean, like, when 3 items come through, you're just not doing any damage. I think regardless. Unless you're onto Shun or
If you
Jimmy.
have Void and Rabadons, you'll be fine.
Jimmy on the other side, though, he's a savant. He's got himself the Leandris.
Yeah, I like his build. Now, something that CFO can do if they want is they can actually put Vayne in the side lane and have Azir play mid. It's something you used to see in LCK. I remember when Zoe was meta, Zoe would stay mid the entire game, and you'd send an ADC like Kai'Sa or Vayne to the side lane and just have them be the one farming, because it's very difficult to side lane. Now, obviously, Azir can side lane a lot better than Zoe can, but they have options, really, with their lane assignments. So later on, you know, maybe if a lot of MR does come through or something, they can send Vayne to match instead.
Yep. Definitely worth noting.
It is the... What's it called? Picked up by Zyra? The Radiant?
Radiant Virtue.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's weird.
I wonder where he goes from here.
I don't know. Maybe back to Champ Select and select Alistair.
That's a good idea.
It feels really weird. I mean, early pressure feels like it was negated, considering the fact that Shun's in fact up slightly. And so what is the Zyra for? I mean, the team fighting, it does have nice team fighting. Chelsea goes forward, he pulls the trigger, but he's going to be one going down first. Cruscata picking that one. Not enough follow-up on his engage. Going to find that route here onto Rest, who goes unstoppable. Misses the Natofu strike. Stun coming through from Mission, but not a whole lot of damage as it was onto a tank.
Yeah. And Zyra actually found a fair amount of damage in that fight. Hit 700, so not the worst. TP comes through, though, and this is a very important drag for the side of DCG. It's their third.
And there's no way that Chelsea can be here, so it is just going to be a 4v5 at best, as Chelsea slowly making his way to the play.
I feel like Gemini almost has to try steal this. Resetting it is a big deal. That buys time for Chelsea to possibly get here.
Orca getting pretty low, but nice stun by Mission. It is going to be Jimmy going forward. Flash, he finds 2, he finds 3, in fact. And Gemini finding massive value there out of the Poppy. Rest getting low as he is in the all-out state, and the killer instinct coming through from Kai'Sa secures that kill. It's a triple kill to a double kill here between the two AD carries, as Chelsea did manage to make it to the play, and Gemini stole the Dragon.
A game of inches there, but the Dragon going over to CFO will buy them a lot more time for this Azir Vayne to scale up. Chelsea, he's maybe looking for something a little more, but I don't think he'll find it. I really hope we do get a look back at that, because I think that was a fight that, you know, DCG probably should have won harder, given the control they had over it already. Let's see. I think the Dragon, the reset went really bad. They get a lot of poke here, but Jimmy goes in, he gets the double flash, matches it with a flash of his own. Hanabi really critically tried to stop Jimmy before he could get the ult off, but couldn't quite do it. Cruscata, though, despite his game 1 performance on the Kai'Sa, he went big here and picked up a triple. Did a lot of damage. Shun flashes aggressively into Mission and got some kills of his own. So once again, feels like it might be those two AD carries who are going to be coming up big in this game. But look at Cruscata's items. He's ready to play.
He's pumping. He's 5-0.
Mission, he's working on the Shadow Flame.
That last fight as well, shouldn't even have ult. So
yeah,
that's something to be wary of. Obviously, it is this Kai'Sa really that is leading the Rift in terms of potential impact. Triforce almost going to be coming through here for Shun, so I think no fighting should happen until that's found, because that is a massive spike. Of course, Rift Herald used. Shouldn't be a fight, but perhaps just some chip damage here onto the tower. I'm not sure they can really realistically look for it. In fact, definitely cannot. And Orca, the Radiant Virtue, Zyra, feels a bit weird.
Does he have Font of Life? Is it like that Ashe build from before that they nerfed?
Well, maybe, but then I don't know. Because that used to be with Moonstone, right? So
yeah, and then the Echoes item.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But Radiant Virtue doesn't work like that. It just works when you ult. I don't know. Let him cook. We'll see at the end of the game. If he does a lot of damage and they win, he built perfectly. As did Mission.
As did Mission. He's got the Ruby. He's working on the Shadow Flame. So he's not going to have Void or Rabadons for a long time.
Or damage.
No, you do really question the build, I think. Cascada, well and truly ahead in gold, though. He's working on his 3rd item already. Shun's got 2, though. He's strong as well.
And Vayne late game will be very scary.
Full Mission. No flash.
Uh-oh. Hana's in the area.
Careful.
Chelsea looking. There is no stun. Does miss it as he does get his orb back up, but survives. I think that's the most crucial thing out of all of that.
They do have control around Baron.
Yeah, and one thing you could say about the Zyra is it works similar to Maokai, how you put your little seedlings and then make them a plant in the bush, and you just get vision through that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a nice little thing.
It does function a lot better from ahead, I think. Like, if you fall behind a Zyra, you're in really big trouble, but it is a champ that has both the tools to get ahead and then can use that lead pretty effectively.
Mission, you have to be very careful. Jimmy's waiting here, and we saw what happened when he found a nice engage last fight.
Yep. Looks like Jimmy's going towards the Nashers most likely, which I think a big pickup if he can get in time. And I think getting that dragon was just so big for them in order to keep buying more time. This tower's getting pretty low on top side though, and DCG committing a lot of members towards it. It's pretty hard to actually auto this as mission because you can just be sent under the tower at any time. So most likely we'll just see both teams playing towards next drag. Now there is potential for Baron from either team. There's a lot of Baron DPS that can come through.
Shock, I got to tell you, this Syndra build is losing even more value. I just noticed, because Gemini has Locket.
Yeah.
So that gives magic resist and armor to his team. And when you don't have any magic damage pen, and you don't have Leandries to burn away at health, feels pretty bad.
Yeah, I think this probably should have been Leandries Void Rabadons, and then we're chilling. But it's not to be.
Look, maybe he just realizes that his W does true damage, and so nothing else matters.
I will see if it matters or not ahead of this next drag. Only 10 seconds away. Yeah, Cascada picks up his 3rd item. It is lifesteal for Shun, which I'm not sure it's as valuable as it would normally be, but it's still a good pickup, obviously.
I think it can work out if it goes to a shield bow, although maybe you would have just preferred them more.
Oh,
Engage comes out, Magnet Storm here onto Orca, who's getting very, very low, and he does just go down. Stranglethorns comes out, but does not knock up anyone. And is Hanabi committing this to this mid-wave, and Mission obviously teleporting to the play, but with Orca dead, it's similar to last time. It was a 4v5 that CFO won. Now it's up to DCG to really see if they can do the same, but it feels like their team comp doesn't quite function as well.
Yeah, now I think they can give this dragon, but they definitely don't want to. I think you probably give it up and honestly play towards Baron after or something.
Oh,
they're going to try and fight, though.
Losing so much health there to Jimmy, and who is just marking this croc. Not going to be able to get in. The Toffee Strikes is dodged away from, and second dragon picked up. It is CFO now, who have 2 Infernal Dragons of their own. And they're equaling out that score in terms of dragon. But as DCG pings on to Baron, it will be spotted out. It's probably going to force something. Chelsea, he's committing to this recall.
Yeah, I think DCG might be able to do this. And there was a lot of tempo used on that drag.
2 teleports, Rest and Jimmian committing teleport. It is the Nash's completed here, as you see on your screen from Jimmian. Mission trying to guard, but it's Rest who finds Mission. All out is going to land, and Mission is eliminated from the play. Shun picking up that one. And forward goes Hana as Jimmian wails in from the back. Chelsea's engaged, stopped by Hana, but it's too little too late, or is it? Hanabi trying to find damage. Everyone's down to 1 HP, and this tank Zyra will not have it in him. It's a quadra for Jimmian.
Absolute disaster of a fight there for DCG, and I think they could have gotten the Baron, but Mission, he's trying to zone them out of the pit, gets picked off, and just look at the damage difference between those 2 mid laners. 4,800 to only 300 there, dealt by Mission. And hey, I'm going to say, can you imagine doing that Baron if you're Zyra and Syndra had Leandries? It'd be a bit quicker.
It would be.
But let's take a look, because I think Mission, he probably needs to just DPS the Baron. I think you don't really want this fight afterwards. I think you want to either quickly get the Baron, then just take a fight, or quickly get the Baron and get out. I don't think you want that prolonged fight. And Mission, the way played it to zone it out. I don't think it works up against this comp because it's just too hard. And Cascada tried to ult there, gets cancelled by the Azero, and Jimmy can just auto attack for free. Has that Leandries of his own and does so much damage here. Orca walks up to try and salvage something. Doesn't find it. Massive win there for CFO. And with all that, now having 2 drags, both Infernals of Baron, they should feel so comfortable in this game.
Yeah. And they really have outscaled, I think, at this stage. While Cascada is still a credible threat, Mission really doesn't feel like he is. And we can come back, actually. Cascada finds himself a kill into Shall C. Keep his verdict used. And the ult will go wide from Hana as it was flashed away from by Gemini. But an important pickup will delay any potential Baron pick. Baron push even. Shun here, though, they're looking for Mission. There will be members in his wait, though, so he should be safe enough.
Now, maybe Hanabi can break this tower, but Jimmy's going to come up and there are pings onto him. Can they dive him? I would say no.
No.
He has a stopwatch. It seems a bit too hard to take out. And like you said, I think CFO have kind of outscaled. I don't even think on paper that they super hard outscale, but I think Mission's itemization means that at least until he gets 4 items of having Void and Rabadons, he's not going to be a factor for a very long time, and it is just up to Cascada to deal that damage. I honestly think if Mission had itemized better and Orca was going AP, that you might even favor DCG. And it's weird to say that because of the Azir Vayne, but I think eventually you reach a point where Zyra especially does so much damage just innately in team fights that it's actually quite hard to deal with.
Yep.
Mission's gone towards a Void. Again, it feels too late. I feel like a lot of the time you have to pick up Void almost preemptively, and you know it's going to come out because you have the Sedge, the Syndra, the Zyra, and there were Merc Treads picked up early.
Yeah, but he gets Magic Pen from Shadow Flame Shock.
That's true.
So he's very penetrative right now. Tower going down there mid. Likely to be another one going down here in the bot side as this next wave approaches. It is Hanabi trading back some gold for himself on the top side, and maybe that needs to be answered. Nice stun up by Mission. We'll find 3.
Chelsea's still tanking the tower. Lost a lot of health.
Chelsea getting pretty low there. Perhaps not backing out when he should have. Now, recalls coming through from Hanabi ahead of this next dragon. Will be the 3rd one for either team that picks it up. Obviously, right now, it is just the 2 for 2. Though damage from the Infernal Dragons almost feel better for CFO. This tower...
Oh, I think it dies.
Oh, it does. Okay, so base is actually opened by the minions, really. The minions being the MVP here.
Okay, next drag, though, 30 seconds away, and I think looking at the items right now, especially now BT and Stopwatch for the Vayne, I think CFO should just destroy this fight. Unless Cascada has an insane pop-off performance, because at least in relative power right now, CFO feel very far ahead.
Yeah.
Particularly until I think LDR and Void are completed.
I think the fact you have basically the 2 Zhonya's, obviously Shun with the Stopwatch, means if Syndra ults you and you have that, you can just press R, and then the Syndra, who is built entirely to kill a squishy, cannot kill that squishy. So feels pretty bad. It does really feel like it's up to Cascada and the boys. We'll see, though. He had a very good game for himself last game, and Kaiser, a very strong champion. Maybe he can make it happen, but Jimian is being such a nuisance with these Sand Soldiers. As you can see, just zoning them from ever entering the river. Rest lands the knock up there. It will be the dragon picked up by CFO, but there might be a fight coming out after it. Rest does go unstoppable to stop that Glacial Prison, and the Keeper's verdict is dodged away from the 2-man knock-up as Cascada is just eliminated. And the guy who needed to find it all does not find anything. Atanabi trying to run away from this obviously altered Shun, who is just going to do so much damage. Look at those silver bolt procs as Hanabi stuck now in the Raptor Pit will be going down.
He loses his GA as well, which really, really sucks. Gets taken out there. And it was a fight that perhaps CFO had a chance to win. I believe Mission completed his Void ahead of that fight, but we needed a 1v9 performance in there from Cascada, and he just died with both thumbs up. It was really hard, was flashed on there, didn't respect it coming out. And I think with that, it feels pretty unlosable here for CFO. I mean, 3 Infernal Dragons is giving so much damage to a team that already has an incredibly strong backline and the ability to pretty much just run this game over from now on.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever killing Shun. He's making his way now to that more, so I don't know. I'm starting to be a bit of a hater of the the mission tech. I think...
Well, he didn't go for the tech. He just...
Well, yeah.
But let's see it. It was Rest finding that flash on the Cruscata, and I feel like you have time to flash. I think you can flash that wall and you should be fine. And I really do think if that's Betty or Wako, that Cruscata is going to live there to deal more damage. But doesn't get out. And was obviously instantly killed.
Does he have LDR? That's a very important item spike.
Yeah, he does have it.
He does, okay. So 4-item Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think there maybe is a chance for DCG to win a fight when Rabadons is completed for mission, but it's very far away.
Oh, flash forward, it's Hana being looked at, and Orca does pull out that Strangle Form, which is nice for the team fight. It's Gemini getting so low, and Cruscata only just arrived into the fight, and it's going this well already, as Rest trying to block up anything that come through. Jimian's still full health, Shun still full health, means that the carries who need to stay alive are still feeling pretty good about themselves, but as the Baron started up now by DCG, as the tanks are not very healthy to get in here, and Gemini did just use his smite, so won't have that for at least another 10 seconds, and this Baron might just go down first. It does. Stun lands onto Jimian, but he does stopwatch that unrelenting force. But Cruscata is hitting in the back. He's looking for Shun. Shun goes golden as Cruscata's trying to find the damage with the flash over the wall. He follows, and it's going to be a shutdown for Shun, but Mission flashes over the wall for his triple kill.
And all the carries in this fight did insane amounts of damage, but it is DCG that come out on top. Look at that. I mean, their carries were just going ballistic in that fight. That was really well played, I think, by honestly all 4 of them. Really impressive team fight. We'll get another look at it. See what starts off. So Gemini's pretty low, which is going to make this hard. You know, you're both your front line on half HP. A very nice stun from Mission. Jimian, he stopwatches, but he is kind of stuck in no man's land. Has to get out, ult away, and then Cruscata, now that the cooldowns are gone, he chooses his window well, finds Shun, and is able to deal so much damage onto him. And then, of course, flashes over the wall to take out Jimian. And Mission grabbed 2 big shutdowns. I think he has Rabadons, which would be an insane difference maker in this game. Let's see, he's got it. 700 AP on the man. And importantly, Jimian is still not... You know, he doesn't have Void and he doesn't have Rabadon. So his itemization, it was focused...
Oh, Chelsea's going to get one-shotted. Chelsea's just gone. Executed up, and now we are not allowed to critique DCG Mission's build. He's played perfectly and built perfectly this game.
Look, say what you want about the Shadow Flame, right? But once you actually get your 4 items and you've got the Void, I believe the Void % applies first. So you shred the MR and then you reduce it even further by the flat. So it actually works well once you get to 4 items, but probably should have built in a different order. Either way, he's got here now. And he's really strong. Now, does not have flash.
2-man stun! Jimian is so low. And the Baron is up for another minute, so they will have at least 1 more wave, if not 2. Recall coming through from Mission, likely to teleport back to the play, of course.
Yeah, I wonder what he bought. Do you think he has a stopwatch?
I think probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes him a little bit more survivable in these fights. Doesn't have flash, of course, which is a big concern. But they are now making their way onto this mid lane inhib. Actually, they're going to back off and look for this dragon. Of course, it's soul point for CFO. But with taking this dragon means it will be soul point as well for DCG. Meaning the next dragon is where this game should completely blow over. And this is about the 3rd time we've seen the gold difference over time chart. And it's been a different person on top at the end of it each time. So DCG having their turn. Now, importantly, Void Staff now picked up as well for Jimian. So that is a big item spike, and more of Malmortis for Shun means that Mission's job against him is a whole lot harder.
Yeah. I think really important, though, is that this Azir does not have a Rabadons in the build. Because if you don't have Rabadons by this point in the game, you're down so much in AP. You know, last time we checked in with Mission, it was 707, I think it was. And I'd be surprised if Jimian is sitting at around... 400 or so, and that's very significant. A lot of the time, you kind of just have to pick up Death Cap and Void as your 3rd and 4th item, because otherwise, it just takes too long, especially in a comp match. But now, they're going to break this tower, it looks like.
Keep his verdict.
Survives
Should just
for
hold
now.
it. Yeah. Does hold it. Now, it really is on Mission, I feel, to put out the damage, because
He
Chris
can,
Carter
though.
will do a lot of damage, but he can't pull the trigger until certain requirements are met and an amount of cooldowns are used and to make sure he's safe when he does pull the trigger. But recalls are going to have to come through because Hanabi's making his way down and working on this bottom lane inhib tower, and DCG are making chase. Chelsea the only one who's got that recall off and not going to be strong enough to stop the power of this Croc in the bot lane. Hana though, he finds out Rest. There are two members recalling in that bush, spotted out by that scrying orb, and are going to have to cancel their recall once again. They're now looking for Rest. Do commit the ultimate there from Sejuani, and Chris Carter, importantly, here to do damage. Are not going to have what it takes to take out this Cassante in time, obviously with the team closely behind. It is, though, this entire base broken open. 3 naked inhibs. But Chris Carter going to be flashed on, but not against the wall. Cleanse is going to be used as Shun pops his ult as well. That's a major cooldown. It is the cleanse off of this Kai'Sa, and it was a very near miss from Chris Carter being taken out completely.
Yeah, that was very, very close there. Ahead of Baron, just a minute away. Getting the cleanse is nice, but I wonder if it's going to be enough. There's also a Rylai's on the Zyra now, so that can apply quite a lot of hidden CC to the fight, just a lot of slows being put out, and even extra damage coming through as you just stay within the plant range for a couple extra autos. That's oftentimes why you just see that item picked up first, because it just adds up to so much more damage.
You know what I like? This cloth armor has been in his inventory since his first recall.
Really?
And it's just stayed there. Yeah, remember he had the...
Doesn't it build into Radiant, or does it not?
Maybe, I don't think so.
I feel like it might be a new cloth armor, but who knows?
Refreshing cloth armors.
Yeah, 30 seconds away though, and it should be a 5v5 on the mid-wave. Mission has flash, and he really needs to make sure he survives, because he should deal absurd amounts of damage at this point.
Chelsea sees him. Oh, he could be in trouble here. Is going to get stunned up, and he's just dead.
No, not
You saw
like
that ward
this.
get placed as well. He had to have seen that ward. He does just go down, and this will be Baron almost certainly going over to CFO. Mission making another mistake here.
Look, both of these teams just refuse to win. Now, looking at the Baron, our CFO, lots of damage put onto it. They got the Vayne and the Azir. Should be really hard for Hana to get in. I think he has to leave.
Yeah, well, it's not worth dying over. Now he will... Mission's back with his sums.
Yeah,
we'll
he
have
does
them.
have sums. He's got the Zhonya. So at least he has everything up for this dragon fight. And the dragons should still be the major thing here. I don't think CFO are on the map early enough to push these waves up really far. And let's see what happened to Mission, because I think he had to know.
He had to have seen this ward, right? I want to see Mission's vision.
He must have
He had to have
that.
seen that. And then it's just disrespectful at this point. Now, importantly, that was 2 flashes. Chelsea and Rest both lost their flashes, which makes Mission Mission's job even a whole lot easier in this next fight coming up, because there's less threat onto him, as well as Chris Carter, who almost has that cleanse back for himself.
Yep. I believe Shun picked up a 1k onto Mission there as well. So that was a lot of extra gold.
Yeah, so he got his
went over
Guardian
to him.
Angel off that.
Yeah. Okay, so the Baron waves are being pushed up. TP comes through. Hanami has got a very wide flank. He's in that bot side jungle. It's going to be hard for him to get here,
A lot of wards for him to navigate without being seen.
What if he just went for the inhibs?
Yeah, definitely an angle, I think. Obviously, would force some recalls. He might end up dying in the process, but maybe allows enough time for this dragon. Isn't going to, though. Is just going to stay on this flank and try and help out with some mid pressure. DCG entering this wall. Jimmy trying to look for him, but not got the range. That was an extremely long Shurima shuffle.
Okay, have to get into the river here, though. Hanami, he has the flank, but this fight, it all comes down to execution.
Chris Carter, you cannot get knocked up here. Is going to have to commit that flash. Well done by Rest to mark him and realize that that was a very out of position Kai'Sa. Dragon started up now. It is for this Infernal Soul. All
Big
on the
stun.
line. Yeah, big stun, massive damage. Flash forward goes Orcus. Stranglethorns onto Jimmy, who was going to pop that Zhonya's. And all of that damage was just eaten up. Mission no ultimate now. Really going to have a hard job here. Radiant Virtue healing back Orca ever so slightly as Hanami pops the Dominus and runs away. Still, though, remains on this flank. Keeper's Vert doesn't land. and it's going to be Hana in the pit. It could come down to a smite fight, but Hana's out of the pit. The smite goes over there to Gemini. 1 kill found though. Jimmy's dead. Mission's now dead as Cascada without flash is going to find 1 kill onto Shao C. Shun still alive. Cascada still alive as they're looking for this blue buff. They picked up the Infernal Soul. As long as this fight fizzles out, CFO coming up huge.
It just keeps on going. 41 minutes in here, and the fights are just non-stop. But it is, like you said, CFO who come away with the Dragon Soul. But I feel like it might not end here. I think it does go to the Elder. Well, I think we should get a replay of this. It is a lot harder for Cascada to fight because he did lose his flash, and I think Orca as well really overextended in this fight. We'll see. So it's some nice damage that comes out from Mission to begin with. And you can see Orca, he gets Jimmy and Zhonya's, so this is really good. But he overstays a lot, and he takes so much damage on the way out. And I think the Cinder ult,
damage.
Yeah, I think he was hoping, I guess, that he would get the execute, but it wasn't really that close. Obviously, if he could have just popped rest, it would have been really nice, but unfortunately, just not low enough.
Keeps verdict miss. I think it was an all-out from rest that took Hana out of the pit.
Took him out. They were able to just clean that one up, and Jimmy went down extremely early here, but no ult, obviously, from Mission means he's extremely vulnerable. Can't trade any damage back onto Shun.
Well, Hanabi keeps his GA too, which is very important. But it's DCG with priority over the mid wave. They're pushing it down, cutting off CFO's chances from getting there. They might just pick themselves up at least 1 inhib. Remember, it is 3 naked inhibs here, as Jimmy down on that bot wave will be late to the play.
Jimmy, he goes for Banshees.
Okay.
So I guess he doesn't have a Rabadons at all. Be a bit sad. Still looking around here at DCG.
Mission's done, but again, landing it onto Poppy, not going to be the most meaningful in the world, as it does pretty much no damage to these tanks. Really, the only thing that will is his true damage from the W. Hanabi recalling. I almost feel like it's kind of curious to me that he hasn't tried to just force someone back to the base by looking at one of the inhibs.
I think he can, because it's pretty hard for them to chase.
Yeah.
Unless it's Vayne, maybe. But if Vayne goes home and you can find an engage, yeah.
And as Sejuani, along with the Syndra, probably can find an engage. Even the slows coming out from Rylai's help with that. But recalls will be coming through again. There shouldn't be really any items picked up. We are apexing full build really across the Rift. Just slight ones to go on those top laners and junglers, and supports don't feel too bad. Morello, well, at least the Oblivion all picked up, and it's going to probably turn into a Morello if this game extends long enough here. For the Zyra, which I like, there's not a whole lot of healing, but honestly, at this stage, if you can minimize anything in the team fights, any effectiveness, and the AoE that is output by a Zyra, it makes sense to try and do that. There's not really anything else you feel that will add all that much value.
Yeah, I don't think you have time to really buy any big items, but Orca, I think he's
Orca's going to be looked at. He's going to be taken out very, very quickly. Stanglefalls comes out, and the Radiant Virtue, but it's not enough. Jimmy is able to snipe that one off the back end. And I think this is about the 4th time this game we've seen somebody from DCG caught out. And this one, maybe even more important as it is slightly before this Baron. Oh, he is.
He's got a hull breaker as well.
Okay. He's built for this.
Yeah, I like it. I think this is a good choice. You can make this a somewhat close fight. Now, Syndra is also going to bot side. I wonder if she's going to try cheese something.
Keeper's verdict means that there cannot be a trade come through, or a steal even. Hanabi does pick himself up this inhib, but it is importantly going to be CFO with 3 minutes of Baron now to try and find anything in the base, which would open up their opportunities to pick up this Elder Dragon significantly.
Yeah. I think they can just push down that Baron lane there, or the bot inhib wave, and they should be fine. Hanabi with that hull breaker, I wonder if now you just stick him in top and you play for some sort of backdoor, because you do have TP on Mission. Now you don't have TP on Hanabi. So they have to decide really early here if they're going to set up for some sort of split push, or if they are just going to take the team fight. Because it would be weird, I think, to buy hull breaker for that one inhib just then. Because ultimately, the inhib doesn't matter that much. But at the same time, you know, if you're not going to do anything with the hull breaker, then why buy it? So he's heading towards top side. I think they're... Ooh, or is he just playing flank?
Shun sold his boots here. Does pick up the Phantom Dancer, so even more power, but a little bit more vulnerable with that missing movement speed. Does feel, though, that the Vayne should be mostly fine. Jimmy being looked at is going to get stunned up, and this could be a crucial mistake. Another time where so much could potentially be found as all turned to shreds as Jimmy caught out in the mid-wave with his flash available.
He does have TP, and he's up 9 seconds after the Elder. So if DCG are really bold, they could probably burst it.
Hanabi's going to be taken out.
Does he have GA?
He's been caught. He does have GA, and the rest of the team are collapsing around this. They are going to be able to arrive. Strangleform should be able to come out. It does. And Chris Garter's trying to wail on them. Shun, though, is the first person to pick up a kill. Rest going forward. Gets very low, but it's Shun who picks up a double. More procs. He's looking for Mission, but Mission goes golden. Chris Garter, Hana getting very, very low. It's the GA popped now. Mission alive. They're looking. Shun gets taken out. And the teleport coming in from Rest. He's full HP. But with no Shun and no Jimmy, the play is done. Both carries alive here for DCG as the Elder does spawn. Jimmy coming up with teleport as well. This play might not be over yet.
Yeah, Mission needs to base in TP if they want some chance of contesting this. He's going to go for it. I'm not sure they can, though. I believe this is just CFO's Elder. It should be too hard to get in here in a 2v4. And somehow, off Jimmy getting picked for free, it's CFO who are the ones starting up this Elder. And they're going to get it, and I think this should be what they finally need to put the finishing touches on this game. It's going to be really, really difficult. Now, there is, of course... Oh, are they going to delay a full 15 seconds? I think it's good. I think it's really good. I was going to say they won't have Elder on Shun, but what's to stop them from just tanking it up? There's obviously no pressure coming in for DCG. They're just making sure they're watching here. There we go.
Shun does get the Elder.
Let's see here. So Hanabi, he walks up at a very bad time. All they need to do is go down mid and they get the Elder. But instead, Hanabi, he does almost get out with the flash, but he ends up getting taken out. And then I believe a Syndra ult did go onto Poppy here, who wasn't executed by it either. So I'm not sure if that was a misclick and he tried to click the Vayne. But feels like, again, a very big misplay from Mission. And Shun went insane in this fight, getting so much value for CFO. I mean, this is what Vayne players dream of. This kind of fight, and did get one shot by that W at the end. But now, CFO, there's a Rabadon's on Jimmy, and at long last, surely they end it now.
This is crazy. I thought yesterday's Game 3 was insane, but Game 3 is really turning up here.
It is. If there's any two teams in the PCS that this is going to happen to, it's these two.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the clowns, really. I mean, they're good teams, for sure.
In the words of Nash.
True. They are good teams, but it's just the way they play as they just keep fighting, and both of them are like that.
They are?
They don't like to macro. Macro is for losers.
Now, one thing I wish I knew is how long is left on the Elder. Of course, it changes depending how many you have, but it should be a considerable amount of time, and the entire base may just be broken. There is no Baron, so maybe there's enough wave clear that can come through from Mission, as well as Orca can delay these waves a fairly good amount.
The Baron, Elder it's about 3/4 through right now, almost.
Okay.
See down there on that buff bar.
Comes another wave, so they should be able to pick up this inhib.
Yeah.
There will be one inhib at least.
Are they not going to end the game, though?
They might be able to. Depends, though. Like, this minion wave might just be taken out. There's no supers, there's no Baron. Mission should be able to clear out these minions. It is going to be the Sejuani ult used to confirm that that does happen. And so time left on the Elder is not a whole lot.
It's not going to be enough. They got one more wave that they can use, but it's going to be difficult, I think, to break the base. This is their last chance with the Elder. If they can't end it here and it just keeps on going, I mean, what a game we will have.
Absolutely, and so here could be the chance. Mission really is the one that has to be able to try and take out these minions. Keeper's Verdict being used is going to hit away possibly the most important member, but Orca is the one, as well as Chris Garter, who clears the minions. Dominus used, Elder is gone, All Out has been used, and the base was broken, but only the inhib. Both Nexus towers remain, and we go again. It is the Baron now spawning. DCG, do you want to just give this up? Because this Baron probably leads to another Elder.
Yeah, I think you have to fight this. Now that we've crested the 50-minute mark, though, this Baron is not long for this world. I think you're playing
no
for the fight
keeper's
after.
verdict. There is no keeper's verdict.
Ooh.
Gemini is quite low,
look at that top
and
lane.
there's a massive minion
There are
wave.
double TPs for DCG as well.
Teleport coming back here to the play for Rest.
There is an angle if CFO do overextend for a fight.
Do DCG see it, though? That is the big question, because it's not always the easiest to see in the heat of the moment. Jimmian will be going back to clear out. He does have his teleport available to him.
DCG should start this, though.
Cascada will melt this Baron, and it is just going to be given.
Wow. Somehow, it is DCG that get this Baron. This is the most insane game. Each team has over 90,000 gold. I can't remember, but do you remember if anyone had Gathering Storm?
I don't remember, but what I'll tell you is this is the League of Legends I like. A real fiesta of fighting constantly. We've had it 2 games in a row, and my God, it's still not over. We have 2.5 minutes of this Baron, and we have 2 minutes until the spawn of Elder. And so now DCG, all they have to do is push and not die. But as we've seen many times this game, they're struggling with that, because anytime they push, someone gets caught out. Rest even looking for something here, will not find anything. Mid-wave being worked at now, and Hanabi coming out to make sure he doesn't get caught off in that side lane again. It's 3 naked inhibs, remember, so it's a lot easier for DCG to break this base of CFO than it was the other way round. And maybe this pressure of the Baron could prove just too much. It's still slow, though. DCG certainly taking their time, as one wrong move could just be the end of the game for either team.
For sure. At this point, the damage is so high that anyone explodes. And we might even see some new DPM records in the PCS here, just because of how much action there's been and how much damage everyone now does.
Hanabi, please be careful.
He's got his GA up.
The boys are surrounding him, so he should be safe.
I think you have to go to Elder here, though.
Yeah. Oh, big chunk
The
onto
W.
Rest.
Chelsea. That's a long boy flank. Ooh. Okay, he doesn't end
I
up
think
going
he's just
in there.
warding for the Elder.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, while you have the Baron, it does give you access over the waves and priority over the waves. It doesn't really help your team fighting all that much. And so I think we're about to see a 5v5 for this second Elder. And if you take your mind back to Game 3 yesterday, it was the second Elder that secured the deal for the Chiefs picking up that win. And now it's CFO and DCG looking for their turn. Look how slow Jimmian is.
Boots are gone.
He's gotten rid of the boots.
935 AP, though.
Wow.
We take those. That's, you know how damage is the most important stat?
Yeah.
AP is the second one.
I wonder how much Mission has, because he has the benefit of the Syndra passives. Kept his boots, importantly, and I think he's more likely to have to. Rest, gonna have to pop that Gargoyles, as it was a trade for Sejuani ult. Glacial Prison will be down.
22,000 health.
Percentage health damage from both sides, though, so it still means that this will be shredded. Of course, Kaiser and Vayne. Hanabi, they should know where he is, but they're not entirely certain. Those Sand Soldiers being moved back, and Rest is getting very, very low here. Mission has landed a pretty consistent amount of poke as Hanabi's on the flank, pops Autonomous, and he's on to Jimmy, and he goes forward. Jimmy won't find Orca. He's in a hell of a place, as it's looking like Hanabi might be able to take the win, but this Elder Dragon's picked up. The fight breaks out, though. Cascada's in with that killer instinct. Clinch comes through. Hanabi's looking for Rest, but won't find it. Mission's still alive. Shun is still alive, and Cascada comes back with the GA. Such low health bars, but DCG against the Elder might just be able to do it. It's all up to Shun. He finds 2, executes. It's only Cascada left. And my God, what a fight. But Shun has the Elder Dragon. Gemini has the Elder Dragon, and it's only Cascada left.
What the fuck is going on in this game? 100,000 gold now crested here. 11,000 damage on the Vayne. Almost 10,000 done by Mission. Absolutely absurd team fights here. We'll get a replay, but it was CFO who picked up the Elder, and it still wasn't enough. Jimmian, he goes forward onto Orca, does not find the kill, and finds himself in a very rough position here. But Shun, he went big in this fight, dealt so much damage, and the GA's buying so much time and tanking up those Elder shots. Just insane team fight. I mean, the damage being dealt here across the board
Cascada's
is
static
so
shiv was what picked up the double kill, by the way.
Oh, that's
What's
insane.
Oh my god, the static shiv proc kills Hanabi at the back end of the fight.
Oh, what a banger.
Even harder there on your screens. He's having the time of his life. He's only died 3 times on the Sejuani. And I feel like for him, this game is so hard. He tries to contest the objective and just gets poppy ulted away every single time. But here we are again. We're apexing almost an hour of game number 3. And there is still Elder available for Shun and on Gemini as we go again. They're looking to take down this inhib. Importantly, far less Elder Dragons available for them, and they weren't able to take the base last time. There is an open inhib down on bot this time, though, so they might get just the 2 inhibs. It's an improvement on last, but still, the base will remain. It's 40 seconds out from this Baron, and honestly, at this point, the waves get pushed so fast by the champs that the super minions almost don't matter unless they're just left alone for so long. And CFO aren't able to do it.
It's going to go to another Elder. There's no way. I mean, the Baron, I think, even if picked up at this point, it might not be enough to actually finish the game. Those inhibs are down, though, so it is hard. And Hanabi, maybe
Hanabi might have a good flank. Jimmy and no flash, no spell shield.
He doesn't have boots either. Oh,
Orca. Yeah, that's just the supports. We're okay. Back to the main fight. Hanabi stacking up his fury here on the Wolves. Is going to keep himself hidden, but we might just be going for another one. Orca, you have to be so careful. Chelsea is looking. Oh my god, every single thing that happens could just be the end of the game.
It's so insane. 57 minutes here. Once again,
they're getting to work on Baron, and this time there is no mega minion wave to force CFO off back to their base, so we might just see another 5v5. Hanabi isn't spotted. Chelsea's hunting for him. Mission will be landing a stun there onto rest. Not all that much damage. Hanabi popping the Dominus. Dominus even finds Chelsea. This might be the beginning of the fight, but for now, CFO kiting away from that Renekton with that ult popped. Renekton is recalling. He has teleport. There is so many minions coming into their base. It's actually this time DCG who are in the losing position and have to respawn to such massive minion wave. Gemini has Keeper's Verdict available. We'll be using it. Hana's going to get hit out of this fight yet again. Mission has so much damage, and it's going to be picked up. Gemini getting himself the Baron, but still, is it enough? It wasn't enough for DCG. Elder hasn't been enough twice for CFO, and the Infernal Soul hasn't been enough the whole game. We're still going. Elder Dragon in 1:45 as CFO look to start to make headway onto this base. There's still 2 open inhibs and will be for 3 more minutes, which means this Elder Dragon might not be contestable unless DCG are willing to just pull the trigger and go.
Yeah, 1:30 away.
Jimmy has boots again, by the way.
He's got enough gold. He could probably swap to AD if he wants at this point. Okay. Another big fight will be coming up. Now, CFO, they might choose to not let this come down to an Elder flip. If they can get this 3rd inhib, it would make it virtually impossible for DCG to leave their base, especially because that Baron will be up the whole time. So this inhib, I feel like almost the entire game
Oh my god, they're stacking
rests.
the minions.
Yeah, I like it. I feel like so much of the game right now rests on breaking that inhib. If CFO get it, it feels like at long last, that should be it.
Every single summoner except 1 teleport is available in this fight.
Oh, even with Baron, though, I don't know if they have the wave cleared. Now, the other waves are crashing. Oh, Cascada, he takes a big chunk there, I think, from Jimmy. And I think that will be the inhib going. And honestly, that could be the game along with it. I think that now it's so hard for DCG to get to that
You have to fight now.
Yeah,
you can't let this Elder be a dance because you just don't have it in you. Hanabi's looking. They are. Gemini taking the brunt of the damage, and Mission's very low. That is going to be Stranglethorns used here by Orca on this Zyra, as now we have so many minions in this base. Keeper's Verdict being channeled, won't be used though. And Hanabi's still on that flank, he's looking for Shun. Shun will cleanse. Hanabi's getting very low. Does he have GA? He doesn't. If they do find the damage here, it would be a 4v5 mission. Very low. Rest looking for Cascada, but won't find him. But it's just going to be the focus on the Nexus. And exactly 1 hour it took for Flying Oyster to win the game.
What an absolute banger of a game. Oh my, I don't even know what to say about that. And that wasn't even the last game of the series. It's going to keep going. CFO, they now lead the series 2-1. And I feel like most series, right? They're a best of 5. I think that game that singular game was a best of, I want to say about 11 or so.
Yeah.
There were so many times where I felt like, okay, surely now this team wins. Okay, no, they've thrown. Now the other team gets to win. And it just kept on going, man. There was just so many throws, so many picks, so much fighting. And it was so exciting.
It was. Imagine your production, right? You're going in that game. All right, we got to get some highlights. Which highlights do you choose? There were like 50 different fights, all of which were equally as important.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say about that game.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you even analyze something like that? Well, one team threw, and then the other team threw, and then Shun picked up a double kill because his Infernal Soul, along with the static shift, procced and killed Hanabi, which saved themselves a team fight, perhaps.
Yeah.
This is like, what? What even happened, man? There was just so much nonsense in that game. And I mean, honestly, I guess if you do break it down, for me at least, a lot of it stemmed off, honestly, Mission's early game build. Because I think DCG would have had a much better time in that game if Leandri's had came out. I mean, you imagine the damage coming from Leandri's at that late stages of the game.
Zyra too,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's right. They could have had 2. I mean, I actually didn't hate Orca's build eventually, but like, it just felt to me like specifically Mission. If he had have just, and to be fair, at the end of the game, he had like something like 550 CS. I wonder how much gold was in his bank, because he could have chosen at any stage to be like, oh, lots of health. What does damage against health
That's
here?
the thing. He could, even for his sins in the early game, he could have sold it and fixed his build later on. I'm not even sure. Did he sell his Shadow Flame at the end? Because I think you could even sell Shadow Flame for something like Cosmic, right? And then you get movement speed, and then you can sell your boots for Lich Bane. Again, more movement speed.
I was going to say, at some stage of that game, there was an angle where he sells something, gets a Lich Bane, teleports onto one of those inhibs. Around that Baron, if they had this decisive, let's go, I think they could have actually possibly pushed it in.
Yeah,
if not, they would have had so much pressure around the map, and they would have actually got an inhib, which top side as well, by the way.
Yeah, would have been good.
Opposite side of the map to where the Elder was. I mean, I think there's a lot that could have happened differently. I do genuinely think that a lot of it stemmed off the lack of a Leandri's from Mission there in the early stages of the game. I think way too stuck in his ways, going for that Ludens and Shadow Flame literally every game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I think the item builds could have been improved quite a lot. You know, you talk about the ability to backdoor with something like the Lich Bane. It's hard to say if they could have gone for it. Ultimately, they don't have as much vision as we do, so it is really hard to tell. But I think that in all those fights, you know, if you do have better itemization, there's bound to be one that ends up going your way that wouldn't have without that itemization, right? And that's insane to think about, because just there was so many and so much gained off every fight. It really was just pretty much one fight's difference in it all the time. If a team had managed to win 2 fights back-to-back, could have pushed for the end, but was just unable to. And I think from both sides, so many people caught all game long, right? You see Orca caught before Baron, Mission caught out as well, Jimmy, and just time and time again. And while it was a very fun game to watch, I do worry about both of these teams making a deeper run in the playoffs, because I can't think of any other PCS teams other than these two allowing these mistakes to happen and not just immediately winning the game off it.
I could imagine Frank.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think Frank might be the argument. But I mean, you're going up against J-Team. There's no way a game looks like this. PSG, absolutely not. I mean, beyond if either of the 80 carries were beating in this game, you feel like the game was over way earlier than this happened. But, I mean, replays on our screen, of course, but while this happens, who do you think was MVP in this game? I think Shun. I think Shun probably played the most consistent. It was a massive comeback from what his past game was, and honestly, his Vayne gameplay was completely fine. Obviously, on our screen there, Mission with a very nice play.
Yeah, I think
this was a massive turn for me too. When Jimmy gets caught out, but they lose the fight because Hanabi overextends bottom.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, they were just like we've been saying, just throw after throw from both teams. Feels like every time you're like, okay, now DCG for sure get the Elder, and then they find the only way of not getting the Elder. It's just insanity. It really was. I think you're right that Shun played the most consistent all game long. Felt like there were times where he really was just dragging his team to victory, and I can't wait to see the damage charts, because I think everyone is just going to be insanely high, you know, off the charts, really.
Yeah, and then once I see them and I see missions damage, I can say, imagine if that was a Leandri's instead.
He would have done a lot still.
Yeah, for sure.
Still, he was pumping for sure.
A lot of his old, I wonder, yeah, as you said during the game, I wonder if that was meant for Shun, but ended up
it's
going.
hard because the Vayne being constantly invis does make it real annoying.
And it's like, as you press R on her, she could have
exactly.
gone invis and it just lands on someone else, which is
Yeah.
like barely your fault. Chris Carter, I think, had a very good game for himself. Even
he got picked once, I remember.
Yeah, but he saved the game, I think, a lot of times.
For sure. And that's the thing, right, is that pretty much everyone in this game made so many good and so many bad plays. 70,000 damage.
Yeah.
And 61,000 for mission.
Yeah. Imagine if he had a Leandri's.
Yeah, well, imagine. I think the biggest difference would be imagine if Zyra had a Leandri's, because I think that, respectable damage, honestly, from a support, but that's the kind of game where if it goes late game as Zyra, you can be pushing similar to the carries, right? Putting up, say, 40k damage. I always see it. In those solo queue games, and honestly, competitive games with Zyra in the past, of her being a credible damage threat.
And you'd make the argument that you don't get to those items as a support, but 60 minutes into a game with 19 kills on your team, you certainly would have got to those item spikes as well. So 60 minutes and 4 seconds, just apexing an hour. And I think in season 2023, you don't often get an hour-long game.
Especially in the PCS, right?
Yeah.
Because the games are oftentimes very short.
This is often all 3 of our games done in the time that this game was.
Very true. Yeah. And I honestly still think this game could go to Game 5 because neither team looks clean enough to guarantee that they're going to get the wins, right? And I think heading into Game 4, it still remains anyone's game, just like that one could have been.
Yeah. I will say, I think the drafting from this game felt a lot better than the past 2 games. It didn't feel like there was a clear winner, I don't think, at least for me, coming out of draft. Now, that kind of changed a little bit when, again, missions build. I know I harp on about it, but I do think that changes the sort of context of a game a lot. It is Shun who picks it up in a 60-minute game, 41.4% of his team's damage, and still was part of 88.5% of the kills.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like pretty much everyone would have had 88% KP because
it was
just all 5v5 fights. But yeah, I mean, really good performance by Shun. 15 kills. It's so insane that you see a 15-kill Vayne and it's just normal almost in that game. Like, that's how much action there was.
Yeah, you didn't really notice that he had 15 kills, right? I mean, once it's everyone's full item, so it's like you're not really looking at the kills for anything. Well, this was the one. This was the one, man. This was when
Jimmy, I think, looks at Orca, right? And
and then it's saved by Shun and his static shiv proc.
Yeah, I want to see that because I didn't notice it in the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, how often do you see that happen, really?
Yeah.
Mission missing a stun there. That's
Where did the
pretty crucial.
Syndra go this fight? Actually,
yeah,
was
it went
onto
onto Shun, and it procs them more. But watch this. Right at the end here, I think Mission might... I can't remember who gets the GA.
I think Mission put him into GA. We'll see, though. Okay, so he takes out Hana.
Yeah, he must get it here. But watch this. Okay, he goes into GA. He autos Kriskata. Or he finishes... No, he kills Mission, and on his last auto attack is when... Static Shiv, his first auto attack procs Static Shiv, which hits Hanabi and executes him.
Unlucky. Yeah.
How often do you see that? I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. Was where. Yeah, but
crazy game. We need a rest.
Game. We do, but not the top laner from CFO.
No.
Don't get it confused. A different kind of rest. We're going to go to a break. Obviously, we just had one of the most exciting games of the PCS, but we will be back because the series is not done. It's 2-1 in favor of CFO, but DCG certainly will not go down without a fight.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦！
笑脸呢？要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼！
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。
浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down
Hello, everybody. We are back here getting ready for game number 4, of course, between DCG and CFO. CFO now on match point, taking game number 3 in one of the most exciting games I think I've ever had the pleasure of watching of the entire history of League of Legends, really, because that game had all the stops. How many throws were in one game? Uncountable amounts, and then really, it feels like we might just have another one on our hands here, because I suspect DCG are going to win this one.
You reckon?
I don't know why. I don't have any reasoning for it. Just how the games have gone. So it seems to be how the series will go, and it's just back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is just anyone's game at this point. I mean, the teams seem fairly evenly matched and also seem to be fairly evenly bad at closing out games, you know? Like, they're two teams that they have some strengths, right? I think both teams are actually quite good in early game compared to most of the other PCS teams, but they're really just not at the same level when it comes to team fighting and macro and all that sort of stuff. So when those two come up against each other, it's just non-stop until it finally, you know, the dam bursts and the game is finished up. So I really don't know what to expect from this game, because when there's a game that's that long, I think you can never look at it and there's never really one thing you can take away from it and be like, this was the problem, because there were so many problems that it's hard to focus on one. Of course, DCG are back on the blue side now. So we'll see, will they get the Jace again? Because the Jace looked really good when they got it last time. Sedge is the ban. CFO. They'll probably just go for the triple mid lane ban. I think they're okay to give over the Kai'Sa again. Feels like while the Kai'Sa is annoying, I don't think it's make or break in these games.
Certainly doesn't feel like it. I believe it's lost every game. Yeah, it has. So far, 0-3 in the series. Has reared its head in all the games. Notably, has been AD in 2 of them. Jace will be banned, so neither of those AD mid laners, which means priority over the Maokai may go down, but honestly, it feels like why not just pick it?
Yeah, I think Harness Maokai is good enough that you probably do just send it here. I think you can get enough AD from the other roles. It would mean, you know, giving over the Kai'Sa, which is maybe something they don't want to do. But I think with Maokai gone, it's a bit harder, I guess, to... Because if you go AP Kai'Sa, right, I guess you can have... What AD mid? Yone, yeah. I actually... Okay, CFO can still make it work. I would be down for something like Kai'Sa, Ivern to come through, and then you can Yone later on.
We'll see. They did pick it 3rd last time, before bans.
Yeah.
So it is still absolutely something that can be picked up. They did win on it, obviously, in game number 1. Rest, though, locking in Xayah here for Shun.
So Xayah prioritized higher than the Kai'Sa. I think that's the first time, maybe this split, that we've seen that.
And I think that's because the Xayah does fine into the AD Kai'Sa, and because you have this Maokai, and Mission will be playing a Magician, will mean that if Cascada opts for the Kai'Sa, it almost certainly has to be AD. And so I guess that makes sense. Although, it almost feels like it might have been better to have the Kai'Sa in your own pocket. Aphelios the current hover, and wouldn't be too surprised to see this. Cascada, at least in Spring, has some pretty standout performances on the Aphelios, and I think, barring maybe game number 2, both of these AD carries have played very well in this series. Obviously, Shun in game number 2 on the Kai'Sa didn't look so hot, and maybe that's why they didn't opt for it as well. This could be, though, one of the first times in a long time that Kai'Sa is neither picked nor banned in the PCS.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see Jimmy and play at mid, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it is actually genuinely an option. Although, they don't see the rest of the draft, but Silas, right here, is good. But
I think it's worth risking. Honestly, I would probably just
Do you ever think... I think because it's Mission, you might just have to ban Cass. Because Cassiopeia...
Yeah, I don't know if he plays it, does he?
Well, I don't know, but it feels like it's in the same kind of wheelhouse. It's very different, but sort of... When it's in meta, it's in the same meta that you see the Azir and the Victor often. And so it won't be locked in, but it does feel like a very good game for it thus far in the draft. Will be this Yone picked up. And with the Yone picked up, it makes me question why the Kai'Sa didn't come through.
I expect that with Yone being picked up, they want some sort of AP top. I think Rumble does look really good.
Rumble will be banned, though, surely.
I would expect so, yeah. So maybe they are just trying to get the Gwen.
Ban Rumble Gwen, I would hope. Because I think you can give over the Gragas. I think Rest Gwen has looked pretty strong. It did lose game number 2, but notably did do the best on the team, really. Struggled a little early because it did leave its lane. Rest coming down to help with Dragons. We'll see, though. Rakan at least banned for now. Maybe going to leave open the Rumble. Maybe they have an answer. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's lots of AP tops, right? Like now there's Rumble and Kennen as well. So there's definitely some options. This is going to be real interesting, though, because maybe they just feel like the Yone does well into Mission's champion pool. Because it does generally beat mages.
Just not out early.
Yeah, pressures them a lot in team fights especially. Talia is a ban. I like the Talia ban. I think that's really smart.
I think the Syndra as well is probably the best control mage Mission has against the Yone specifically.
Yeah, you can play Phase Rush Orianna. I'm not sure if he'd ever take Phase Rush because...
No. That doesn't work as well to damage people in lane.
Yeah.
He has to have Aerie.
Okay, Gragas ban over Rumble. That feels really weird to me. I feel like all this CC onto an Aphelios with a Rumble, like even if you go something like Nocturne Rumble here.
Oh, Chelsea's Blitzcrank.
I mean, you can just put this Rel jungle too, and maybe that pairs better. You know, you just take one of those engaged supports, and then your last pick. I mean, it has to be last pick AP top, right?
Yeah.
And I think at this point it is just Rumble or Gwen, depending on the matchup. But Rumble looks absurd. I mean, you've got so much set up for the ult, and you're against an immobile AD carry that doesn't have, you know, really any sort of PO. You know, there's no Thresh hook, or Thresh Lantern, excuse me. Oftentimes you saw the Thresh paired with the Aphelios just to give them safety up against these sorts of comps that can come out as punishment.
Now, looking at the champions that Mission is against, it looks like it could be a really nice Leandri's game.
It is true.
I'm sorry, but the shopkeeper is all out of Leandri's.
Yeah, I think you should go Phase Rush too. I think against that comp it makes a lot of sense. Now, Jax could be the blind. I think they're doing it almost to disincentivize the Gwen, but I really think this is a free Rumble or Kennen. Yeah, I prefer the Rumble.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Rumble's a lot better. But noticeably, the Jax does not great into the Rumble, but certainly is one of the champs that can sort of survive it.
Yeah, and you do well against Rumble as the game goes on, but the team fight here from CFO looks incredible. And I think because this is a series that has just come down to pretty much who comes out on top in the 5v5 team fights, I am favoring CFO's comp in game number 4 here. And I think they will pick up the series 3-1. But when you look at the side of DCG, there's still a lot of strength there. I think that Mission obviously is good on the Orianna. I think tough comp to play into, but Hana as well, that beast on the Maokai. Maybe question marks, I think, about the Aphelios and the Jax, but it's not because they're bad on the champs, but more just feel like they have their work cut out for them, really, in this game.
I will say that Jax against the Yone and the Xayah isn't too bad. Like, obviously, Xayah, one of the better AD carries against Jax, but that's just because she can
somewhat
be jumped on and still survive without having to use pretty much both of her sums. Can just Featherstorm it, but that's still not ideal. You don't really want to be doing that. And if that is happening consistently, it feels pretty good for DCG. So I think if Hanabi plays this game well enough and he finds the flanks, there is a real angle in these team fights because Yone can't really deal with the Jax. And later on, Rumble can't really deal with the Jax. So we'll see. I mean, my eyes are mostly on Mission in this game, I guess, as well as Chris Carter, because Mission has his work cut out for him. I mean, every game this guy plays these days has his work cut out for him, because he does just go to these mages mid, and it's very hard meta to be pulling them off successfully.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is really difficult, especially against these engaged comps. And I think CFO are doing a pretty good job of limiting Mission's options. Even if he's getting champs that he's comfortable on, I feel like they're not the easiest games to play into for sure. So as we head on to the ref for game number 4, we'll have to see if this one has as much to deliver to us as the previous game did, or if CFO are just going to use their teamfight comp to bring this one to a swift end. You don't feel like it will. It just never is with these two. It is the Aerie Orianna, so I think no Phase Rush is risky, I think, but again, it gives him the increased lane pressure, so maybe he can use that to bully out Jimmian. And of course, comment there on the Rumble. Sometimes we see Phase Rush Rumble, but I don't think you'd see it versus Jax. I think you need that increased early game pressure.
Yeah, and interestingly, it's lethal tempo from Hanabi instead of that
Yeah.
grasp of the Undying. So if he's able to get onto the Rumble, we'll have a better chance of killing, but certainly less survivability, specifically around the laning phase.
Yeah, I wonder how that does, because it does feel like, certainly once you're in the side lane, it's looking good. But I think early game, even Jax does struggle up against the Rumble. So I guess we'll see how it goes. Now, it is TP Rumble sometimes, not that often, but sometimes we do see Ignite Rumble top. But I think that it is pretty difficult to play when your top laner does not have TP. And that ward was actually placed in the bush. So Rest is going to know the Hanabi will be cheesing him there.
Let's see. Really, these 280 carries having a very good series for themselves. Game number 4, of course, it is CFO that lead the series 2-1. So it's up to DCG to try and turn that around. And Hanabi, wow, really successful trade there. And bot side, it looks like a successful trade for CFO. So the side lanes favoring opposing teams. Notably, though, Criscata has his fleet footwork, also has that Severum Gum. So a little bit of health will be able to come back to this Aphelios.
Sure. They are going to get pushed in here, though. Level 2 should come through for CFO's bot lane now. Doesn't look like anything will come of it. And Hana is ending as clear on the bot side, so he could look for 3-camp bot. Is just going to pop a sapling there. Hook does go wide.
It almost felt dangerous.
Yeah, I think you almost didn't want that one to hit. Gemini, 3-camp mid, onto Mission. How often does this happen?
Every single game.
Every single game. And Mission, I'm not sure if he's going to respect.
He'll be able to phase rush out of it, right?
No, he takes a little bit of damage, but Hana is there for him.
Noticeably better than last game, where he got chunked down to about 100 HP, had to recall.
That was very annoying for him, for sure. And I think, Mission, obviously, while he is very good, he is very stubborn. Something we've said before about both his playstyle and his builds and stuff like that. Sometimes you do just have to adapt. Now, Hana is looking for top. Hasn't gone onto any of these camps yet, but I think the wave is too big.
Yeah, that's basically a 2v2 with how big that minion wave is.
Can't even take that ward away, I don't think, with Gemini spotted in the river there by the sapling. And mid and bot priority, or mid and top. Oh, flash forward.
Hana does not have his flash yet, but he does have phase rush, and so he will be able to just sprint on out of there. Does lose a lot of health, though.
He's just getting cooked up. And if he doesn't feel healthy enough to do his top camps, what's he going to do? He's passing to the bot scuttle, or is he basing?
He could also look, perhaps, for Gemini's bot camps, but he is just going to base.
Risky.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the flash, so we'll just recall. But that is a big loss, I feel like, for Hana, because now, if you want camps, you have to deploy to topside. But if you deploy to topside, you also give over double crab. So no good options, I feel like, left for the Maokai. And that's really, really punishing. And so much of that was because he tried to look for that top gank that ultimately wasn't going to work. The wave was too big, and the matchup too favorable currently for Rest. He's going to path out to the Raptors, so...
Yeah, his camps are spawning.
It's a little inefficient, but ultimately, maybe he can still get the crab. There is a ward there, though, so Gemini's going to know about it.
Shun recalled, coming back to lane, has that recurve bow as he makes his way towards the Kraken Slayer. And junglers will spot each other out again, but it should be this crab, ultimately, that goes over to Gemini, although Hana not so
sure.
Hana
needs to be careful. He does not have flash. Obviously, he has the phase rush, but I don't know if...
Flash pull from Chelsea, and Orca's trying to land the CC, but it's first blood going over to Shun here on that Xayah headbutt to a minion from Orca to make sure he isn't taken out in the process as well. But very stubborn by Hana there, trying to get that crab. It feels like it was just a foregone conclusion that it was going to be Gemini's, and the fact you contested for it meant that you lost even more.
Junglers, junglers, junglers. They want their scuttle crabs, and it ends up costing him big. I really don't think he had any right being there, and was, punished very heavily for it. Now he's extremely far behind in the jungle. So we see here, Hana, he's entering the river. He currently has mid priority, but Orianna doesn't really want to come to this, and he's also down a level, so he's not going to win out in the 1v1. And also, bot doesn't have priority currently. Shun's off base, so he's here quicker. And Chelsea, he's able to find the flash. Shun even flashes the wall. I think it was just too greedy. And so much of this, again, is because he looked topside. I feel like if he hadn't looked for that top gank and instead just cleared his topside jungle, none of this would have ended up happening. But it ends up being a big punishment. Now, Chelsea losing a lot of health in order to maintain this freeze.
And it won't even freeze.
Wow, I'm surprised he did this. That was a lot of health loss, and I think it's almost too much now to set up a gank. I guess it keeps the wave in a more favorable state for Shun and keeps him safer, which admittedly, while not having the flash and not being level 6 is big, but still, it almost forces Xiaoxi just to base, and now maybe Shun is in more trouble than he was before.
Yeah, Gemini's in the area. You can't really look for a dive here, although they are. Hana's here. As Orca, who tanks up first, Twisted advance in, so he won't have that to disengage later on, and Shun picks himself up. Yet another one. He's looking for a third in the game. It is a double kill, and on the bottom side, of course, Gemini picking up Chris Carter. So it's an immediate... Yeah.
Oh my. It's a big disaster. So DCG, they felt like with that chunk and with Xiaoxi forced to base it, they'd be able to go for it, but Xayah notoriously not easy to dive, and on top of that, Gemini was around. And now a huge lead afforded to CFO. And how disappointing would it be after the absolute banger of the game 3?
The slogger knocker.
Yeah, it would just be a quick game number 4. I hope it's not. Xiaoxi's looking around mid, but Orca is here.
This is surprisingly reminiscent of yesterday's series, where it was Eminem picking up a triple kill early on Xayah that just sealed the deal. Take a look at this dive. It really was just...
yeah,
a very terrible time to look for it. Hana just getting absolutely one shot. Cascada does not have the damage to get it and takes too much tower damage. Gemini able to just confirm that with a single usage of Q, and CFO's coaching staff. There's been a lot of smiles on their faces in this series, and it makes sense because they've been in the driving... what was it?
Seat?
Driving seat, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I was just confused by J-Team's top laner.
No, it's been a confusing game. Now maybe looking for something else on bot, but it feels pretty forced. Shun doesn't have some, so I can understand it, but the wave's not that favorable. But it feels like options are sort of running out here for DCG. Currently not really winning in any lane. Maybe mid slightly favored submission, but he is working on his Ludens. Now I think this isn't as bad a Ludens game as the previous one. I still think Leandri's might be better, but it's not too bad. First Dragon, it goes the way of DCG, which is kind of surprising, but it is, of course, the Herald that'll be done by CFO. And I think CFO, with the lead they have, they can just play for gold instead and use this to extend further. And maybe top could be the target.
Yeah, this looks like... oh, Hanabi, nice flash to get away from Jimmy and his fate sealed. There's a lot used there to try to take down Hanabi, but he's now going to have to leave that lane. And we'll lose a lot of minions on the back side of it. You see on your screens there, he's already at a 20 CS deficit, so pretty disastrous start up on the top side for Hanabi. Pretty disastrous start for everyone, really. Maybe excluding Mission.
Yeah, Mission, he is doing well for himself in his lane, has a slight CS lead and the plate, but I really don't think an Orianna can 1v9 this game. Not because Orianna's incapable of 1v9ing, but there is just too much threat, and you are going to die at some point. Ooh, hook comes onto Orca.
Yeah, there's Orca who
6.
hits level 6 right as it happens. And pretty good guns here for Cascada with a lot of chakrams built up, delaying that auto attack. In fact, he doesn't even take it. This is problematic. It was DCG who picked up first Dragon, so they've delayed the game for at least 5 minutes to perhaps make up.
He's coming mid. There is flash for Mission, but...
no ult for Jimmy in. Flash forward from Rest. Mission's going to have to respect, and Flash does. Shockwave, get him out! Jimmy in might get the kill. He does, and Triumph means he does survive. And you were talking about it. He certainly dies at some stage. That's already happened. And boy, oh boy, look at Mission's items. We go again.
Yeah, he did not respect the top lane Roman coming out. And admittedly, I think it is hard to respect. But that's just the punishment that's going to happen.
Oh, Hana's here. There's no flash now on Rest and no equalizer available to clear up this minion wave.
Yeah,
but Gemini is in the area. This guy is where he needs to be, when he needs to be, every single time.
And if they try, I'm not sure this works.
I'm not either. I'm definitely not convinced. Orca going in first. We'll have that ult to dodge a lot of damage as Rest getting very low. It will be a kill picked up. Are they going to be able to get up? Orca's still tanking up that tower, and it works out. Knowing their limits pretty exceptionally there, managing to find themselves that kill, but it is, in the meantime, Shun who is picking up a lot for himself in the bot lane. Xiaoxi making sure Cascada can never enter this lane. What is Cascada even doing?
I'm not sure, but I think that wasn't worth it. actually, all things considered. So they invest a lot of cooldowns into this kill. But of course, part of diving a lane is also denying the wave afterwards. And this wave is picked up by Gemini. And you look at the other side of the map as Cryscata is just losing wave after wave under his tower. And the plates being picked up by Shun. I mean, even now, Cryscata has still been unable to walk up to this tower. So while you somewhat fixed the top lane matchup, I think it was more than traded back on the bot side. Yeah. And Shun is insanely far ahead here. He has the Kraken. Mission, he's in a rough spot too. His lane is frozen, does not have the flash. Feels afraid to walk up, and while he was winning his 1v1, it's just so hard to play these champs that are so immobile against almost every comp nowadays. Is just full hard engage.
Yeah. Starting to really see cracks in Mission's gameplay, really, especially now that we are in those best-of series where he's consistently picking control mages if there is no access to Jace, and you don't even really have to worry about him too much because you know it's just going to be so impossible for him to play the later stages of the game. It's something that he even said in his interview after winning up against the Chiefs in week number 1 of our playoffs. So he's identified it, but seems like he's not willing to pick any other champions that do better. Which feels weird. It feels like someone of Mission's caliber should be comfortable on picking things like the Annie, but maybe he just feels like he has to carry.
Maybe.
And champions like Annie don't allow him to do so.
If he could be, and CFO have a sizable gold lead already. This tower might even get a second charge on the bot side.
Yeah, well, Hana's in the area. Orca does have ultimate, so any form of dive does feel pretty much impossible to come through, but it is notably a big chunk there on that inner tower, and Shun just picking up more and more gold for himself. Now looking towards this red buff. Is on vision, but definitely cannot contest it if you are the side of DCG.
Another trade goes on to Mission. Jimmy not strong enough to kill yet, but oof, Hanabi getting punished heavily in the top side. And while I think Jax, you know, in theory outscales this matchup in the side lane, Rest will always have an edge in teamfight impact. And for now, is still winning out the 1v1.
So looking back onto Rest, who does not have flash yet available. And admittedly, this time, Cryscata is going up to that top side, so if they do find something, but meanwhile, in mid lane, it is just going to be Mission. Hooked up, stunned up by that Blade Caller, and it's Shun who picks up his 4th of the game, just 13 minutes in.
It is looking increasingly CFO favored here. They're a solid 4k gold lead, and while they don't have a dragon to their name, they're about to pick one up. And the gold is just so big at this time of the game. I think especially manifest in those 80 carry items.
Yep, this is looking fairly disastrous.
Maybe another top dive coming out. They're trying to get aggressive, but looks like it will just be this dragon that goes the way of CFO. I don't think dragon win condition is going to be that relevant in this game. I expect that it will just be fights maybe around the second Herald, and if CFO get that, they can snowball even further. Breaking this mid tower would be big. Obviously, no damage has really been dealt to it, especially with the mid matchup, but if they can knock this one down, it would open up the map, allow them to continue to snowball this lead.
Absolutely.
Now, Jimmy still doesn't have one item, which is a bit surprising, but obviously has invested gold into the boots, whereas Mission has not. I'm at least glad that Mission didn't have biscuits.
He did.
He did?
He did. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry to let you know. He did have biscuits.
No.
He had biscuits and boots.
Oh, no. No Cosmic, no Flash cooldown as a mobile mage.
Sorry. He needed to have bickies. He really needs 50 extra mana.
He's a hungry boy. Hungry for wins. And honestly, hungry for a way back into this game at this point, because they are falling pretty far behind. Rest will be able to match bot, and the annoying thing is it's very hard to trade sides against Rumble. You can't really 4-man bot because one wave will just get altered, and during that wave, CFO will take so much on the top side. So you're almost forced as DCG to match. But generally, when you're behind, you want to trade. You don't want to be matching sides. And it's going to be really difficult for them to win a fight around this Herald. I think at some point, CFO will just be able to start it up.
Yeah, it should probably just be the Herald going over to them. Especially with just the absurd difference that we see in 80 carry items. And it feels like a lot of that isn't even really Cryscata's fault. He's just been playing the depths of his team, you know, in their decisions. Obviously that dive went very pear-shaped, and then Orca going up top to try and make something happen and get Jax on the board ended up meaning that Cascada lost probably 3, even 4 maybe waves. Is doing pretty well in CS though, all things considered, and is down 20 of course, but you'd honestly expect him to be down more after how this game started out.
After how much he lost on that bot side, it was pretty substantial. He completes his item, but also Mythic, or not Mythic, Bork comes through for Jimmy. Herald picked up. I wonder if this just goes to a side lane, because normally you use this mid, but I actually think you could get more gold just for Jimmy on the side. And I think if you are a CFO, you're not really worried about this game being too quick. While you are ahead and you want to snowball, you don't really need to, right? Like, you do have a fairly strong scaling comp, and I guess just don't feel the need to rush.
Do you think after last game they're going to want to? Fate Sealed used here by Jimmy, and he's looking for Mission, finding a lot of damage. Flashes forward. Mission is going to get stunned up, is going to go down, and Hanabi teleporting in to try and find something, but it is just too little too late. And again, Mission paying really the price for what seemingly is a very limited champion pool.
For sure. I mean, I feel like we have talked up Mission a lot this split because he does have some very big strengths as a player, but clearly he has some glaring weaknesses as well. And I think that now that teams are getting to the point where they're strong enough and stable enough in their own right that they can just really target out the weaknesses of the other teams, it's pretty apparent here that it's just hard for Mission to play out these games. Now, Herald does crash mid.
Rest is showing presence, but Nature's Grasp means that the tower will not be going down, and it also allows Cascada to finally be able to auto-attack this minion wave. In fact, committing everything to clear it on out.
Okay, a minute away on the Infernal.
I think it just goes over.
You would expect so. The question is, can DCG trade though? Because again, it's so hard to do that into Rumble. I feel like what CFO is doing here, they send Rumble top. All that needs to happen is when the dragon spawns, Rumble ults the top wave. And then if DCG can move down the map and maybe pressure the mid tower, that could be a play, but it's so hard into a Xayah that now has 2 items.
Yeah, it's ironic. The Rumble ult called Equalizer, but in this scenario, it does anything but.
Okay, 30 seconds away. Pings onto top side. So DCG, they do want to trade, which I think is the right decision, but they almost have to just dive the Rumble, even without a creep wave, because if they can't do that, then there just won't be anything. And honestly, despite those pings coming out, they might just be too far behind to trade, because CFO, they're the ones that have just absolute control over this mid wave, and that's going to make it really difficult to get to top. So Rest, he's got a lot of vision set up already, and he's going to know well in advance what is happening here. There is currently no wave. I think he just needs to... Okay, he just used ult on that wave. Now, can he get out?
Flash forward, Twisted Advance lands. He's going to get stunned up. He does miss that harpoon to start off with. Shockwave does connect on him though, and he's getting very low. It is Mission who picks up that kill. It's going to get him a little bit quicker to that Shadow Flame that we so love to see.
Ends up dying there, but it's, I think, still very worth for CFO. They get a mid tower, a bot tier 2, and while Mission will get all that gold, I really don't think that Orianna is going to be able to use it, because any time that Ori doesn't have flash in this game, she is so vulnerable, and I don't think there's enough threat from the rest of the team to bring some of that pressure away from Mission. It feels like Mission should just be the target in every fight, and from there, I don't see how CFO lose a fight. Now, I did say that about plenty of fights last game, and they still found a way, but this really does feel pretty insurmountable.
Yeah.
They have a fantastic lead, and I think importantly, they have a very easy to execute and very effective teamfight comp here.
Yeah, and it almost feels like for DCG, the only champion that maybe can pull it out would be this Aphelios, but there's just not enough gold on this 80 carry to really pull through in the team fights, especially when you're looking at the head-to-head against Shun, who is at his 2 items. He's even starting to work now on his Bloodthirster, while Cascada, really, he has barely anything. He's got his Kraken Slayer. He's not even close to what will likely be a Gale Force.
There's that Even Shroud picked up for Jimmy. So he's on 2 items. And
Abyssal Mask as well.
Yeah, some big spikes coming through, and if... Ooh.
What is Rest building?
Rest is...
Abyssal Mask?
Yeah, maybe.
I guess so, right?
I don't know. Or maybe he's like building a couple different... Yeah, I guess.
I have no idea.
We'll see.
Actually, I'm not going to pretend to know.
It's definitely a new Rumble build, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
I love Rest Tech, though.
Yeah, he likes building funky items. Oh!
Oh. Yeah, that hit.
Yeah, we need to check him PC. That is not normally.
Certainly isn't.
There is something special about Nautilus Hook. You know,
And
I know a
Chelsea's
lot
hooks.
of skill shots do lollipop at the end, but that thing is... It's pretty
like
much the
Graves.
size of the lane. Yeah,
like-
it is actually like Graves
Yeah.
Q.
Right,
Okay.
well, Baron is alive, and honestly, the only team that could really look for this would be CFO. Aphelios being so weak, they don't really have an option to on the side of DCG. Now, it isn't easy for them to start it in the face of a Maokai and an Orianna, but you can kind of just turn because, again, Orianna has Flash now, but there is just so much that can get onto her that it feels like even Flash is not really enough. We'll see. Shun pushing out this mid wave continuously, and you have to feel like Chris Carter should be close to his second item soon, because he has been sitting on this BF sword for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah. More lifesteal coming through for both the CFO carries. And I think lifesteal is one of those stats that gains even more effectiveness while you're ahead, because a lot of the time, you know, if you're behind, you can get bursted out before the lifesteal matters. But if you're ahead, it's very rare that your opponents can burst you out. And then as long as you have time to sustain back up, there's really no trouble whatsoever. A Hullbreaker comes through here for Hanabi.
That helps him.
I kind of like.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I do wonder if it's just not going to matter, but I hope it does. I hope there is a way for DCG to crawl back into this one.
Oh, Walker being looked at, double pulverized, but he's going to get hooked up, is going to commit that ult, and Shun is absolutely wailing on this guy, going to force out that flash. It's a big amount of cooldowns there. Obviously, Alistair losing flash, losing that ult means maybe CFO can turn towards this Baron, because Alistair can no longer face check anymore.
I'm pretty surprised that they didn't turn to Baron. I think there might have been a window there, and I think also just bringing Hanabi away from the side lane, and maybe they will, because there now are pings towards the Baron. I really like this. I think you even see it as a win if you just get Hanabi to TP.
Yeah.
You don't even need the Baron. You don't even need the fight. Now that TP is burned, I think you can just back off, but they might be strong enough to just take the fight. Rest hasn't TP'd
Hana's
yet.
gone in very early, flashes away, but he's just going to be taken out. It is going to be that Moonlight Vigil that does connect, and there's very low health bars as Hanabi is in the middle of the fight. Looking here onto Shun, finds the stun, finds the flash over the Feather Storm, and Hanabi, he's done it, he's got the shutdown. Now he's looking at Jimmy, and this guy having a quiet game last game, but he's going berserk. He's now going to be left alone, though, as Jimmy did flash away from all the damage, and it was Rest on the bottom side of that fight, picking up the scraps around there. But Hanabi almost pulled off something heroic there from the depths.
Hanabi did everything he could in that fight, but it just was not enough. And Rest, he completed the Jack show ahead of that fight. And that Rumble, that pretty much, you know, off-tank Rumble did 4,500 damage in that fight. I think he did more than his carries. So Rest just absolutely putting in the work. Both top laners, really. Such a big fight from both of them. But now it feels like CFO fully in control, should be able to close out. Hook does go wide, Hana in very, very early, so things are looking bleak. But take a look at Hanabi. A lot of cooldowns have been used. The Rumble obviously goes on the squishies, but Hanabi is just running those dudes in the back line. Flashes over the pullback.
Puller, yeah.
Yeah, and got, I think, a 1K onto the Xayah, so he is so strong. And if there is a way back into this fight, it's going to be through Hanabi.
Was so close to taking down Jimmy too. Jimmy just flashing away in the nick of time. And it was during this, obviously, push happening in the mid that Chris Carter picked up the Dragon for his team. So we have delayed the game, and there is a flag. Nature's Grass coming out. Chris Carter has pretty good guns, but the Equalizer lands directly on top of him. It is going to be getting away from by that Gale Force, but Hanabi noticeably getting very, very low there. Orca does use that Pulverize on Jimmy, who finds his way onto Cascada eventually, but ends up going back and Mission remaining untouched. Shun in the front line is going to find a kill onto Hana, but has to commit his Featherstorm for it. Hanabi is going to get back to base to be able to heal up as Jimmy is making his way onto that top side inner tower. Very, very chaotic fight, but it is only going to result in a 1-0 in favor of CFO. Maybe they can look for this tower, but it looks like they won't be able to. And I'm surprised.
I think the health bar is low enough here that DCG are actually able to hold on to their objectives, which is surprising, right? You have that member go down, you're expecting to lose a lot more, but just not enough health remaining, especially on the members without the lifesteal. But now 10,000 gold ahead, they're going to deploy back on the map. They still have a minute of Baron. Rest, he's got 700 kills now on the PCS. Pretty impressive for a top laner.
It is. Oftentimes they end up just with the assists in the fight. Obviously, 80 carries in mids with more damage tend to secure more kills.
Okay, they should be able to break, I think, top tier 2 and Hanabi. Yeah, it does have to hop out of there.
Is he even safe, though?
Yeah,
his team's
Gemini
collapsing.
Wants it. Think that will be it.
Yeah, it does manage to get away, which is very...
The no hook. It is big. No, we've seen.
True.
Oh, okay. Are they going to try play for a flank here? Mission has ult and Shun does not. Last fight was able to
They should know that Hanabi does not have this engage, but he does finally engage. It's on to 2. Jimmy and stunned up. He's going to get hit by the Counter-Strike 2. Does get himself away with that Q, but Mission picks up a shutdown here onto Rest. Jimmy and even going down. It's Hana who picks up that one. Perhaps not the ideal person for the 800 gold, but importantly, this Baron found almost nothing. And by God, we have a game.
I was going to say, Vestian, tell me right now, are we about to see a repeat of game number 3 with both teams just throwing non-stop? You'd hate for it to be the beginning of that for CFO. But this Bush, it catches them unaware. They did not know Orc was in there. A decisive engage with a lot of follow-up from the rest of DCG. Ends up cleaning them up very nicely. And so I think 2 shutdowns. Yeah, shutdown goes over to Ori. Not sure who grabbed this one. I think it was Maokai.
Yeah, it was.
Still though, big shutdowns. And a lot of gold now picked up. Of course, the gold's still well in the favor of CFO, but there is no Dragon win condition on the cards just yet. So we might see this game extend out once again.
Absolutely. And we're almost at the 30-minute mark, which means we're almost halfway there.
Okay, ADC item gap looks pretty disgusting.
Yeah. But it was noticeably Hanabi that did a fantastic job to isolate Shun and make him do literally nothing in that last fight. So if there's ever a way, Hanabi has to do some heroics to pull that off. Now, Void Staff almost completed by Mission. As you mentioned, shall I say, in the last game. Once he gets 4 items, his griefing for the first 2 items starts to matter less.
Yep.
Maybe less is so on Orianna because you don't get the extra 15% magic AP that you do on Syndra.
Yeah. I think it's not as bad to not have Leandry's this game. It's still better. Don't get me wrong, Leandry's still better this game, but I think it's less bad than the last one was.
I feel like the only person that Ludens is good against is Zaya, who has a Featherstorm.
It's a hard personnel for sure. But it's just less magic resist in general. Not much less, but a bit less. Okay, next, 3rd Dragon here, 50 seconds away. Infernal, obviously a big pickup for either team, just for the stats.
Oh my, Rest is building a randomins.
Yeah, he's got 166 AP, but he still does a lot of damage. Shojin here for Hanabi. Now, Hanabi, he's the one member who actually has the potential to carry this game, I think, for DCG. Despite being as far behind as they are, he is really, really strong, and he does well into pretty much everyone on CFO now. You know, maybe not the Rumble, but I think given Rumble's build, it's going to take...
I think that's fine.
Yeah, Rumble. Exactly. It's like, it takes so long for Rumble to ever kill the Jax, and Jax, of course, wins the long fight. So while it was a difficult matchup early, he found himself ahead, and maybe there's a way for Hanabi to bring this one to a victory. It feels really difficult. I mean, they are down an absurd amount of gold right now.
Yeah. It was 10k at one point, though, and the fact they've brought it down to 8 means promising things for DCG. Obviously a concern if you are a CFO fan. this third dragon being started up, and I think maybe DCG should just look to give it over. In fact, it's a little bit too late, and now you certainly should. But Hanabi's found himself at a flank. 3-man knockup by Orca as the fight erupts. As Criscata with a pretty big Moonlight Vigil, but not all that much damage really, because he is so low on items. And flash forward from Chelsea. The Gale Force will come out there of Criscata, so he isn't found, but Hanabi's still trying to look for something. There's nothing to be found, and they are going to be able to trade over this tower. But importantly, no members go down on either side.
I think we're seeing a repeat of last game. I'm feeling it. Once I see a fight like that where no one goes down, and DCG starting up
this is confident.
They don't have the Nature's Grasp.
They
no
do have
After All.
Shockwave. They don't have Moonlight Vigil. Orca, though, has found himself on a flank, and Chelsea's not here. Hanabi doing a good job of marking Jimmy, and it's very, very low. Who's going to pick this up? The Baron is so low, it's picked up, but it's picked up by Gemini. And Shun, with the rip back, secures the kill on Orca in very, very quick fashion. The Shockwave, pretty much no damage. His mission left in a world of his own. Jimmy and Flash following, trying to look for the kill. Almost certainly will find it. And you said we might have a repeat of last game, but I think with that team fight, that dream may be crushed as Hanabi being teleported on just to stop the base, as it's going to be Shun and Jimmy looking to end the game through mid.
Yeah, it looks like they will finally find the pickup. Hanabi needs to get a TP off, but it's not too easy. Honestly, I think he has to flash a wall and then TP if he wants a chance of this. I think he is going to get cancelled here. He does. He had to flash a wall.
Yeah.
But finally, it is CFO who are going to pick up the series 3-1 after 32 minutes here in game number 4. And I think that while every single game DCG had a chance at winning, I think at the end of the day, CFO had the better read on them and clearly knew how to handle them. You even saw, I think, in the interview before that CFO knew if Mission wasn't going to perform, if they could make the games difficult for them, they would end up picking up the series win, and I think that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately it is sad to see DCG go, because it is quite exciting to watch Mission, and while he does kind of grief a lot of his builds, it's very exciting to just see this guy that literally goes into the game with one plan, and that's punish his laner. And I think that's sad to see go, but it does, honestly, it feels like they were not good enough. Because honestly, CFO showed us, I mean, CFO didn't have a clean series by any means. In fact, they looked pretty bad, and a lot of the, even though they won, they didn't look so solid in their wins. And I think the fact that DCG lost here, and Mission was really, really punished, because he seemingly has such a limited champion pool where all he can pick out is these control mages, and then he also builds them, you'd have to say wrong.
Suboptimally, for sure.
Suboptimally. And then he's just punished. He's not finding the damage he needs to. I mean, he was 0-3-0 at one stage of this game on the Orianna. And you have to question, I mean, you brought it up before the game. Phase Rush may have helped him live. I mean, even in that last fight, maybe he could Phase Rush off of Jimmy run away, and then maybe survive to keep the game going a little bit longer. But it was not to be. It was CFO who take it, and I think well played. I want to say by Shun. Game number 2, bit of a rough one, but I think otherwise he had a very good series for himself. Maybe the one mistake we got caught out by Hanabi in this one here, but yeah, I think Shun player of the series, at least in my mind.
I think I tend to agree. I think it is just hard, right? Because so much was going on pretty much the entire series long. I think maybe honorable mention for Rest, who just felt like a lot of impact in each of the games, even if he didn't have the prettiest score lines. I think he was just always, it felt like maybe not in that last game. Actually, I don't know. Even in the last game, I think he had more impact than Hanabi.
This roam mid got
exactly.
a kill there.
And I think even in the team fights when Hanabi was so strong, Rest was putting out comparable damage, right? So very impressive by him. And of course, DCG now eliminated their series, or their playoff run does end here. And the side of CFO, they will move on to take on J-Team, which it's going to be tough. There's no doubt about that. Do you think they have any chance at all?
No, I truly, I mean, I said that, I don't, I honestly don't. I think J-Team looked rusty against BYG, but BYG are a whole nother beast than CFO. And I think even in those games, it looked like J-Team could have won some of them, and it was just some crucial mistakes that kind of stopped it. But you kind of touched on that Rest was pretty omnipresent in a lot of these, where he was just sort of finding a lot of value. And I think when you're going up against Driver, I don't think you're going to have that option, because this guy, similar to Mission, but the top lane version, often aims to just punish his lane, and Rest probably doesn't have as good of a time. I don't think the Gwen pick is going to find as much value against Driver, because I feel like just how he is at laning, he's not going to be taken out in a 1v1 kill twice, in the same series. So I don't think CFO have a very realistic chance in their current form. Now, if we went back to spring or
for sure.
early on in the season, I would say, I think this could be a 5-game series, and I wouldn't really know who to pick. But I think current form CFO don't seem to have found exactly what they want. Now, I think this series was won because they pretty much got rid of anything Mission could use to carry and punished Mission. I don't think it was really a good showing of their style and how they want to win.
That's probably true. I think you're right. We didn't see the kind of typical CFO of... I guess we saw a couple games of stacking up the Dragon and then trying to finish it out at 25 minutes. But for the most part, they were just playing, I think, to shut down the DCG win conditions. And it does win here, but I think that DCG are a lot more one-dimensional than J-Team. So there is obviously that as an element. And I also think that, when we think back to CFO in spring and maybe CFO earlier in the split, what do you think is the big difference? Because I think that you can look at a game like this or a series like this and say there's just a lot of random deaths here and there that CFO didn't have before. But I wonder how much of that was just before they so consistently ended those games earlier that there was never a chance for the rest of those mistakes to come through. And I think now the game is kind of... It's slowed down a little bit, and I think that even like the invention of the Shiv, right, makes a big difference because that means there's wave clear wars on mid lane for much longer, right? The games do just go a bit longer. Yeah, I also wonder, like, the meta has changed a lot because in spring we saw a lot of Annie, we saw a lot of Jace, and we saw, Azir being picked, we saw Victor being picked, and sort of control mages were better back then, and it felt like Ryze as well was a big one. Yeah.
And it felt like CFO were pretty good when Jimmy was able to play those control mages or Jace. And that was where they really found success in the spring. And I wonder if that's maybe part of it, is that now they don't feel comfortable being able to pick the control mages because, you saw Mission really couldn't find much success on them. And he is the control mage player, really, of the PCS. And so I think that has a part to do with it. I also wonder if the addition of Chelsea, maybe... Obviously, this is just,
speculation.
Speculation. But maybe Slaytrue had, like, a role to play when it came to... decision-making and team fight comms or whatever it may be that they are missing now. And obviously, Chelsea, a very, very good player, and he finds amazing team fights. But it just seems like something is missing with their cohesion that wasn't in spring. And it could also just be that other teams have leveled up so much.
That's true as well, because obviously we saw every PCS team make a roster change. And I think a lot of those teams benefited very hard from that, whereas it feels like CFOs might be more of a side grade. Again, it's hard to say because Chelsea individually is such an incredible player, but then the CFO record doesn't really reflect that.
Yeah.
Whereas it feels, you look at a team like J-Team, especially with the addition of Driver, they went from being I would say they were never really a contender at all in Split 1, right? They didn't even make it into the playoffs, to now they're a very real
world
playoff
contender.
Yeah, exactly. It's like are you expecting them to beat PSG at this point? I think you're not expecting them to win the series confidently, but they could, right? They could come out and win the series. And damage in that game, it's Rest that tops it with his full tank rumble, pretty much. That's an insane champ.
This is very reminiscent of the, Heartstealer Kennen that he pulled out. Because it was the Demonic Embrace into pretty much full tank, and he did the exact same here on Rumble. Has the damage behind it. It really, I guess for this game, honestly, it feels rough to not give it to Shun, but damage is the most important stat after all.
That's right. I'm not sure. Maybe they will give it to Rest. He did have a very good performance this game, but it's weird because Hanabi too played really well.
And so did Gemini. I think Gemini was at the right place at the right time. Literally
maybe
every
give
single...
it to him, actually. He was finding really good engages and stopped that dive.
Stopped the dive bot. He also almost stopped the dive top. It did end up in, unfortunately, Rest going down. But he was there and he did his best to stop it. So I don't know. You could make an argue for probably anyone. Maybe not Jimian. He didn't do bad, don't get me wrong, but he didn't really do a whole lot. And it's Gemini who picks it up, 2-0-10 on the Rel. As I said, right place, right time, literally every single time. Without him being at that bot dive, perhaps it goes a little bit more pear-shaped. And it was him. Well played series, I think, for Gemini. I think he was one of the more consistent members on the team. But, yeah.
I think I'd agree. Take a look, and this was a nice engage found around the Baron. He stole the Baron here as well. It was very, very low, and I think if DCG pick up this Baron, they get to stall out the game for another 5 minutes, and who knows what kind of throws CFO could have found in that time. So picking up that Baron was really, really nice, and we're able to just clean up the game off it. I didn't even notice that in the fight, but Jimmy at level 18 versus level 15 on Mission feels pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Jimmy found a lot of gold in the side lane where Mission really couldn't, because
it's hard to go there.
You have to just sit at your tower. You're not allowed to leave your tower, otherwise you just die. And I mean, we saw that happen to him countless amounts of times, but that is the series. There we go. That is the series done and dusted. It will be a win there for CFO. 3-1. 2 thrilling games, I want to say. Game number 2 and number 3, if you missed them. Certainly something to go back and watch, but we will go to a little break. Once we're back, we will have an interview with the MVP of the series.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。
这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Hi everyone, Choi here, and joining me is Jimian from CFO. Please say hello to everyone watching. Hello， 大家好，我是秋伟，今天也荣幸邀请到 CFO 的中路吉米恩，吉米恩跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 的中路吉米恩。
Alright, first off, congrats on the win today. How do you feel after this intense best of 5? Because I sure am excited as hell. 首先恭喜 CFO 今天获胜。那今天打得特别激烈，那你现在有什么想法？
就觉得比赛真的蛮好玩的，然后特别的累吧，因为第3把那打特别久，算是我就是打过最久的比赛。
So I feel really happy to be playing competitive because it feels really exciting and happy, something that I enjoy doing. And third game was, I think, one of the longest game that I have ever played. Although you have only played competitive for a few years, but you had the chance to play overseas and also play with very experienced players from your team, like Perez, Gemini, and Xiaoxi. What is the most important thing that you learned from them? 虽然你打职业没有很久，但是你已经去过国外打比赛，队伍上也有很多丰富经验的大哥 Rex、Gemini、小西。那请问你在这路途中有学习到什么宝贵的经验吗？
就加入 CFO 以来，队上的大哥都很照顾我，然后后勤教练那些，也在他们身上学到很多东西吧，像是就运营那些方面的。
So after joining CFO, the seniors has been taking good care of me. Even the coaches too, they have been taking good care of me. Sorry, and I've learned a lot of macro from them and how to play the game. So, Jimian, you had a lot of great Asia shoppers in Game 3, which won a lot of fights for CFO. How does it feel winning against Mission, who is also considered your senior? 你在第3把的时候使用阿奇尔，很多波完美团战，也就是帮助 CFO 赢下漂亮的团战嘛。那你今天能把前辈东山送下去，是有什么感想？
其实也没有什么特别的感想，因为我跟他交手也算蛮多次的，然后就很开心而已。
So I don't have much special thoughts. I just feel very happy that I get to win because I already played against Mission for a lot of times. And last question. So next week you play against the winner of FAK versus J Team. Who would you rather play against and why? 下礼拜你们即将对上 FAK 跟 J Team 的获胜方，那你自己有没有比较想打哪一队呢？还有为什么？
我个人比较想打 J Team，一方面是因为想对他们复仇，因为我们季赛输了2次给他们，然后他们队上的 Driver 跟 Lava 都是我的前队友，就想跟他们打一场精彩的比赛。
So for next week, I would rather play against J Team because we lost to J Team 2-0 in the regular season, and so Driver and their bot lane is my ex-teammate, so I want to have a very exciting match against them. Alright, that's all for today's interview. Thank you, Jimian, for joining us, and I'll pass it back to the caster desk. 感谢收看我们今天的赛后访问，我会把时间交回给主播台。
Thank you very much, Chowie. And I was excited as hell as well, I think. How about yourself?
It was an exciting series, but man, Game 3, it was so tiring, and I didn't even play in it.
Do you know what would make you less tired?
What?
Some spicy beef Szechuan from TTL brand ramen.
That's right, I could use those.
That's right. But, I mean, that is the series done and dusted. It's somewhat sad to see DCG go, but in all honesty, it's like the better team did win, and so that means it's going to be better as we go forward.
For sure.
Although this CFO will be going up against the winner of tomorrow's game, which is Frank versus J-Team, and I think the writing's a little bit on the wall with current form of the teams. It feels like J-Team should fairly handedly take it, but honestly, you always do get surprised here in the PCS playoffs. There's never really a straightforward answer to most of the games, and obviously on your screen, we just had that CFO versus DCG, and winner of tomorrow's match, as I said, J-Team versus Frank will go up against CFO coming next week. I believe that will be our match for Saturday. But I think I'm most excited in the entire playoffs. My most excited game is match number 9 on your screens there, August 25th, PSG versus Beyond, because that should be a thriller.
I think so. We haven't had a series in this playoffs go to 5 games yet. And I think if there is one, that's probably going to be it. I really hope it doesn't just end up the BYG were kind of carried by Betty's Kaiser in that previous series and they're not actually as strong as they look. I really do hope it's going to be a competitive one. So I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, of course, that matchup tomorrow. You mentioned that you think it's going to be fairly one-sided towards J-Team, and I think I do agree with you. But if Frank did manage to get 3 games of stuff that they're on, I think that even if they don't pick up wins, they could make the games pretty close.
Yeah, definitely. I do tend to agree. And I think, especially people like Solo Kill, if he can come into his own like he was in the spring playoffs, could have some chances there. Obviously, they did win over CFO in the spring playoffs, and you feel like with the addition of Kongyue, maybe they can take the games against J-Team, but it doesn't feel all that close. And to me, at least how the playoffs are going so far, and based off the regular season as well, it does feel to me like we might even get to that loser bracket finals and have PSG, Beyond, and J-Team all in our top 3, which I think would be the most exciting finish to the PCS for the year. I mean, those are the big names. I mean, there's people like Driver. You've got Maple, Wako, Betty. I mean, there's just the list of names that are in those sort of teams is pretty crazy. But, I mean, we've still got a long way to get there, obviously. Tomorrow, you can join us yet again. It will be Frank versus J-Team for our final game of the week. But until then, we'll see you later and enjoy Walk the Line.